Hello, travelers, and welcome to the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. I'm one of your casters today, Liga, aka Windflower Leah, and joined with me here is Kojo Creations.
Hello, everybody. Kojo Creations here, back at it again with another Prince Cup Pacific Tournament stream. And today we're going to be starting fresh with Group C. Great to have you back, Leah.
Great to be back. You know, I took a break last week, but I am back indeed. I got to cast with Staffa yesterday. It went pretty long, like a 5-hour first half. But
yes.
Here we have our bracket, and I'm excited to be casting this with you, Kojo. First up, we're going to have TareHero versus Salty, then Chikuwa versus Alkanist, Enkoe versus Frost, and then I think we're going to hand it off to our other casters.
Yep, indeed. And those other casters will be taking care of Small and Sortreew, I believe, and they'll be doing the ladder matches once players start moving through the bracket. But isn't it nice to finally start fresh, going between each week, right? We go through these groups very slowly, but then only 2 will emerge victorious and move on to the Prince Cup.
Only 2 from each group, and we've already determined 4 out of 8 of our players. We've gone through half of the online portion for the Pacific Prince Cup up to this date. So starting Group C fresh, honestly, this group is pretty stacked, having Chikuwa, of course, as our Japan Prince Cup Tournament champion from last year, and a few other players with notable tournament history.
Yes, absolutely. We have people from the Korea Prince Cup as well. It's pretty stacked, all things considered. And, I've definitely been nice to cast on the Catskills Gathering Asia. So I do recognize some of these players and have gotten to watch some of the tournaments live as they happen. So it's going to be pretty exciting.
Very exciting indeed. So yeah, we have, let's see, Alkanist was top 8 in the Korea Prince Cup. And we have a few people who have participated in the Asia Catskills Gathering tournaments. So, yeah, pretty stacked group this time, I think.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah, if I wanted to go down, while we're waiting for the players to get started, some of the achievements, some of these players, right? You talked about Chikuwa having the Japan Prince Cup in first place, as well as the WGC Busan third place. That's incredible. That's 2 massive in real life tournaments. To have an achievement under your belt, that's huge. And then, moving on, like you said, Alkanist, Korea Prince Cup top 8, and then who else do we have here? Ooh. Okay, yes. All right, but before...
We can go over that later, but here we have our most played character card. So this is spanning across the entire Pacific tournament so far, and no surprise to me, Nufalet here at nearly 26% usage rate, tied for first with Aishaha in that Double Dragons deck. I believe Mona was in first place before, but Double Dragons was just so popular yesterday, it looks like she was pushed out by quite a bit. Of course, that Cryo Hypostasis there at the very end is indicative of basically a replacement for Layla in that Double Dragons deck. Normally you bring Layla for the cryo application, but players are choosing cryo hypostasis to combat the Conwheel deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw it emerging just a little bit in Group A, and then really took full charge during Group B. Nearly everyone brought this deck, so it makes a ton of sense, to see all these characters in really high usage rate. And interesting to see Mona slowly drop down, because she's sort of been the freeze anchor for quite some time, thanks to that fast swap ability. But since she's not as favored, not dealing enough damage, not having enough good endgame potential, she starts to fall off a little bit.
I think the reason that players are not bringing Mona right now is actually because Herald is rising up in that slot for Hydro application, because Herald has that revive and then also has this talent to apply the Curse of the Undercurrent to the enemy and slow them down considerably. So I think players are finding that Herald just has a bit more utility, and can basically give you more survivability, especially against new characters like the Animo Serpent, which can go for 10 HP or more burst in round 2. So that's also why Cryo Hypostasis is being favored over Layla, other than having the 3 damage cryo skill, which Layla doesn't. Obviously, you have the shields, and if you shield again, it's 1 point of cryo damage, but yeah, Cryo Hypostasis is just a bit more aggressive and also has that survivability.
Yep. being able to push through with the revive is a big deal because, of course, Layla gives you that, quote unquote infinite cryo application across the entire match. But infinity doesn't matter if you're already gone. So
Yeah, but here we have our character cards banned for the regular season, and I think that the whale has gone up in percentage. Yesterday, I think it was at it's either 72 or 74%,
yeah,
but now it's at
72.
79. And I think yesterday they were also tied with Serpent and Scorpion,
Hmm.
but I remember Kave being banned, and Kave does get played with whale, so yeah, there's a
Hmm.
few decks that have whale, but not the other consecrated beasts.
Yeah, I do remember the person in Group B, the one rogue whale, who was actually able to take quite a few games. So it's like, hey, wait a minute, stop that whale. So they indeed went ahead and banned it along with the con whale. So now all their ban rates are sitting super duper high. Do you think it's ever going to hit 90? You want to place a bet?
So, well, I was just gonna ask you this question. So,
Hmm.
Conwheel Consecrated, it's called Conwheel because it has double Consecrated Beast with the Flying
Hmm.
Serpent and the Scorpion, and then it has Whale, the Narwhal. Um, Conwheel as a deck is obviously banned out so much, but do you think that there is a chance that players are starting to learn how to play around this deck and might start pivoting towards a double Dragon's ban instead? Are there situations where that might happen? Because I'm looking here at the fourth and actually they're tied for fourth place. The ban rate for Nuvalet Ashtaha creeping up at nearly 12%. I'm wondering, if players are going to choose to ban that out instead of Conwheel at some
Uh,
point.
it'll it'll definitely be interesting because Conwell's biggest deal is that no deck currently in the format really can support what it can do, right? Having that massive 10 damage burst, and also by extension, Nuvola Asia, since more and more people are starting to pick this deck by extension, it can also be banned, especially if the player happens to not bring Conwell, which we've only seen like maybe like two-ish players not bring Conwell. But yeah, I could see Nuvola getting banned out, but it's hard to say when so many players are just super fearful of Conwell in the first place. They're always like, that one, ban it, go.
I mean, they're all brand new character cards, and they introduced some very interesting mechanisms that weren't in the game before. I've been talking to some of the players and trying to figure out what archetype you would put, like, Whale and the Consecrated Serpents into, and
Mhm.
things like Pep and Xinyan. I guess, like, it has its own mechanics in some ways. It's really
Mhm.
hard to classify the archetypes for these decks. I guess a Pep and Xinyan, that deck would be more aggro, but
Mhm.
Conwill, I think, has combo elements to it.
Mhm.
That's what me and another player were discussing. But
Mhm.
here we go. We have the most played action cards now here for the Pacific tournament so far.
Mhm.
Strat still in first at 92.2%.
Yeah, all these cards.
Wow.
So I'd say it stayed pretty consistent. The only thing I'm not seeing here is Boar Princess, possibly because the decks that haven't been played out aren't ones that are using the artifact engine too much.
I think Strategize is just a useful card across the board. You include it in a variety of decks.
Mhm.
And I do think that, having card draw on demand is
Mhm.
sometimes better than Treasure Seeking Sealy, which kind of fell out of favor this patch because of
Mhm.
Mausoleum, I think.
Yep.
Mausoleum targets Sealy so well, and players have started bringing things like Leo Wharf,
Mhm.
and obviously Strategize is always going to be a thing. And there's just
Yeah.
so much card draw here. Like this is why players are also bringing Mausoleum to counter all of this card draw, because like you need to shut it down somehow, and players have to like drop what they're doing
Mhm.
and drop their game plan and play around it to not put like 10 million forbidden knowledge into their decks. So
Mhm.
I definitely think the inclusion of forbidden knowledge is changing the compositions of decks just a bit.
Yeah, no, it is significantly. We sort of call it like the forbidden knowledge package yesterday with me and Sumi. It is going to be the Vonarana, 2 Wharf, and then if you really want to go there, 2 King Deshret's Mausoleum. And it's actually be really interesting to see the statistic of how many people are bringing those in because we saw players who brought in the entire set of that. That's 5 out of 30 cards in your deck. That's a pretty significant thing. That you could be exchanging for something that's more useful, right? So having to exchange all that for someone who, on the other side, isn't even playing King Deshret's Mausoleum in the first place. So it's like, what are you really countering?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You don't know what you're going to be facing. So this is open decklist conquest format, just to reiterate what that means. Players submit 3 decks before their best of 3, and then they get to see the opponent's decks and ban one, and then they have to play the other 2. And every time they win a game, they can no longer play the deck they won with, and so they have to get a win on every single deck that they brought and isn't banned. So you don't know what you're going to be facing. I know a few patches ago when Shenhe Superconduct SE was popular, a lot of players were including Send Off
Oh
because
yes.
that was targeting both Shenhe SE and then other decks that were heavier on summons back when that was basically the meta. And I think it's a similar story in this case. You have to anticipate what your opponent might be bringing. You have to look at what is popular, what everyone's playing and practicing, and then you have to figure out how to counter it. And so I think this is actually the reason why we see meta shifts within one patch. Because people start out the patch going like, okay, so what's good? We're gonna experiment for like the first week. And then they figure out what's good, and then they're playing it. And then by week 2, it's like, okay, this is really good and I can't beat it. I need to figure out how to beat it. I need to figure out how to adjust my decks so that I can beat that deck that's really popular and being overplayed right now. And then it just keeps continuing down that line. And then, especially, so Safa and I were talking a bit about this yesterday as well when we were watching Inzaki's matches. He was playing against 8, who is a relatively new player to the actual tournament scene. We don't have any history on this player, but Inzaghi obviously has a ton of history and is known, like very well known as the combo master. One of the combo masters in the HO region. So, like, just this context, like, you know what your opponents who have that tournament records are going to be bringing and playing, what they specialize in, what they lean towards, and you can figure out how to counter them. But then when you're playing against someone you don't have information on, it's like, what do you bring? How do you counter them? So,
from there,
I don't know, there's a lot to it.
Yeah, from there, like, you just have to kind of guess, like, okay, what have been people playing the entire time? And that's, like, assuming what I can counter. If you can have, quote unquote, like, a deck that, has, mostly favorable matchups across the board, which is Conwhale, it's going to be the one that's going to be picked the most, and that's why it also gets banned the most. You're talking about the adaptation, throughout the patch, and I think definitely it's been cool to see Layla be slowly phased out in favor of Cryo Q, because it's not something you expect, the character that only has a summon that deals cryo damage in the end phase, which, it's like, oh, okay, I guess that's cool. But, you don't really consider that to be, like, good cryo application, but it's surprisingly good, and players really started to use it effectively at the end of Group B.
Yeah, and I think we're gonna see even more adaptations as people figure out how to play around Conwhale, basically stop banning it, or maybe they realize they're always gonna be banning it, so maybe they'll bring something else and target maybe another popular deck their opponent's bringing. Like, how would you shut down Double Dragons, which is, like a hyper magic deck? And
I could definitely see people targeting Double Dragon, honestly, considering how many people played it last time. Like, first you ban out Conwhale, and then you bring something that has enough frontal pressure to just fold Double Dragons, before they can get all their setup. It would definitely be something you could be really innovating on.
The other thing, too, is a lot of players, and we don't see this in the usage rate or the ban rate right now because it's only top 5 character cards, but a lot of players are bringing freeze. And it's like varying degrees of freeze. You have this really slow Freezely deck, as we've been calling it, with Riceley, Farina, and Herald, I believe, is the character taken there. You also have different iterations of more aggressive freeze types, like Mew, Monilo Wanderer, very classic deck, and the Sayu variation MES. You also have Sayu with Herald, which is kind of a new and interesting take that players have been experimenting with, because they're finding that Herald is just a bit better than Mona right now. And I don't know, there's so many different things that can be brought, have been brought, are being experimented with. It's just a question of what is going to make it to the screen today, and how will players respond to that next week.
Yeah, you're once again, like, talking about adaptation. The evolution of the Freezely deck has really gone kind of all over the place, and what is called, not in a negative way, but a quote unquote like mutation. So many things are just changing in and out to the point where it looks like a completely different deck, but has the same mentality, right? You have the original, which is the Farina, Herald, and Risley version, but then it's like, hey, kick out this Farina person, let's use Sayu instead. Okay, no, actually, let's use Chongyun instead of the Freezer. It keeps changing around, and I think I'm really curious to see if anyone brings the Chongyun variant. We did get to see in Group B. You know, it was great to have Binzu talk about it on stream. But otherwise, you know, not too many people were actually willing to really like go full in and like really try with it.
I think we saw it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday I would have to revisit those matches from yesterday to properly recall it, but
Mm-hmm.
I do think it was brought yesterday.
Yes.
There's a chance that we could see it again today. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I guess Chongyun's Frostfield is just a bit better cryo application than Eula in general. So
Mm-hmm.
you have that on-demand freeze in some ways if you bring Chongyun. So
Mm-hmm.
that is definitely something to consider. But yeah, we're just gonna have to see. I'm
Mm-hmm.
really surprised we haven't seen anything else emerging.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
haven't seen
it's.
much Quicken. There's no Overload. There's no Vape really.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
I'm definitely seeing an angle for Overload, all things considered, right? Because you know, Freeze has been like the favorite reaction for this meta, at least in a 3-deck format. But you know, I do wonder if Overload's going to be able to squeeze its way in there with its high damage capabilities and also ability to push you off your setup character, right? Because you know, especially when Thundering Manifestation was super popular, right? You remember that time.
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see it, you know, being able to actually contest Conwhale a little bit because like your whale starts at 5 HP, you get like someone breathes on it, it's gone.
Yeah, I think I've just heard from players that things like Bennett are a bit too slow right now,
Hmm.
unfortunately. But I do think there were some pretty interesting games yesterday.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah, definitely because I did get to actually watch one Chongyun Sayu game and being able to like we slightly commented on earlier, being able to have a double lockout situation where it's like okay you can take out Chongyun but then Sayu's back, okay take out Sayu, Chongyun's here, it gets very difficult for you to kind of eke out your situation. It's not like you can avoid the damage like other freeze decks, right? They have Wolf's Gravestone that you're going to take like 6 damage a hit, so.
Yeah, but we're just going to see what the players bring today. I do believe that we are waiting a bit for the players to get ready, by the
Mhm.
way, if you're wondering why it's taking a little bit long. So we're just kind of chatting right now. On that
Mhm.
note, Kojo, is there
Yes.
anything that has been a highlight for you? Because we are at the halfway point, right?
Mhm.
So there has to be some kind of memorable moment for you watching these matches. Can you think of
Mhm.
anything that you want to revisit?
Oh yes, absolutely. So, you know, it's thankful that people are finally. I think this is sort of the thing that spawned people really starting to have fear. It's like, okay, I have to bring their forbidden knowledge counter, or I'm gonna end up like that person. It was the full value
Minty.
stove. Yeah.
Was it Minty? I
Mhm.
was gonna discuss that one. Yeah, so I think that was definitely the highlight for me. I remember reading the comments on the YouTube VOD. By the way,
Mhm.
I do read those comments. You know, as
Yes, we do.
casters, we'll go through and read your feedback. So always make sure you're leaving feedback. Love to see comments and also like criticisms if there's anything like that.
Mhm.
Definitely make sure you're leaving your feedback wherever, whether it's the QR code or even in YouTube comments or in chat or
Mhm.
whatever. We'll read them. I'll read them.
Yep.
We always want to improve. But
Absolutely.
yeah, so I loved that moment, even though it was
Mhm.
so tragic for Minty.
Yeah,
It
it's
was like drawing all
tragic.
those forbidden knowledges. Just what do you do at that point? It was just game over. Like any hope Minty had in that moment, it was just gone. It was just
Mhm. Yeah, there's
definitely the
like
highlight for
nothing.
me.
It would be. It's so rough. You know, seeing that happen. Of course, like you said, it's just like you know, like I think it's definitely like the highlight, but it's also like, oh, that's someone's tournament run. Come on now, don't do that to them. But yes, that
Yeah.
really solidified the wharf counters, and I do wonder, or wharf counter, and I wonder how many more people are gonna tech that in because. Of course, like you know, like I said, everyone played it, but then it started to become a thing where it's like, hey, the person over there, you know, on the other side, isn't even playing you know, King Deshret's Mausoleum in the first place. So it's like, what's the point?
Yeah, so this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? Like players are gonna have to adapt to what's currently popular and also target what they think another player might bring. So there's like
Hmm.
two factors there, at least. And like specifically talking about forbidden knowledge and King Deshret's Mausoleum,
Hmm.
if players stop like bringing it as much, then
Yeah.
Leo and Worf might get removed again for something
Hmm.
like Sealy. And then
Yeah.
if that happens, then Mausoleum might be taken again. And then
Hmm.
it's like I think Mausoleum is still a pretty good card to include though, because
Yes.
even though there are workarounds to where you can only like basically we saw it happen yesterday where players used that Leo Dwarf to manipulate it so they only had the 2 Forbidden Knowledge put into their deck and
Yes.
nothing else at the end of
Yes.
turn. That is kind of that tech. Because if you draw 4 cards cumulatively, then for the rest of that round where you hit that 4 card mark, it will start shuffling in Forbidden Knowledge into your deck more and more, on top of the 2 that went to the top of your deck. So that is what that tech basically is. That's what we're talking about here. But like,
Yep. No. Like that whole thing, and then like people being able to counter it otherwise. It is an interesting thing how people try to work through. It's like, okay, now I can choose counterplay or no counterplay, right? And it's probably the most unique thing, right? I had this discussion with Sumi on the other broadcast, but having a proper tech card, and people now have to make the decision of running it or not, is really interesting because we've had some small ones, right? Like we talked about send off earlier, but this is like truly like a pretty big commitment to having a tech card. So
I still think it's worth playing. Even if you are countering it with Wharf and only putting 2 Forbidden Knowledge into your deck. I feel like especially if you're playing something like Double Dragons or some other magic combo-ish deck where you're trying to draw out your deck as fast as possible, it means that for that round, you have to stop what you're doing and play around it. And that could be annoying, especially if there's 2 of them. And
yeah,
if they're like staggered in certain ways. I feel like the timing of Forbidden Knowledge being played is really crucial. So like I was talking a little bit about Sealy earlier, and it's like, say someone has a Sealy at 2 stacks and their next action is going to draw 3 cards.
Yep.
That's when you normally would play Deshret's Mausoleum, because then you're going to make them put a bunch of Forbidden Knowledge into their deck on their next action. And yeah, it's just really frustrating. That's why Sealy's been dropped off, I think.
Yeah, it's like, I think especially that puts the pressure on it is the fact that games have been mostly rounds 3 and 4, and this is a fun little transition to the other statistic, is that the average, of course we won't have pre-match data just yet, but I imagine it's going to come out pretty similarly to what we saw last time. But the thing is that players have, on the average of first 3 rounds, have effectively 12, and some of the outliers 17 effective dice within those 3 rounds. That's a lot.
I remember that. That is definitely a lot. That is very, very many actions. And like honestly, so Saf and I were kind of hitting at this yesterday as well. It's like, even though these aren't stall decks, the rounds are just going on much longer because there's so many more things you can do with that dice generation, with all that card draw in one round. And so even though we're still seeing, usually, turn 3 finishes, sometimes they go beyond that if there's a lot of swap stalling or just biding your time, or if you're up against a more mid-range combo deck, like Freesley or the Cookie Herald treasure decks. Like even if it's a round 3 finish, it still takes a while to get there because your round durations are just so long now.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, the amount of factors that you can shove into those, even just a round, right? Back then, we would consider it's like, oh, you have to play slower if you ever want to get value or something like that. But nah, we got things like treasure and stuff that you can make sure you can heal past any breakpoints, etc. And make sure you generate that dice. I think the most interesting trend to take from that whole dice situation, right, is being able to ramp turn 1. It's always been something that's like been there since Livent has always been there from the start of the game. But now it's so important to the point where most players are starting with ramp, which used to be super uncommon, especially when aggro was super favorable back then.
That's a really good point, actually. Like ramp turn 1 has ramped up. Anyway, on that note, our players are finally ready to go. So here we go, TareHero, the underdog and dark horse, versus Salty, who likes to play aggressive decks. And immediately I spot that Conwhale on Salty's side. It is not banned.
We finally, Conwhale has been freed from their shackles. They saved 1% off of the ban rate. It'll still increase. But anyways, good to see it. And, with what their name says, they are playing pretty aggressive decks. Like, with the Herald Sayu Chongyun, that's pretty aggressive because you're not going to hold back on Eula till the very end. Then we have the, deck that we didn't really talk about, the Leeway Armory, using the abilities of, having all 3 Leeway characters, so you can have Lithic Spear, and then all characters can take pretty massive advantage of the weapon package to knock out your opponents pretty quick. And then, of course, Conwhale's Conwhale. On the other side of TareHero, we got an interesting pick.
Kojo, before we talk
Yes.
about that, did you come up with the name Liyue Armory?
I did not. I believe Sumi did. That's where I picked it up from.
It
That was
was.
Staffa.
It's a genius name. Staffa told me about it yesterday. I was like, that is
Hmm.
such a good idea. It like tells you exactly what that deck is for.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even if it's just like one leeway weapon, I think it does really summarize well. I think Master Zhang really ties it all together. The really uncommon
You're
support
right.
card, uncommon support card that we don't see for weapons. But yes, TareHero. How do you feel about Herald Kirara Kuki? Because
I already saw
I.
it yesterday a couple times. I
Mhm,
mean, so this is a resurgence from last patch. We saw this
mhm,
kind of emerge at the end of last patch, like being played in Atlantic.
mhm,
I really like this version, honestly, with Kirara instead of Yao Yao. I mean, Rightful Reward is definitely good. Hun Tao, as some players like to call it, Hu Tao with
mhm,
Underwater Treasure Hunt, is a very fun
mhm,
deck as well. But I really like playing this version with Kirara. Just has so much sustain.
mhm,
It's a bit slower though because you don't have a whole lot of damage. You're
mhm.
really looking to build up the bursts with Kirara or Kuki.
Yeah, absolutely. Either trying to anchor down with something else and get enough value out of your characters through healing and through dealing damage by swapping, etc. That is going to be enough by Virtue to take out your opponent. Now, here's the thing, though. For this deck, I'm going to be honest. It struggled a lot with the matches I casted. People had picked it in,
Mm.
as sort of a secondary, right? Because we talked about how people are probably going to start adapting to not just playing double freeze all the time and trying something new, but this one definitely struggles, so I'll be interested to see how TareHero takes this matchup. And look at that, right in the middle, 2 Liyue Wharf, 1 Vonarana, and 2 King Deshret's Mausoleum. That is the Deshret and Deshret counter package all in one.
I think it really depends on the matchup.
Mhm.
I feel like this is
Yeah.
very matchup specific. So, how
Hmm.
do you think it's going to favor into Liyue Armories, you're calling it, that weapons deck?
Hmm. Hard to say, because the thing about Liyue Armory is that it definitely takes advantage of, the fact that being able to boost your damage up to 4 just by, holding any weapon is pretty good. But I feel like Cookie Kirara and Herald are all going to be able to outlast it for the most part. They won't care about that too much. The biggest thing is that if at any point Liyue Army is going to get that free control or get some sort of pop off to knock out one of the support characters early, they're really going to have to target down that Herald and knock them out quick before all their skills, get that debuff, because it is very skill heavy, right? As much as Shenhe can boost your physical damage, as much as Yelan can get a hydro damage arrow, doesn't feel good because you really like your skills.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking though, the inclusion of Emblem of Severed Fate and Adeptus and all these
Hmm.
things that buff your burst damage, it's definitely something for Salty to play around here. But here is Salty's deck.
Hmm.
This Liyue Armory deck, as we're calling it. You can see why there are 5 weapons here. 3 of
Hmm.
them are skill discounts, and 2 of them are for shield. So for every Liyue character in your deck here, you get 1 shield point
Hmm.
on the character you equip it onto. So both Shenhe and Shao run spears, so you can put Lithic Spear on either one of them, you get 3 shield points, and then you can, where's the Unseen Razor? We re-equip it for a very small fee and get another free shield point, so
Hmm.
very, very fun deck to work with, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with other discounts like Golden House and Master Zhang, as we talked about. You're going to be able to replay this stuff for free, and being able to do that multiple times, your opponent you're effectively having a Lotus Flower Crisp that doesn't immediately get degraded by a single hit. It's going to be shield points. So very, very useful. Also great to see, the other pop-off cards that are necessary to really capitalize on, this aggressive playstyle. Gamblers and Fresh Wind of Freedom, the classic. But let's see how it goes. Salty with the aggressive deck, and TareHero, the underdog and dark horse. We'll see how this matchup fares.
Yeah, here we go. We are getting into match 1, finally, of our first set today.
Hmm.
TareHero, the underdog, and Dark Horse versus, I mean, he is playing an aggro deck this time. Yesterday we had some players
Hmm.
with tags that did not match what they were actually playing.
I know, right? It's like, hey, I'm the round 15 enthusiast. No, you're not. You're playing Mew.
But before we get into this game, if you see that QR code on your screen, this is your call to scan it and send in your feedback. If you did it yesterday, guess what? You can do it again today. So just
Mm-hmm.
take your phone and scan that QR code. It'll lead you to a survey feedback form. Please tell us your thoughts. Please tell us how much you love my puns. Because everyone loves my puns.
You know
My
what? I'll give it
casters
to you.
definitely love my puns.
Ha ha ha! I am definitely not being forced to laugh. But anyways, yes, do be sure to give us your feedback. Anything that you guys can tell us is appreciated because we do look at your comments. Even on the YouTubes, etc. But the form is the best way that you can give it to us. But anyways, on to the match. Here we go through the dice roll. Looking. Hopefully, you get better, please.
I
Okay,
did
that's fine.
not catch the cards. I'm gonna have to see what was drawn here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we'll see it in just a moment. Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Oh, early mausoleum and limit
Mm-hmm.
stone. And wait, I'm pulling
Mm-hmm.
the severed fate cookie towel. Okay, you don't really want that. Wait.
Interesting. Yeah, it is pretty typical that you wait to play, the King Deshret's Mausoleum on TareHero's side. But of course, since Salty has all of their draw cards, they're gonna throw that out as soon as possible, so they don't get hit by that.
I wonder if TareHero. I mean, with the 3 Dendro, I think you go Kirara and Kirara skill. But I'm just like, what if you just normal attack?
What
What
if you just
if
normal attack?
you have Emblem of Severed Fate, Cookie Talent? I don't know.
You definitely could. Getting Kooky Talent off early would definitely be breaking the mold, but it would help a lot because especially since Salty's actually starting at Shenhe this time around, typically players of the Leeway Armory deck actually usually start on Yelan. So that is
Really?
interesting. Yeah.
I
Because
we were talking about yesterday. You actually want to end on Yala normally and start Shenhe.
I could see both ways because the thing about it, right, is that Shenhe provides her value in damage, right, and both characters are sort of building up to their burst. Shenhe will do it actually more effectively because her burst is only 2 energy, Yelan is 3. But Yelan also gives that card draw, so it can be, of course, with Salty's opening hand, they had a pretty good one, so they probably didn't really need to worry about getting that card draw off
I
Yelan.
think the reason why you actually start Shenhe is rush Shenhe burst because not only does her burst buff cryo damage, but also buffs physical damage. When you're running
Mm-hmm.
a weapons package, you're going to be doing a lot of physical damage, especially if your dice aren't that great. So I
Mm-hmm.
do think you rush Shenhe burst in this case, and then you go Shao. That is normally the game plan for this deck, I believe. Sometimes you can start your launch, just really depends. But
Mm-hmm.
yes, Salty's hand, like starting hand, is actually incredible. Double Lumen Stone into Treasure Seeking Sealy into Golden House.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem
Yep.
is
That's
that
right. Yeah.
mausoleum. So I mean, we spent like what 10 at least 10 minutes talking about this
Mm-hmm.
mechanic
Yeah,
before this game
absolutely.
started, right? So that mausoleum is going to counter that ceiling.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as Salty was able to push out a lot of their draw with the double strategize, now that Seely's on the field, that's just ooh, that does not feel good.
And double
And
lumen
Tari
stone?
here. Yep, that as well. So I mean, and you can't. The thing about it, right, is that once these support cards are down, you can't like delete them, right, unless you have like Senyata. So Tari here is now gonna have to, or sorry, Salty is gonna have to kind of get ready to deal with all this draw. That they're gonna have to work with.
I mean, if Salty doesn't play 3 cards this round, see the
Hmm.
unfortunate thing is okay. How do you avoid? Okay,
Hmm.
okay, hang on. Okay,
Yes.
I have the idea.
Yes.
For Salty, I think you want to take
Hmm. Do you
only. No,
wanna?
wait.
Yeah.
No. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
No.
I'm like thinking about this as I'm trying to talk.
No, it's
So
okay. I
if you
think
do two
I
actions,
can kind of see what you're doing. Yeah.
if you do take 2 actions, you draw out 3 cards from Sealy. That's gonna go over the 4 count
Yeah.
on the mausoleum and
Hmm.
put 3 forbidden knowledge into your deck. It's gonna go 2 and then 1 from the card you overdrew. And then the
Hmm.
2 cards you draw at the end phase are also going to put 2 forbidden knowledge into your deck. And then if Salty procs Lumenstone here, that's another 2 forbidden knowledge. That would end up going
Hmm.
into the deck unless Sealy's not proc. So what I'm trying to
Hmm.
say is
Yes.
Salty needs to be careful.
Yeah. No. Most definitely. I think there's a way they can like not trigger Sealy, but like that's gonna be pushing your tempo pretty far back, and that's kind of the last thing you want against a value deck like Kukikirara Herald, because as much as they're a little slower, it's not so much to the point where they're not going to start punishing you for doing that. I believe TareHero can just swap over to Herald, not only get that quicken thanks to Kirara's status that is going to apply Dendro, but then also get max value out of Herald, double skills, being able to kind of shut down Shenhe pretty hard.
Yeah, it will slow down your tempo, but you're not really gonna have a whole lot of useful cards coming into your hand if it's all Forbidden Knowledge going to your deck. It's gonna really thicken your deck if you just play normally through it. So that is a choice that the players have to make. Sometimes it's optimal. I guess in this case where you're playing kind of an aggressive deck with this weapons package, maybe you don't care about the card draw as much.
Yeah, right now, I mean...
no. Hold on.
We talked about one mausoleum, but what about two?
Okay,
oh, no.
Deseret made a big enough mistake to destroy all of Sumeru. I don't think we need double.
Save the rainforest, come on now. oh dear. Let's see here. I think definitely the biggest thing working in Salty's favor right now is that they were able to get that early Lithic Spear equip. So they are going to be able to out-sustain what Herald's about to throw at them. But, I wonder, do they even go for a re-equip, at this rate? I don't know if it's worth it.
I mean, I think you mean Salty, right? Going for re-equip?
Yes.
I think you want to get Shenhe Burst out if you can.
Right. Yeah, right now, let's see here. If that weapon in their hand is Moonpiercer, that would be possible. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We don't like that. Ouch. Quicken is now on the field. Got to tune just one.
It's a very interesting choice to play it now instead of at the end of turn. I guess it's just very threatening. And Salty doesn't care because there's a Forbidden Knowledge.
Yep.
There's the Limit Stone proc. Oh, we drew a Forbidden Knowledge already. Playing through it.
Wonderful.
But now we have more Omni to work with.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing. Being able to pull it off a Lumenstone, and then, like you said, dropping Burst is probably the best play. How much damage are we taking here? Needs to tune one.
No, we need to tune... Okay, wait. So this is fine. We're gonna have 10 cards. We're at 7 now. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Sealy will draw 3, and Salty will be at 10 cards, and that's 3 more Forbidden Knowledge. No! It's not 3 more! Wait, because it's gonna be an additional 3 from the other Forbidden Knowledge!
Yep, the other one is unfortunately gonna proc, yeah. Yeah, at this rate, I'm just like, the Mausoleum... Yeah, it's gonna be pretty full. At this rate, I'm just like, I think the Mausoleum, it is what it is. I don't even know there's a realistic way to play around it without... Oh, are they going to try and swap stall Zhao? Interesting.
No, they just go for the burst here. But, well, there's 2 Forbidden Knowledge.
Yep, there's 2. And then it places
there's
another
one going in the deck.
And then another one.
And then another one. And then 2 more to the top of the deck. And that's it. Oh, no, one more, sorry.
Buy one, get one
and
free.
And then we're gonna put 2 more into the deck at the end of this round, at least.
Oh boy, that was pretty brutal for that happen to Salty. They should have enough to work with what they have, but definitely I think the biggest thing is not being able to redraw that Unseen Razor. They do have their weapon discounts thanks to Master Zhang, who will be probably played next turn, but from there, Salty's just gonna have to survive off of what they have, which I think it's definitely possible. TareHero hasn't made... Ooh, one Forbidden Knowledge. Another one!
Drawing another.
Oh, no.
And putting another into the deck. What was the point? That's just free damage on Shenhe.
Yeah.
What was the point?
Yeah, people try to throw those out because Forbidden Knowledge does have a 1-turn limit. You can't have too much of the sauce, but... sometimes it just draws you another Forbidden Knowledge, so probably not the most worth it.
So we know it's gonna draw another one because there's 2 on the top of the deck. I guess maybe Salty didn't care about creating another one. Just took the damage as it was. They're okay.
Wait.
Oh wait. They put the Heart of Coverata onto Shenhe?
Yes.
That's just more Forbidden Knowledge.
Yes. Unfortunately, it is. Yeah. It is, nature's instinct to play cards like Heart of Arena because it's gonna, give you draw when you take damage. But
Oh,
if we were to acknowledge, we burned one. Let's go.
you know what? Calculated. This was
Yes,
calculated.
yes. This is the Sumi strategy. He talked about this yesterday. He's like, what if you pile your entire hand with Forbidden Knowledge and then they all get burned in the end phase?
So then I definitely don't understand why you would play Forbidden Knowledge, because then
Yeah.
you might not have multiple Forbidden Knowledges at the top of your deck.
Yeah. No. Definitely. All right. Let's see. What are we thinking here? Herald is definitely starting to push in that threat range. Looks like they're going for the fast swap and a Forbidden Knowledge proc. Are we going to draw another one? Oh my
Yes.
goodness.
We love Forbidden Knowledge. Oh, we
another
love
one.
it.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
so half of our hand is now Forbidden Knowledge. We have 5 in our hand, but we're playing aggro, so I don't know if we care. Fast swap, almost certainly gonna go Shao and start
Yes,
swirling that
absolutely.
cryo.
Yeah. Going Xiao is definitely great. It's especially nice that TareHero does not have the Herald talent yet, so there's not going to be any
Yet.
punish there received.
Yet.
Yeah, not yet. It might happen.
Oh, it's not Forbidden Knowledge.
Oh.
Let's go!
It
We
burned,
burned
let's
Forbidden
go!
Knowledge.
Oh my goodness. I think, Xiao's tired of his karmic debt, but here he comes. Herald's Revive is going to proc, and that's going to be a pretty big deal, because, Xiao is actually dealing 4 damage here, and Herald revives on 4, so, unless, TareHero feels like staying, which definitely would not be the play, they should be having to force a move off Herald, unless they want to have them knocked out for free.
We're burning together.
Nice. Let's
wow.
go. I think
Salty is teaching me how to play around Forbidden Knowledge.
The strategy is working. Just fill your entire deck and then you can burn them all. Let's go.
Alright, strat. We draw Adeptus and Underwater Treasure Hunt. So, with the Emblem of Severed Fate and the Adeptus, someone's burst is going to do a lot of damage, but everyone is at 1 point of energy.
Yeah. I think you don't want to swap the Kuki. She's going to be pushed to a point where it's not going to be worth it to take that kind of damage, right? And especially because Salty is running the weapon package. They have Moon Piercers holding in the back, so they can definitely get a double skill off even with just 5 dice. So that's going to be a pretty big deal. Kirara would make a lot of sense to swap to. She can generate her shield. You do have the dice for it. You just have to tune 1. But outside of that, honestly, there really isn't much that, TareHero can do from here.
I mean, Xiao's normal attacks are now already do 4.
Yeah.
So...
Ooh. I think, looks like they're trying to fish for that Herald talent with any of the means of draw they can have. They just proc their Lumen Stone, and unfortunately they didn't get it. So now they're forced to swap to Kirara for now.
Another die generated, that Electro coming from Cookies of Veterans Visage.
Yeah. I do wonder, since TareHero is, effectively out of actions, I do wonder if they ever go for Kirara Burst. It's not going to be very helpful, mind you, but, it's not really safe to... Well, actually, never mind. You might have to swap to Kuki now.
So, here's the thing. When you're playing weapons package aggro, like Salty is, I guess you don't really care about Forbidden Knowledge. You're not trying to draw out your entire deck. You're just trying to get weapons and just go for it. Do damage. Swirl that cryo with Chao, and then that's it.
Yeah, it's definitely lucky that Salty, not having to use Wagner's, right? Because Wagner's is usually the means to draw out your weapons, but they were able to draw a majority of it, all through all this. And, even with half of their hand with Forbidden Knowledge, they still have tons of moves. We just saw the Moon Piercer come down, and like I said, they still got 4 dice to work with, and they should definitely be fishing for that Burst next, which Xiao with Burst, it's been a minute since we've seen Xiao, but he is a menace with that.
Yeah, so Xiao's physical damage is actually converted to animal damage with his burst. And plunging attack plus 2 damage.
Yeah, plunging attack plus 2 damage. Also, your skill does a bit more damage. And, if we don't have talent in this deck, but it's definitely my favorite aspect of him, that'll also be reduced by a cost. But it's just, it's a lot of stuff, Trying to deal with Xiao once he's in burst mode, you're signing your life away. see
Yeah, it's
here.
+1 animal damage across the board. So any animal damage and normal attacks are also converted to animal is +1. Flinching attack +2. Also, if you swap away from Shao, it actually costs 1 less die with that burst active.
Yeah, no, super. Just kind of everything you need. It's the self-sustaining, super duper hyper carry. But here we go, Kurara drops in another shield. Now they did pull out a fast swap. They, TareHero went for another draw, but they're still not getting that Herald talent, which would really help, especially since Zhao does not have a means to re-equip the Moon Piercer, so they're not going to get a free skill. If anything, would have to actually tune everything if they wanted to do that. They do have the Golden House, but it is a different weapon in hand, I believe, or we'll have to see once they pull it up.
So with gamblers equip,
Mm-hmm.
I think Shelf's Burst actually takes out Kirara here because its base 4 plus weapon is 5. So Kirara is at 5 health. We are gonna see a tune into this burst. Now the question is, will we see a gambler's equip first?
Hopefully Salty does see, the gambler should be able to knock out Kirara, but, it's gonna cost, you tuning, your 2 other cards, right? I don't know, or actually just one of them, but still. Weapon and Golden House, pretty crucial, to your game plan, but I think definitely toss out Golden House. It's at the point of the game where if you can capitalize on gamblers, that's definitely where you can start popping off, because knocking Akura is great, and the other 2 are at such low HP, that the only thing they're really scared of is Kuki having I haven't lost yet into burst.
The unfortunate thing though for Salty is without Boar Princess, the gambler's equip isn't going to really do much. Yeah, so we're not even equipping it right now because it's only going to give you 2 dice you can't even use. Tuning that Golden House even, and Natal's going to take that quickened damage from the last of Kirara's skill, but she is out for the count now.
Yeah. Pretty sensible to swap to Herald since they're at the lowest HP, and of course, assuming that Salty had more actions, because Tari doesn't know what they have on their side, because if they ever had re-equips weapons, etc., something like that, it would be able to push them forward. They did actually play Treasure earlier, looks like. I'd not considered that angle just yet, but only one of them, and then the rest are not really in their hand.
Yeah, I think when you are against an aggro deck like this Liyue Armory, you almost want to play Treasure a bit early because you need that sustain. Like, looking at the board state now, everyone on TareHero's side is so low health with those cryo auras on. Yelan has not touched the board. She is just sitting there watching everything unfold, very calculating, rolling the dice.
Rolling the dice
betting on her allies. But, she could easily come out, like, if, for whatever reason, Xiao goes down, if Shenna goes down, she can come out and freeze everyone.
Yes, absolutely. It's sort of the same mentality for, the Double Dragons Newbie is that as much as they don't come in front, especially Yelan, who's someone who, ideally could come a little earlier, but now everyone has cryo applied to them. So like you said, TareHero is looking at a freeze endgame, and that's going to be an issue for them, right? Because TareHero is, trying to dish out as much damage as possible. It's not going to matter if you get frozen.
There we go. And then going into next round, Herald barely alive by the skin of his teeth, but he will be going down here because a revive is gone.
Yep. Thankfully, though, TareHero does have burst charged up, so they are going to be able to apply that Curse the Undercure, absolutely demolishing Salty's dice economy. And we have to see if Salty has that King Squire, because if not, Yelan...
No. Salty's turn prio.
Yes, that is right.
So Herald is just going to go down, no Curse the Undercurrent whatsoever. Playing Forbidden Knowledge even, we don't care if Xiao's alive. We have cryo application on Kuki Shinobu. This game is basically in the bag for Salty.
Yeah, most
Rhythm
definitely.
for free weapon?
Yeah, Rhythm for free weapon, finally escaping the Curse of Forbidden Knowledge. So now they can even get one of those as well. And if they really want to, they can also draw another weapon. But yes, Kuki should just take out Xiao here. No, I haven't lost yet. That would totally swing the game. Because they just checked into TareHero's deck. They do have it.
Yeah, I think TareHero has to
Mhm.
has to play, strategize, and look for that one copy of I Haven't Lost Yet. I think you have to
Yeah,
You have to go
absolutely.
for whatever you can. I do believe that is Veteran's Visage on Cookie Shinobu. So
Yes,
yeah, we
that is
should draw a
Veteran's
card
Visage.
here. It's treasure
Ooh,
that
treasure.
could help
Nice.
a bit.
Mhm.
Yeah, so
Oh, they're
taking
gonna.
back the Veteran's Visage, probably
Mhm.
re-equipping it. We're going
Yep.
to play treasure, treasure again,
Mhm.
generate
Yep.
an Electro die,
Yep.
strat.
And then yeah, and the strat, and hopefully either you draw more treasure to fully proc the second half of Veteran Editions, or get that I haven't lost yet. Okay, we're getting there, almost.
Oh, this is not what you want, though. This is absolutely not what you want. You
Hmm.
want.
You want that treasure, or the I
Mm,
haven't lost yet. One last draw. Can TareHero do it?
I think
But,
Xiao's skill does 5 right now with
hmm.
Yaksha's mask applied. So it's base
Yes.
3 plus 1 from the weapon
Hmm.
plus an additional 1 from Yaksha's mask.
Hmm. Yeah, no, it's gonna be do or die here for Cookie. Will they pull it? Will they pull it? Let's see.
Nope.
Not a
I
treasure.
don't know. Okay, so here's the thing. I also don't know if you want to like you do want a cookie burst talent,
Hmm.
but then you get frozen. I almost wonder
Hmm.
if you just skill.
The thing about skill is that if Cookie heals herself up a little too much,
Uh
she's going to take that piercing. Ooh, yeah, it doesn't even play the stab away. Tara Hero understands it's
I
over for now.
think that was a mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Shao had no way of dealing damage. I think you needed skill there,
Mm-hmm.
and then they slow swap to Yalan,
Mm-hmm.
and um then you
Yeah.
burst with talent and you survive a
Mm-hmm.
bit longer.
Yeah, that would have been ideal. Unfortunately, though, Tara Hero decision was made, and Yelan is set to go. They are missing one damage, but we do have that rhythm, so we will be able to, yeah, just equip it, and then she should be able to finish the job.
I think yeah, even a shatter would do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shatter would do it as well. There we go. Yeah, playing the last of their hand. It is unfortunately over for this match. That's very unfortunate for it to go that way, but especially with all the forbidden knowledge, they put as much as they could into Salty's hand, but Salty was able to avoid it for the most part.
Alright, Hero ending his turn, knowing the
Hmm.
worst is yet to come. There is Rhythm of the Great
Oh, it's
Dream.
Lithic
And that
Spear.
is a lithic spear equipped on Shunta. But
Hmm.
why? And normal attack
Just
from
for the.
Yulan is just enough to take out
Hmm.
Cookie with that shatter. Tara Hero falling in game 1. So,
Yep.
congratulations.
Yep. Leeway Armory proving its worth, not even having to worry about the draw and being able to just draw into weapons early, and the other Smith is just enough to recost all your weapons, and then Zhao is able to work through the rest of the characters, and then boom, Yelan endgame, freeze them all up, and send them down.
Yeah, congratulations once again to Salty for taking the first game here. This is
Hmm.
first game of the day. About to go into a game 2. So Salty can no longer play that Liyue Armory deck.
Hmm.
And I believe the other deck that he has to play is actually that Conwill, right? It
Yep,
was not
that is
banned. Tara
correct.
Hero did not choose to ban it. Salty, of course, banning Tara Hero's Conwill deck. But Tara Hero has the choice between running it back with that Cookie Herald Kirara,
Hmm.
like mid-range combo-ish treasure deck,
Yep.
or we can go for Double Dragons.
It's definitely gonna be Double Dragons. I would be very surprised if they picked Herald otherwise, because Double Dragon is such a good matchup into Conwell, right? Being able to freeze. Maybe I guess you don't freeze as early as you would want, but it's still there, right? So.
So here's the thing. I mean, for TareHero to win, he has to get
Hmm.
2 wins off, one on each deck. It doesn't really
Yes.
matter what deck you play in some
Hmm.
ways, but I think generally players like to go for the matchup they know they're going to win first,
Hmm.
just to get that edge on their opponent again. You feel like the playing field's a bit more even. Maybe their opponent's mental has kind of taken a stumble because
Hmm.
of that loss, and maybe they'll make more mistakes in game 3.
Hmm.
So
Right.
there is a chance that TareHero goes for the matchup that he's favored to win. But
Hmm.
yeah, we're just gonna have to see. I mean, without any kind of freeze with that kooky Herald deck, it's
Mm-hmm.
going to be a chore to play against Animal Serpent.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, that's what Herald is there for, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So,
Yeah, hopefully this time around, if TareHero does end up, they did select Herald into the Conwell, very interesting. But as long as they get Herald talent early, that's going to be able to slow Salty down quite significantly because, of course, you can generate a dice off of the consecrated beast energy block. But of course, it doesn't matter. Your skill still cost 4. It's going to be pretty hard for you to work around because that is a hit to your dice economy. So.
yeah, I mean, from what I've been seeing and hearing, Conwhale does not have many bad matchups at all. It favors pretty decently into most things right now, which is why it has nearly like an 80% ban rate or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That statistic is actually something to think about, but
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna have to see. We haven't seen it played much because of that ban rate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. So it's gonna be kind of a treat to actually see this deck finally played. Since so many people have been banned it. I don't think there's been a deck ban as unanimous since like MMEC.
Yeah, I mean, it is an all monsters deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a look. See here.
Just in case you needed a reminder of TareHero's Cookie Herald Treasure deck, here it is. Of course, as Kojo pointed out last time, you have the double Liyue Wharf, Vanarana, and double Deshret's Mausoleum for that. Basically, you're playing Mausoleum, you're also countering Mausoleum. And we saw it didn't work too well last match because, I mean, I think Salty already had everything they needed.
Yeah, pretty much.
By the first 2 rounds. And in aggro deck, that's kind of how it goes. If you draw well enough in your first turn, you're going to basically be destroying your opponent. So that's kind of what we saw last round, but let's see how it works out this round for TareHero. I know Mausoleum is often brought in consecrated beast decks as well.
Yeah, no, Mausoleum definitely fits in to the Consecrated Beast because you want to limit your opponent, especially your bad matchups are going to be that freeze. Of course, that is not present this time around, but TareHero still is running Seedbox Lumenstone, so they're going to be fishing for, those middle of the turn card draws. And here we go, as you just said, looky.
Double Wharf and double Mausoleum. Of course, with this Conwheel deck, you normally bring Central Laboratory of Ruins, the Fontaine Research Institute card, Legends of Vanessa, Countdown, all these cards, Double Clam for Whale, Mars Chelsea Hunter also for Whale.
Yep, indeed,
Clam could also go for Serpent Burst. Serpent Burst is really interesting because I think it doubles the damage after the effects are applied. So, for example, you can Adeptus, and then that is that's plus 3 damage, and then the doubling from Serpent Burst will come into play. So, kind of scary.
Yeah, no, pretty scary. It's obviously used for Serpent for the most part, but it also definitely helps out your breakpoints. If you happen to have to burst on Scorpion and or Whale, because Whale itself does not do a lot of damage on burst, and it's not like having a supercharged skill that can do beyond 7 damage is a bad thing. But sometimes if you don't have enough to actually fuel the Whale, then you're kind of stuck with very little options in your hand. So in general, Adeptus is just a very good card to run to this deck.
Well, Whale is one of those cards that appreciates in value as the game goes on. But here we go. This is round 2 of our first best of 3 of the Astra Carnival Pacific Prince Cup. TareHero versus Salty.
I like how the decks are color matching. We have Electro, 2 different elements, but they're close enough, and then the 2 TareHeros. Cool. Here we go. Oh, my
Animal
goodness.
Serpent Talent immediately. I wonder if you still keep that stove to look for Scorpion Talent.
Yes, most definitely. That was one of the things I'm like, oh, hey, they're running stove. That's right. Conwell runs the stove, Stove God talent because what it does is that you're able to draw out your talent cards in the first turn, assuming you use it. You have to use it right then and there. You can't just wait. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So.
Yeah, so this was a recent change to Stove God Arcane card. If you're unfamiliar with that change is, so basically, if you play it in the first round, it will draw out one of your talent cards, whatever is in your deck. And in this case, Salty has 1 copy of Serpent Talent, 1 copy of Scorpion Talent. Ooh, the early Mausoleum too. But so he knows if he keeps Stove and plays it immediately, he will draw that Scorpion talent and have both talents available. Now, if you wait till round 2 to play Stove God, it will draw out one card. So it's the number of rounds minus 1. That's how many cards you draw. And that appreciates over time as well. But I think more players are bringing it to draw out the talent cards instead of just general card draw.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As much as it'd be cool to draw for Bone Cruncher's Energy Block, you know, you don't really need that when you have both the Scorpion and Serpent talents. You know, two things that work hand in hand, being able to swap around for free dice and also generate that Bone Cruncher's Energy Block, the most essential card to this entire deck.
This
Mausoleum
is gonna be,
early.
This is gonna be like one of those standoffs. Mausoleum versus Mausoleum.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and TareHero's feeling it. They're like, I'm gonna play this now. Need to get it as soon as possible. That's already gonna add 1 to the stack of Deshret. Oh boy. And then 2 more cards are gonna come in. Yep, there's 1. And then it should be number 2. Yep. And
so
then here comes
actually, this works out perfectly for Salty because what's gonna happen is Salty drew 2 cards one from Lumenstone, and basically at the end of turn it's gonna draw another 2.
Yep.
So, oh wait, never mind. Why did you do that? I guess we don't care if we draw extra Forbidden Knowledge.
Yeah, no, it's a little unfortunate. I think there's like Salty's able to there's like a way Salty could have tried to avoid King Deshret's Mausoleum from TareHero, but you know, it's probably not too worth it because you really need to play that Bone Cruncher Energy Block ASAP, because otherwise you're not going to be able to get both the Scorpion skill out and also the Serpent skill out by just swapping to them and thanks to them having talent card.
Yeah, that is true. I guess you were forced to play it. So that's going to be 1 extra Forbidden Knowledge going to Salty's deck, but hopefully it won't be to the top like the other 2.
Yeah, no, it's actually because Serpent does have that special draw mechanic where they can draw, you know, slightly more than just 1 card of the Bone Cruncher's Energy Block. So we'll actually see if that comes into play here. You know, see if Deshret actually punishes them. It won't be too bad, but also just in general, not great to deal with that so early. Okay, here we go.
There's the free swap to Animal Serpent, of course. Yeah, refunding that Animal dice. It's basically a dice fixer. So
yeah, I love that talent. It's so useful.
Definitely gonna see Serpent skill. And Serpent Burst is gonna be very deadly next turn. But before we go on, if you see that QR code on the screen, this is your cue to scan it and send us your feedback.
Indeed. Is it the cue to the QR code, huh?
The cue to the QR code. Are you ready?
A, B, C, D, F, G? No. Yes, but do give us your feedback. You know, any of that is appreciated as we are waiting for Serpent to make its strike. Because it should just be Serpent skill. TareHero, let's see what options they even have. They have Vonarada, they have Worf. But Worf is definitely unnecessary, you know, for that, you know, Mausoleum counter. Because it's not even out yet, right?
It's not out yet. It won't go out because Salty is definitely going to be prioritizing that Serpent skill. So I guess we're safe to play Worf here, but the problem is going to be next turn when Salty does play.
Yes. Now that is something we actually have yet to mention yet, but there is the Golden Troop.
Wait.
Oh.
I forgot Serpent also drew out 10 million cards with skilling.
Yes, this is the thing I was talking about earlier, but Serpent does have the ability to draw more than just one out of their deck, and unfortunately, it does trigger that effect where now it draws, and oh my goodness, Salty!
Yay! Forbidden Knowledge, yay!
Oh my goodness, that is a lot. Not too bad, I believe that was about 6 to 7, but hopefully they don't draw anymore because we don't want to.
It worked out fine for Salty last game, but that's because Salty didn't care about the cards he was drawing. So we had
now
like 5 Forbidden Knowledge, and it's like, yeah, so now you do care. You want your Bone Cruncher blocks.
Yes, absolutely.
And you want your Adeptus. You don't want Forbidden Knowledge. We don't want the Withering.
We don't want the Withering. What?
The poor consecrated beasts have to deal with that enough.
They do, unfortunately. They're indeed the byproduct of the disasters in the desert. But we'll see. We'll see if, you know, TareHero can brave it. Right now, I mean, I think as much as they were able to get that play off, looking inside their deck, there's not too much of an advantage outside of Herald having at least one reduced dice cost for their skill.
Yes. TareHero. Most likely gonna go for a Kirara skill here. Oh, no. Swap the Herald.
Looking for that Herald, pre-equipped veterans onto her to get that extra dice, and now Herald, if they really want to, can skill twice. Oh no! Oh yeah!
Forbidden knowledge.
Forbidden knowledge. Let's see here. Yeah, Salty's just looking at this like, do I even play strategize? Like, it's what are the lines that we have here? So we have 4 anima dice sitting right now. So they can easily burst if they wanted to, especially because they're gonna get that energy charge from the Bone Crunchers. They can swap to Scorpion, but it's and also can drop the burst. They have to do a little bit of dice fixing to actually make that happen right now. So, hard to really say. Yeah.
The unfortunate thing here for Salty is that Central Laboratory Ruins. You're gonna play that for 1 cost, and like every time you tune a card or discard a card, it's gonna give you a counter. And every 3 counters on that card, you get an Omni die. But guess what? You can't tune.
What can
Forbidden
you not
knowledge.
do? Yes, you cannot.
Cool. You cannot tune Forbidden knowledge.
You can't get rid of it. You have taken the hit, and now you must use it. Which fortunately, Salty only has 2 of them in their hand, but that is slowly going to build up over time if they decide to draw more, especially with that strategize. Because Salty's probably just looking at it, it's like, do I really want to risk this? Yeah, no. They push over to Scorpion, not even using the refund right now because it's just not worth it to go that far. And now they got to tune 1 at least to make sure they can drop in a Scorpion burst.
Yeah, swapping to Scorpion. TareHero probably gonna stay on Herald just because of the threat of that Serpent Burst is still looming. So many cards in Salty's hand. Knows at least one of them is Forbidden Knowledge because Salty did play a Forbidden Knowledge already. But how many Bone Cruncher blocks do you have? Do you have Adeptus? Because if you play a Bone Cruncher block on Serpent, then that's just burst. You can't swap off of Herald.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Oh no!
Well, we did not burn Forbidden Knowledge. We burnt a Bone Cruncher block.
Yeah, and that is a big deal. You may have been able to generate some extras thanks to your talents, but definitely do not want that to happen because there we go. Scorpion throws them all out, and they were actually, because of that, they didn't actually play, that Bone Crunchers earlier.
Yeah,
so now you can't get that Serpent thing.
Whale gaining that HP here, but TareHero's prepared skill. Wait, was that a normal attack?
No,
that was the rest of the prepared skill. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flying Hydro. Oh yeah.
And always just hear the heralds hearing, that prophecy, and then you'll know. Let's see here. What moves do you have? Three messy dice on Salty's side. Not really any nothing that you would realistically want to tune so much. Liar Song is definitely going to be useful. A little later, maybe if you get veterans, you could tune King Desher. Ooh,
tuning that Liar Song, giving Whale additional 3 health. So if you tune 3 cards or discard cards that are the same value, you actually get additional HP for Whale. So if you tune 3/0 costs, then you get 3 HP.
Yes.
But as a swap onto Servant.
Yeah, it does get me a little worried about tuning those 0 costs. Thankfully they were able to chain off of the Bone Cruncher's energy block, but from there. Oh, actually, yeah, I did not consider that.
You're tuning the other ruins, getting that Omni die, and able to actually go for that Serpent skill. And there's Kirara's elemental skill.
Yep. Yeah, just doing that so they can at least get the Dendro damage for the next turn when they swap. Unfortunately, the shield is null and void because the Scorpion Burst, the Thunderbolt Trap, is currently on the field, and that's going to be chewing away TareHero's HP pretty significantly. Hopefully they draw out, more of the support cards, maybe even Treasure off of their 2 Wharfs. That is a lot of draw in the end phase. TareHero's about to draw 6, actually.
TareHero plays down that second Wharf. Definitely just going to end here. And Serpent Burst is ready to go, but yeah, all of TareHero's characters are only at 1 energy point each. Just draw that Kuki talent has Emblem of Severed Fate. Has I haven't lost yet.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, whoa. Okay, so TareHero can go for a play where he sacrifices one of his characters
Yes.
and plays I haven't lost yet, Cookie Burst.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely, and that would be able to devastate Salty Serpent almost immediately with very little value too, because right now Salty only has 2 Bunker Energy Block, now 3, thankfully, so they should be able to look for that kill, or actually, no, round down 2 and 2. Okay, yeah, no, not really.
Do you think Salty goes for this here? Do you think Salty is considering the cards that TareHero might have in hand?
Hmm. They can be considering it for sure. It's just that, funnily enough, TareHero is slightly too healthy because Herald is not going to be someone who can proc the I haven't lost yet, and Kirara is just above the health points threshold, I believe, to make sure that they avoid that. So,
Tuning to give Whale additional HP, withdrawing out Liar Song,
yep.
taking back
Ooh.
Veterans Visage. There's a
Yep,
Lumen Stone proc. And there's the Veterans Visage re-equip on Whale. This is such an interesting mechanic introduced in this patch, because whenever Whale gains HP, it's individual instances, so it procs Veterans Visage very quickly, but wow, we're drawing out more Bone Crunchers.
Ooh, never punished for burning away the first mausoleum. Now you have the second one, and oh boy. If I was talking about how Serpent was gonna barely miss the damage, now it's definitely gonna hit it, so let's see if Salty goes for it though. I feel like they have to. Almost.
I mean, Kyora's at 4 HP. I think Salty is very comfortable just whittling down TareHero right now and building up Whale's HP. The question is, how is TareHero going to respond? It might just be a swap over to Herald.
Yeah, most definitely. Herald will be able to sustain through that and just revive off of it. So even if Serpent skills, they kind of just shove it off. And they might even respond with an I haven't lost yet burst on Herald instead, because you'll be able to apply that undercurrent, and that's a pretty big deal for Salty's deck. You know, they can generate at least 1 dice to fix their economy, but that is the extent of it.
Lumen Stone down for TareHero. I wonder, I don't think this would be a quick swap. I don't think you would quick swap.
No. Yeah, definitely no quick swap. There wouldn't really be a point, especially because you'd lock yourself into the Herald skill. You know, because even if you knock out Herald, that prepare skill status is going to stay on top of you. So then you'll be forced to attack again, and it's like, oh, you may have wasted your chance there.
There's Shadow Sinking on Kirara. What are we drawing here? It is Mausoleum and Treasure. We have Treasure.
Oh my goodness. The Mausoleum is always so scary because they might just play it again. Obviously, it's not going to matter too much now because Salty is not actively trying to draw out a ton of their hand, but oh boy.
I wonder what TareHero is actually looking for here. It might be Adeptus, it might be Sapwood.
Yeah.
I think maybe with, Cookie Burst, with Talent Emblem of Severed Fate, Adeptus, Sapwood, that would deal a whole lot of damage.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Cookie would become a, pretty much a one-person army, absolute machine of a unit, but none of that is really happening right now. That is a little unfortunate. It is going to mess with TareHero's breakpoints, and probably trying to find the chance to, snipe off and take a good chunk off that whale, because Serpent and Scorpion are now sitting at that threshold where, pretty much any of these characters could, knock them out in at least 1 to 2 hits. It's really the whale that you're now starting to get scared of.
A slow swap onto Herald, I think, was definitely the play there. Now the question is, how does Salty respond? You're never going to burst Herald, and now Animal Serpent is at risk here. I almost wonder if you swap back onto Scorpion.
I would definitely agree with the swap back to Scorpion, because it's a massive waste to throw out Serpent's Burst like that. Even if you feed the whale, it doesn't really matter, because that's all your Bone Cruncher energy blocks gone. No free dice to give to your Scorpion or your whale or the energy even. And you do have the fast swap, so you can absolutely capitalize on something like that. Ooh. Are they going for it? No way. Oh no, they're going to do the dice refunding. That's right. The
other thing... I just realized, I think TareHero was actually looking for Herald talent. with all the
Yes,
card
that
draw.
too.
But we did go for it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
-8, definitely overkill. Proccing Herald Revive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how much I like this, but
Yeah, no. It's definitely a bit of a risk. They are able to break even with their dice, thankfully, because they do have that veterans on top of Salty's Whale, but from there, your options are still quite limited. You can go to Scorpion, but that's really going to be the extent of your turn. I really don't see any scenario where Salty tries to push Whale forward super hard, especially when TareHero has treasure, has Kirara and Kuki very healthy. So, all right,
yeah,
here's
but
the free
yeah,
swap.
so Salty is just letting Serpent be sacrificed, going for that burst just to get the burst
Mhm.
out, knowingly sacrificing Serpent.
Mhm.
Herald skill does do an additional 1 damage.
Mhm.
Um,
Oh, that's
but
another.
now
That's great.
Whale's basically just gonna finish the job here.
Mhm.
But now
Yeah, and the
we have
whale.
I haven't lost yet Cookie Talent
Mhm.
first.
Yeah, it's like okay, now the whale is coming in, but then we have this. There we go. There is the
There
Kuki
it
talent
is.
active.
I haven't
Uh.
lost yet. Cookie Talent not yet down. It will be when TareHero goes for that burst. And now the question
Mhm.
is, do we equip Emblem of Severed Fate? Nope, just
Nope.
going for the burst, saving that emblem, probably for
Mhm.
Kiwara burst or for a second Cookie burst. -6 onto Whale. And honestly, I think that Cookie Talent is going to bring many problems for Salty.
Yeah, absolutely. Now being able to push through revive, it doesn't matter if Whale can drop 7 damage skills. Cookie's just gonna get back up and then also re-heal with treasure. Is interesting how they didn't play the Emblem of Severed Fate, but it does make sense also because Timaeus is about to restack, and of course Salty did just end of the turn. So there's not really a means or threat that they have to worry about. And now they should just be going for possibly a normal attack on Cookie.
Yeah, using treasure here, bringing up to 3 dice. Unfortunately, did not get an electro, but it
Mm-hmm.
is just gonna be a normal attack. Trying to really bring down Whale's HP as much as possible because
Mm-hmm.
even with Animal Serpent gone, that burst threat gone, that Whale could still do a ton of damage.
Yes, absolutely. Plays out one more treasure. I do believe they should be going for the mausoleum just cause. As much as Salty is definitely not planning on drawing out a ton of cards. Have it there as a safeguard. Oh no, interesting, a swap. Okay, that is fair. Pushing it to Kurara instead.
I'm wondering
hmm
why.
I think it's
Hmm.
because Kirara is mostly doomed in this scenario. She can only do a skill that does not currently deal damage, and she does not have any attack boosting. Because no sapwood has been drawn out just yet. So, uh, you know, Kirara not really being able to do anything here is pretty unfortunate.
But you have that
Definitely.
fast swap in hand. I'm just a bit
hmm
confused because you could stay on Cookie, eat a
hmm
skill,
hmm Yeah, but once you eat
without
that
triggering
skill,
revive, and then you could Cookie skill fast swap Kirara skill on her. I don't know.
mhm. I think it's the sustenance of damage because you can have Kuki go in early and proc her first revive, but then you lose the second one. Also, the big deal, right, is that Kuki revives on just one. There's a lecture charge in play right now on both characters.
Hmm.
There we go. Yeah,
We're
gets rid of
tuning
the
on
fast swap.
Salty
Then we
side.
attack.
Salty has that turn prio. This will just be
Mm-hmm.
a whale skill because why not?
Mm-hmm.
And for every 3 cards you tune,
Mm-hmm.
well, Whale is gonna do so much damage with that skill.
Yep.
1 Hydro base plus 1 damage for every 3 max HP provided. So currently at 15, that's plus 5. 6
Mm-hmm.
damage skill plus electro charge. It's a bit overkill.
Yeah, absolutely. Even going as far to be tuning those Bone Cruncher blocks, obviously, makes a lot of sense because they have more useful cards in their hand, like veterans, like Adeptus. But there is one dice, to exchange for instead another dice and draw. So definitely worth it. And they have even more they can tune to field their will even more, but only 10 HP. That definitely can be stopped by TareHero with that Emblem of Severed Fate and the Adeptus.
Adeptus Emblem of Severed Fate, another burst on Cookie, but the problem I'm having is that TareHero is still 1 energy away from doing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. After they burned their only I haven't lost yet, and of course Salty knows that. They're gonna see if they can work around those energy breakpoints and knock off Kuki before she does her big hit, because let's do like a little bit of the math, right? Cookie's got 4 base, and then we add 3, and then another one. Ooh, yeah, that would be a lot of damage. Probably enough to
And
knock
Emblem
out Well.
Severed Fate, additional 2.
Yep. So, yeah, they're gonna. Yeah, it looks like
Tuning
they're
for
even
more
noticing.
HP. More HP. And there's the skill.
More
Minus
HP.
7.
Yeah, Salty pre-feeding that whale because they're realizing, okay, they have Emblem and Adeptus. I should probably, pre-feed, because otherwise, I'm going to fall immediately. So, what's it called? And since they tuned everything right for whale, they wouldn't even have dice to work with on Scorpion.
One more max HP for whale
Mm-hmm.
would bring it to 18. That would be 7 damage skill. Very scary.
Yep.
But
TareHero.
TareHero doing what he can, looking for probably sapwood for more treasure, does draw out the underwater treasure hunt. And I think there's a possibility that TareHero actually plays that underwater treasure hunt right now and then plays strategize to try and draw into it. I think one of the goals for TareHero is going to be to basically take back that Veteran's Visage, re-equip it, and play more treasure to get more dice and more HP. So there is another treasure. There's another treasure from Lumenstone.
Oh my goodness. My favorite treasure caster Leah is back. We may have been dealing with forbidden knowledge this entire time, but now we're gonna have a whole treasure draw. I think another one's coming very soon. Yep.
Ooh,
Okay.
using that strat before playing the second treasure, I'm not sure if I actually like that. I think you really want to put the underwater treasure into your deck, because now Kuki Shinobu, let's see. It's 6 damage plus electro charge. We need one more treasure to basically avoid certain doom.
No, I absolutely agree with you. Strategize, I definitely would wait for, but TareHero did happen to do a slight high roll, and they did get Lumenstone, and they do have multiple 0 to 1 cost cards that they can just play out in order to forcibly proc the next one. So yeah, there we go.
I think that's what. Yeah, he's gonna have to do that. To play that Lumenstone. I don't know how many treasure are left in the deck. I really feel like TareHero needs to play that other treasure.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah, got the Voneron out first. Now it definitely should be treasure or one more card cost. Ooh, okay, spending to Maya's.
And are you gonna put the treasure in the deck? We are. Okay.
There we go.
There's one
treasure. Yay!
So that breakpoint basically means that Salty needs 3 actions to take out Kugi this turn.
Can you believe we don't have sapwood?
We still do not have sapwood. Where is sapwood?
Where is it? Where did it go? Kirara stole it. She ate it and ran.
Actually, though, and I think Salty is going to be forced to swap off Whale, maybe.
Yeah, no. There's no way you like Whale's already they did all that pre-feeding. Oh, the 1 damage reduction I believe they're looking at.
Also that that summon there. Dealing electric
yes,
damage.
absolutely. Yeah, the summon definitely, it's something that we don't get to see too often, but can do a pretty massive amount of damage, assuming they live through this, because Kuki absolutely should be clapping back with a massive damage right now. Not only do they have the Emblem of Severed Fate and the Adeptus, right? So let's see if TareHero goes for it.
2, 9. It's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough. 10 HP plus the damage reduction. Whale should survive and then knock out their first revive.
I think. Okay, we're still going for it. There is the Adeptus. Is this going to be Emblem Severed Fate? No, we're just going for the regular burst. And yeah, Will would have lived on 1, but man, that sap would really come in handy right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely would. It would have been able to boost the damage and also give Kuki more dice refunds so she could do at least 1 more normal attack. And that is no longer the case. Kuki, not even a break point right now, because no, she's not at the HP threshold where she gets a bonus damage from her talent. She needs to be below 5, so that's also an issue. Oh, yep, here comes Scorpion.
Yeah, swap to Scorpion. TareHero probably just gonna go for the damage here with the normal attack. I don't see why not.
Yeah, they definitely would. There's no scenario here where I don't think turn priority will really save you because you're not worried about a big damage burst. And Salty only has one card in their hand. They might even go as far as to expend this Forbidden Knowledge because they do not currently have the one turn limit triggered just yet.
So this was a very crucial round for TareHero and Salty. This was basically
Hmm.
Salty's round to do
Hmm.
everything he could on Whale. And
Hmm.
TareHero playing all these cards just to draw out enough treasure to sustain Kuki above these breakpoints
Hmm.
basically means that Salty cannot do much
Hmm.
of anything this round, unfortunately.
Hmm.
TareHero shut down Salty's game plan by playing all those cards.
Hmm.
And now going into next round, this is certainly TareHero's win.
Yes. Yeah, very unfortunate that Salty, as much as they got the Bone Crusher energy block just now, played it out, drew a card. They aren't actually able to do anything with this because all their dice are Hydra. They're forced to tune that card, which is not great because Whale could have instead eaten that, in the next round and at least gained a little bit of HP to sustain past Kuki, but she's going to be holding strong. No revive proc this turn. Scorpion and Whale are slowly fading.
They have ran out of steam. The all-devouring narwhal is about to
Hmm.
be devoured by none other than Kuki
Hmm.
Shinobu.
Look at that. Quad Bone Crunchers end phase. And Scorpion is unfortunately going to take the hit. Oh my goodness. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, those bone
Tara
crunchers
Hero
could
might
be
not
pretty
even
useful on
heal,
Scorpion, but
honestly.
unfortunately,
Yeah. Tara Hero
we're gonna
might
have to
just
see.
like not even. Yeah.
It depends. It depends on the breakpoints. It depends on how
Yes.
many treasure TareHero has in hand. If TareHero
Mm-hmm.
can heal above the breakpoint of Whale's skill, then yeah,
Mm-hmm.
we go for a heal. But if not, then we
Mm-hmm.
don't, and we just eat the damage and revive with Cookie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, actually, I wonder. Yeah, because Salty could have even like bricked their dice, to try and feed Whale off of all of the current cards that they have in hand. But it looks like they're gonna have just enough to make that work. Oh, they even roll an extra, just in case to make sure Whale can be fed for a little bit of HP. But it's
Yeah,
definitely looking
but
quite difficult.
here we go. TareHero with the turn prio. Certainly just gonna go for a normal here. And we'll have that cookie burst ready to go. Even with a Tune 3, there is nothing Salty can do. I guess we're playing Treasure anyway. Why not?
Hmm.
But I don't think we need to.
Yeah,
We
no,
don't
we
really need
really
to.
don't. Yeah, getting that max value, it's the end of the round. You know how it's gonna go. So we're gonna get at least one more treasure, pull everything out of the deck, and then once it is there, Cookie's going to have a normal attack into full energy into burst, and then it's going to be GG's.
And this third treasure will proc both Lumenstone, and we really only have treasure and oh, there's Herald Talent. Where's Sapwood?
Oh,
Sapwood is in the
hey,
deck. Somewhere.
somewhere, eventually.
Somewhere.
Oh my
Below
goodness,
all the
Herald
treasure.
Talent.
Are we looking for it?
Sapwood! Let's go!
No! Finally, and Stove! Okay.
Oh, that's actually so unfortunate. The fact that they're drawing all these cards so late. Thankfully it finally happened. Especially on the win of this deck. So now you're not gonna have to deal with getting unlucky. But oh man, like those are all three super essential cards that you minimum would want by the fourth and third round, right? So.
Super essential, but definitely not needed because a regular normal attack from Kuki Shinobu would definitely take out Scorpion. Then you have Emblem
Hmm.
of Severed Fate, Kuki Burst. You really don't need the Sapwood. This is just adding insult to injury as TareHero takes the second game in the third
Hmm.
set of our first best of three
Hmm.
of the day.
Yep, here we go. Oh, look at those electro dice. Okay, Salty is still gonna do their best though. There we go. A little bit healsies. Ah, Sealy, woo!
Not needed. This is not
Mhm,
going to help. You could tune 3 more, I guess, to get more
mhm.
HP.
Yeah.
You
So like
have enough
everything.
dice to tune.
Yeah. Sorry if I go for the flex. I might play Mausoleum for the funsies at the end
Okay,
phase.
okay.
Oh,
We're
okay.
at we're gonna be at 8 HP.
Yes. Lots and lots of healing, but after that, Whale is going to have its last meal, unfortunately. Yep,
There's
there
the
it is.
bone crunchers. 8 HP, but that is not going to be enough. TareHero having plenty of dice to work with.
I think that's the highest I've seen whale gone, at least for the match I've cast rate. 22 stack whale, but unfortunately all their HP has been chipped away. They're out of energy. Oh, not
And there
even.
is the normal attack, not even going for the skill. And this
Mm-hmm.
is TareHero's game to win.
Mm-hmm.
Cookie Shinobu Burst, ready to go.
Absolutely. Equip that emblem. I want to see it. It is going to be great.
Though, if I go like to
Mm-hmm.
7 right now.
Yes. But
7 with
reheal.
emblem. So,
Mm-hmm.
it'll take a little bit longer to get there. We're just prolonging the inevitable. Because, yeah. So,
Yep,
Emblem
there
of
it
Severed
is.
Fate is 2.
Yep.
2 damage, plus base 4, plus 1 from Sapwood. No Deptus, it was used earlier. TareHero does not need to do this. I guess we're pulling out
Mm-hmm.
treasure, but this is
Pulling out
okay, so
treasure from
Plate
the There we
Stove
go.
drew out almost the entire deck, but there we go, finally going for the win, taking game 2 here against Salty, the revenge match, and now we're going on to a game 3.
I'm pretty impressed by that. Not only bottom decking Sapwood, which has been so crucial for breakpoints, super duper early on, but Kuki Talent and I Haven't Lost It was enough to pull it all the way back because, I find that specifically this matchup is where I would favor Herald the least. So it's pretty impressive they were able to pull it back from Salty.
I mean, I think it makes sense. You have a lot of sustain with this deck, and Herald really helps with mitigating the 10 damage round 2 Serpent Burst.
Yeah, absolutely. The
And
anti-snipe plays.
I think if you manage to get Kuki Talent up, then you do have that survivability against Whale, as we saw. Even Whale with so much HP, you only have so much dice because even though you're building up Whale's health, you are exchanging that for the dice generation that is in a lot of other decks. So
Yes.
you only have so many skills per turn, and Kuki Shinobu can survive, especially the talent. That talent revives her, the revive procs every round. So
Yep.
I think this matchup might actually be pretty decent for the Kuki Herald deck. Probably one of Conwill's worst matchups, because generally I think Conwill does well to most things, but I do think that it ran into a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, no, most definitely, especially with getting the talent off early. We saw yesterday, the same deck, but they weren't able to get Cookie talent off, so they had to fully rely on the Herald revive itself. But, getting this off early, and I haven't lost yet, the massive swing faster. I do kind of wonder if players go even further to try and run something a little different so they can get the energy and more consistently. But here we go, the technically favored matchup, TareHero versus Salty, their final decks available.
Here we go. Salty only being able to play that Conwell deck because he lost on the Liyue Armory before. And TareHero, of course, running with the double dragons because, again, he won with the Kuki Herald deck. Cannot play it again. This is open decklist conquest format. You win with the deck, you can no longer play it. So now we have a bit of a faster deck, I think, with TareHero up against Salty's Conwell.
Yeah. I think, considering that TareHero was able to play around the Herald Kirara Kuki, which I find definitely to be a lot more difficult. And now, not necessarily completely the same, but you do have treasure typically in the Nuvilet Double Dragon and the Cryo Cube. So you should be able to replicate, similar strategies and work through this whale with the massive benefit of freeze.
But here is TareHero's list for the Double Dragons with Cryo Cube. We've talked about this a little bit already, but the reason why Cryo Cube is being taken instead of Layla, which is the traditional card in this deck, is because of that 3 damage Cryo skill, making it a little bit faster than Layla. And also you have the Cryo Cube Revive and the selective Cryo application with Cube Burst, depending on the character you end on. So what's really interesting to me, what do you think about that countdown?
It's interesting to me that this is actually the one variant I'm seeing in TareHero's deck, is that typically players have been running a double countdown to have that very early ramp turn, because all it really needs is that draw 4. Having draw 4, as much as it costs you 3 dice, who cares? You are drawing so many cards and converting all your dice into omnis that you can immediately use on the rest of your support cards, which is just, massive value across the board. And instead they replaced it with a second parametric, which yesterday we saw,
Mm-hmm.
Inzaghi running this deck, and they only played one, which is quite interesting to see this little bit of variance. It means a player expression or a strategy that they believe, works out better in their favor.
Yeah, double treasure 1/4. I know, like, at this level of play, these slight differences can actually make a world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
Basically optimizing your deck to
Mm-hmm.
play the best into most matches. But yeah, one
Yeah.
countdown and 2 parametric, very interesting change from what we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And here's Salty's Congo deck, just in case you needed a reminder of the composition here. I don't think
Mm-hmm.
we saw the clams come up. We didn't really see a good Serpent Burst either. The Serpent
Mm-hmm.
Burst, being used on a Herald,
Yeah, 2
kind of
HP
going to
Herald.
waste in some ways because Salty was forced to sack Serpent there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the clam, unfortunately, it was there, but it was burned away to feed the whale. It likes its little it likes its little pearls. But yeah, for the most part, otherwise, I think we saw most of this. Countdown didn't come up. Adeptus was there, but it did get burned as well. So that's one of the things you have to consider, is that as much as there are many useful cards, in Salty's deck, in the Conwell deck, really, a lot of them end up getting burned away because you have to play those Bone Crunchers energy blocks. Otherwise, you're not going to have that really smooth turn 2 Serpent Burst, that which pretty much puts, the ultimate pressure on your opponent.
Definitely. So, going into this matchup, who do you think is favored to win? Who do you think is going to come out on top? Actually, speaking of which, we are getting into game 3.
Mm-hmm.
TareHero, our dark horse and underdog, versus Salty, aggressive player.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, these
Yep.
players choosing the tags themselves. But who do you think is favored to win here, Kojo?
We talked about it earlier, right? But I absolutely believe in the Double Dragon, holding strong against Conwell. But we'll see if, TareHero can inherit the genes of Z Crimlet and the Whale Hunter, right? We'll see how this works out. And here is the first mulligan. Very lucky to get that countdown first turn.
If you see that QR code on the screen, by the way, so this is once again your cue. Scan it.
Mm-hmm.
It will send you to a feedback form. Tell us what you think about our cast. Tell us what you think about the live stream. Anything you want to see, anything you like, anything you dislike. Go
Mm-hmm.
fill out that form. If you did it yesterday, do it again. If you did it last game, do it again.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. It's super duper helpful to us. And wow, look at that. The mulligan really. TareHero threw away the magic countdown.
Starting Serpent this time. Last round, Salty started Scorpion. My understanding, Serpent is the normal start.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, it's usually between the Scorpion and Serpent, but either way, you need to get those talent cards out, and of course, if you don't have them, then you have to fish it out with the stove. So Salty should be doing that pretty soon. Let's see here. Yeah, there we go.
Bone Crunchers going into the deck, and
Mm-hmm.
Whale is ready to build HP.
Yep, yep. There it
So here we
is.
go. Stove God to draw out that other talent, already
Mm-hmm.
having Scorpion's talent in hand, will be able to play both of them this round. Now the
Mm-hmm.
question is, what else does Salty do?
It's a good question. They should be going for that standard opening line, but I do wonder if they're intentionally trying to chip away as much HP as possible from Cube, so the revive doesn't actually affect them that much. Because of course, TareHero is forcibly going to start on Cube, A, because it's the correct hero to start on, but B, they have that revive, they have that protection. So whatever, at any point if Salty actually does drop that burst, it's gonna mean nothing to them, and they can just stand back up and then hit him with one more cryo damage.
Our hero's deck here, the Cryo Cube. The Cryo Cube is kind of being like Abyss Herald.
Mm-hmm.
In
Yeah,
some
pretty much.
ways, because it has that revive and
Mm-hmm.
can eat that Serpent Burst. Vanessa's Rebellion being eaten.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Adeptus.
Ooh, that's pretty huge. Having, something that is, not really needed right now, burned instead for an Adeptus is pretty big. Hopefully Salty draws something out next turn that is a higher or of similar cost to Adeptus. That way they can make full utilization of this card.
Yeah, playing the Bone Crunchers on Serpent. Now the question
Mhm.
is,
Oh,
oh wow, okay, we're
ooh, okay.
tuning the Adeptus and going for a skill.
Mhm. Yeah, I definitely can see the logic in that because you do well. Hey, now you have two wharfs. Um, because they really do want to get the skill out so they can draw, draw out the rest of their hand. But, now you're still actually gonna have to tune even more. Even if you want to go to Scorpion, it's at least two. So you'd probably tune one wharf. Oh, actually, do
So
you tune the?
Salty has two copies of Adeptus, so maybe he was okay with losing one of them.
Right. Yeah, you do have two copies, and since you're drawing a ton of your deck, it will not be too hard. A little bit because there's bone crunchers, but your characters are able to draw out a majority of your deck. Oh, interesting.
TareHero
Tari.
playing Lumen Stone full cost and then going for the Seed Dispensary. This is
Mm-hmm.
certainly to proc that Lumen Stone, one of the parametrics coming
Mm-hmm.
down. Now the question is, are we gonna play the second one now? Nope, just
Mm.
going for a skill for now.
Yeah. Looks like they're gonna hold back on that. A little bit of a stagger difference with the parametrics, but regardless, I do wonder how well parametric is actually going to feed into this matchup, right? And what's the reasoning like Taro here brought it even in the first place? Because for those who don't know, parametric is what it does is that after you do three skills on either side, it's going to generate you three random dice, which of course is really massive. Super duper helpful for maintaining your dice economy. And of course, you do generally, if you play it, get it for free because you're always going to be dropping some form of elemental skill, right?
I do believe that parametric specifically revolves around elemental damage as well. Please correct me if
Mm-hmm.
I'm wrong. Uh,
Yeah, it should be. There are a few factors, but it should be skills and elemental damage specifically. No physical damage here, just like the real one in the main game. You can't just hit it, with your sword and think it's going to trigger. You need to use that elemental damage.
yeah, it's elemental damage specifically from a skill. So
Mm-hmm.
actually, prepared skills follow-ups don't count. Like for example,
Mm-hmm.
if Herald uses a prepared skill, the second attack, even though it's Hydro Fuse, will not count towards a parametric. But normal attacks don't count either. It's specifically
Mm-hmm.
elemental damage from skills.
Absolutely. Unless your name is Nuvilet, it's not going to be very helpful for you in the end. And now we're getting to the second turn. What are we looking at here? Ooh, double Ajdaha talent. Oh my. We saw something very interesting yesterday with the double Ajdaha talent where both players actually ended up having it and they were able to just sit on Ajdaha and then ramp up their turn insanely and have 9 dice to work with when their opponent had 0.
Noticeably, too, TareHero has that quick swap. So if
Mm-hmm.
Salty, for whatever reason, stays on Serpent, we could see a quick swap at some point to free Serpent. While that would be a little bit greedy and a little bit too fast, it is definitely a possibility, especially if TareHero wants to safely use Ashtaha's double talents. Because the thing is, swapping the Ashtaha is
Mm-hmm.
it's tempting to want to use those talents on Aisha, but you don't want Aisha to go
Mm-hmm.
down to a 10 HP Serpent Burst round 2.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. And I agree with you. I believe Nuvolet fast swapping with the Leave It to Me in hand is going to be very greedy play on TareHero's side. But to an extent, I do wonder if the dice that they have and the parametric, is going to be enough to outdo what Salty has because they just did play Legend of Vanessa, to sort of increase their dice factor. But from there, they don't really have that much that's going to boost them. They could do, any form of the Consecrated Beast bursts into the Fontanian laboratory, and then they'll be able to discard. But that's going to be the maximum amount of dice they'll generate this turn.
The thing is, if you go for Scorpion Burst and you're forsaking Serpent Burst, and your opponent's gonna know that you're out of Bone Crunchers for that
Mm-hmm.
round at least. But here we go, using the last usage of Seed Dispensary to play the second parametric, TareHero with the double Aisha talent is looking
Mm-hmm.
to have a really big turn here. There's a good chance we're probably just gonna stay on Cryo Cube and apply some more Cryo though to Scorpion first.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is nice, that they've moved on from Serpent because you had that greed line, of course, but now you can just keep going as normal, keep doing what the cube would like to do, and that is give everyone cryo so Nuvilet can have a very clean freeze in the final phase.
This should just be Well, it could be a normal attack, but I think it's
Mhm.
going to be okay. It is a normal attack,
Yeah, normal attack. There you go.
dealing piercing damage across the board and applying that
Mhm.
cryo onto Scorpion. 3 Omni left in hand, and one more thing of
Mhm.
elemental damage from either side, and that first
Mhm.
parametric transformer is going to pop. Now, the thing is, Salty might actually
Mhm.
consider swap stalling a bit.
Yeah, at this moment right now, Salty can tell that there's not too much pressure.
Oh,
TareHero is very much willing to sit. Oh no, but they're gonna go for it. Feed another Bone Crunchers into their hand and prepare that Scorpion Burst.
and there is the first parametric popping. One more thing of elemental damage means
Mhm.
another 3 dice will be given to TareHero. Of course, you see they're all random elements, but I think the thing is,
Mhm.
with TareHero's double A-shot talent in hand,
Mhm.
there's still a few more actions left this round for him.
Oh yes, absolutely. Cool. Yeah, and they're going to be able to convert those random dice as well into the dice that they mostly want, thanks to Asia's talent. When you play, it just costs 2 of the same dice, and then you'll generate 3. You'll generate a dice of each elemental type, so you can just quickly convert all of that into
Wow.
what you need. Treasure. Oh
Playing the
my.
underwater treasure hunt and immediately drawing one from that Lumen Stone proc. Uh, hmm, it's
Yeah,
pretty good.
that's pretty good, especially having the treasure early. Now you're going to pass that breakpoint and drops the cryo cube
Yeah,
burst.
there is a Cryo Cube burst. -2 on the Scorpion, piercing damage across the board. Now, Kojo, the question is, what is Salty gonna do with 4 dice left?
Let's see here, especially because of the fact that you have to tune. Let's see what we even have that you could tune realistically. That's gonna be your last Adeptus. You could tune Liar Song. You don't need it too badly, I would say. There is the Fontaine Laboratory, but otherwise, it still does feel a little bit bad to tune here. You could play Strategize, see if you pull out some other cards that you don't really need anymore. But from there on, oh no, we're gonna use it on Laboratory. It's just gonna be a Scorpion Burst, probably. Really? Interesting.
So strategizing, draws countdown, another bone cruncher. Did play that laboratory ruins. I'm wondering
Mhm.
if we're just going to end with maybe veterans visage equip on Scorpion, but
Mm.
that's going to enable TareHero to basically go off with Ashtaha.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Scorpion is not long for this world because once we swap to Ajdaha, we're gonna generate those dice. So we're gonna go down to 5, but then exchange that for 3 and 3. I will have my math off a little bit on there, but once you do, Ajdaha will
Ooh,
deal
wait,
a woo. We're going for
wait,
it.
this doesn't work.
No, it does not. Yeah, they were trying to look for the Fontaine Research Institute to proc, but unfortunately, you need 3, not 2. So unless Salty has another card up their sleeve, which looking at their hand, not really, they cannot have that extra dice to get out that burst, and now they're starting to realize it.
That does not work. You need
hmm
to tune one more, but you can't tune anything. What are you gonna do with those 2 tunes?
Yeah, that is a
That
pretty big
was
deal. Yeah. Oh no, but
oh,
that's not. Nope.
okay. I see the player. So
hmm
swapping over to Serpent and
hmm
one more tune will generate that Omni from the Fontaine Research Institute. But the problem
Mm.
is
hmm
there's not enough dice to Adeptus Burst here.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And you would be able to knock out Cryo Q, but it's generally not worth it. You could put a decent amount of damage onto H-Hub, but TareHero did already play that treasure, so they should be able to start healing that off. Yeah, no, but they're confident. They're gonna go for it.
Guitar Hero more than confident to swap over to Aishaha. And the unfortunate thing is tuning one of those bone crunchers just decrease the damage coming out of the
hmm
burst. We're gonna tune the other one because we need to tune 3 0 costs to get the 4.
hmm Yep.
Oh, wait. Huh.
Going all the way down for that. Even got the extra dice from the Veteran's Visage, currently sitting on Whale, but it should just be Burst here. Otherwise, you really don't have any other moves. You really don't want to have to backpedal again to
Wait.
Scorpion and then go again. Ooh.
No, I'm actually so confused here. We're
Hmm.
tuning too many bone crunchers.
Yeah, no, we
Because
are.
you 2 bone crunchers were tuned, but it didn't even give Whale the additional XP because one of the cards tuned before was not 0 cost.
Yeah,
So
no.
you're basically nerfing your own Animo super damage by doing this,
Mhm.
and I'm just not sure how much I like this.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Salty is doing a little bit of backpedaling, realizing their mistake, but unfortunately, they're not really able to capitalize it, and they do just play out some support cards. And now, ooh, I think, yeah, with no means to swap, right?
This
Serpent is gonna go down
is
probably.
this is not
Mhm.
this is really not. I'm really confused what's happening here, but Atari Hero, another Aishtaha talent in
Mhm.
hand. I'm not even sure
Yeah.
if you go for it though, because
Yeah. No. Mhm.
then you have
Yeah, the dice here are definitely not working in Atari Hero's favor because they were able to get it off the first time. But now, if you were to expend talent, you're going to trade it for having only one Geodice left, which means you have to tune two. Definitely not worth it. And no artifacts equipped either, so you cannot cheese out the Gilded by any means. Really? What? That's crazy. All
well, the other
right.
thing I'm thinking of is the fact that if you play Aishtaha talent,
Mm-hmm.
then you're at 7 dice, which doesn't really do anything for you, but
Mm-hmm.
your tuning for the absorption gives Atari Hero a cryo dice,
Mm-hmm.
and huh.
Which is, yeah, looks like they still went for it. I definitely agree with you on that one. I probably would have actually waited for the second age that had talent, but looks like they do believe in having more
Yeah, so
skills is going to be enough.
this is gonna
Mm,
be just Tamaya's normal attack, I think.
hmm Yeah, not the worst play in the world, but definitely, at least Serpent is down for the count. It's going to be the Whale and Scorpion show now, and a pretty meaty Ashtaha. See on 8 HP and Burst ready. Scorpion actually is in a little bit of a threat range.
This is the lines this round were a bit confusing for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it was it did get a little messy there. Oof, that's a burn. Salty was looking for a pretty clean play with the Fontaine Research Institute into burst, but unfortunately they did a slight miscalc, tried to recover from it, and unfortunately the recovery was no longer possible. So now this is the situation where we're at, and I think Tara Heroes mostly played effectively, but they did have the dice were kind of not super in their favor.
Tuning that guild is also really confusing, especially if you're gonna
Yeah.
play Timaeus, because you
Mm-hmm.
know Timaeus is going to build up to 3 stacks. I'm not sure why you tuned the Gilded there specifically. I think there might have been
Mm-hmm.
a better card to tune, but I could be
Yeah.
wrong. I could be wrong. Turn Hero does have 2 treasure in hand. I think is in a very favorable position because Serpent went down without getting that burst damage off, and Whale is still only at 7 HP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
There is the
Salty.
Laboratory Ruins. Tuning the Mara, she'll say Hunter. Tuning the wait, was that a second Mara? She'll say Hunter too.
Yeah, it looks like it. That was pretty interesting, but I guess they feel like they don't need it anymore. They're going to be doing all those tunings and about to do a massive discard pile. They're going to gain an Omni Dice, or 2 Omni Dice actually, from both Fontaine Research Institutes.
So, what do you think the game plan here is for Salty?
It
Koji.
has to be like discard and chip, as much as possible with the
Oh,
Scorpion. Oh, wait,
there is
Adeptus.
the Adeptus. This must mean a Scorpion burst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. That is going to deal a pretty sizable amount of damage. The biggest thing, though, is I do wonder if they push Ajdaha to a lethal breakpoint because of the Thunderbolt trap. So if Ajdaha ever chooses to act again, they would actually just fall thanks to the Thunderbolt trap.
Playing strategize. I wonder what do you think? What do you think Salty's looking for with that strategize?
Hmm. Let me see here. I'm going to take a look back at their deck. Honestly, what would they be looking for? Let's see here. There's the other Magic Countdown from discard. What else do you have? There's at least one more Legend of Vanessa. I don't think it's Mausoleum. There's no way. Yeah, because the only cards that I can think of that are really going to be helping Salty out this in this scenario is like Mausoleum as a tech, and they've used majority of their artifacts. There is one more Vanessa, but that's the extent of it, really. Maybe a fast swap.
But here is the Scorpion burst. Minus
Mm-hmm.
5 on the Aisha, eating through that crystallized shield, leaving
Mm-hmm.
Aisha at 3. Those 3 bone crunchers are going to be eaten up and given back in the form of basically what's an electro burst. So the
Mm-hmm.
next
Yeah,
time TareHero
absolutely.
uses a skill, we'll be taking electro damage, 2 points of electro damage. I think we could just see Aisha burst though. I don't know how much you care about losing Aisha here.
Yeah, no, definitely at this rate. This is the thing I was thinking about. I'm like, Scorpion is going to deal a ton of damage, especially thanks to that Adeptus. But Asia is just past breakpoint. He's 3 HP, and Thunderbolt Trap cannot be an increase. It's always just going to be 2 damage. So, and thanks to Asia's Absorption, additionally, has 2 stacks, Burst, 4+2, 6 damage, and a Crystallize locked and loaded. And then it's going to be a Whale solo.
So I think TareHero could equip Gamblers for free with that Timaeus and play Boar and actually just sacrifice Aishtaha here. But it looks like we're going to count down. I wonder if TareHero's fishing for treasure to get Aishtaha above Whale's breakpoints.
Mm-hmm.
You can
Yeah,
kind of
definitely.
calculate. You can kind of calculate like Whale's max HP here because Salty has 2 cards in hand. No
Mm-hmm.
real way of drawing additional cards. So Whale is
Mm-hmm.
going to be at 14 HP. So basically, that skill is going to do 4 base plus
Mm-hmm.
1 from the electro charge on Aishtaha.
Yep.
So if TareHero can bring Aishtaha above that breakpoint, maybe it's not a sacrifice, and you absorb that cryo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely a consideration to make, and that's gonna. Oh my goodness, that's gonna really push you past, Age to Huz limits, and also being able to reapply cryo as well. Looks like yeah, with all the cards they're playing, they might just go for it. Yeah, they're even going for that as well. Ooh,
There
gamblers.
is the Gamblers over the Heart of Kavarina with 4 Princess.
Mm-hmm.
Burst from Aishtaha, taking out Scorpion,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, did not end up you really using the treasure there to bring Aisha above that breakpoint. So I think we are
Yeah.
just sacrificing Aisha here.
Mm-hmm. Not super necessary to do treasure. I would have still preferred it because it does give you that level of consistency. But of course, I think at this rate they'll be pushed off to Cryo Cube. Cryo Cube is going to hit in, and then Nuvilet should be able to clean up the whale. Although 14 HP, that is a lot to tear through.
I think Chart Hero's dice were pretty bad earlier this round, so I guess a
Mm-hmm.
lot of this was really dice fixing with that countdown.
Mm-hmm.
Also a stove in hand to draw up more treasure
Mm-hmm.
and dice generation if needed, but
Mm-hmm.
nothing Salty does here with tuning is really going to help, I think.
Yeah, no, not really. There's no whale to feed over here, so what's it called? Or sorry. Yes, there we go.
I almost think you want to play Countdown if you're Salty and drop more cards to tune, but then you only have 2 dice left. You'd have to use the Omni or the Hydro.
Yeah, no, most definitely. You could skill, but from there, that's going to be the end of your turn. I don't know. I think I still agree with you on Countdown. I would like it because you could at least get something pretty useful. Maybe even Vanessa to multiply your dice further.
So you play Countdown with your
Mhm.
Hydro or Omni dice. You draw up 4 cards. You can tune those 2 Electro to gain more
Mhm.
HP on Whale just for some additional sustain. And then at that point, I'm not sure what else you'd look for because you can't really tune. I guess you could get Vanessa. No, we're tuning Countdown. But
Mm.
why?
Yeah, no, it's that's definitely I would rather do the tune thing that you just mentioned because being able to increase your match HP is the only thing really the crutch that really Whale can rely on at this rate because Nuvilet is coming to pass judgment.
I don't know what you're gonna do with
Mhm.
I guess you're gonna draw cards with Sealy.
Mhm. Yeah, you
One more
definitely could do
action.
that. Mhm.
I don't know.
TareHero going for I guess not the riskiest thing in the world, but still a little dangerous because you could have swapped onto Cryo Cube first and then taking that excess damage and also apply Cryo. So now Nuvula is already starting to hit that critical HP threshold, but they should be able to heal up.
That is definitely a bit risky, but I guess you know that Salty has no cards in hand to tune, so Nuvla is well above the breakpoint of that skill from Whale.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and at this point, I really do think it's Star Hero's game to win because
Mm-hmm.
now you could just freeze lock your opponent with Nuvolette and Cryo Cube.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Considering the lines right here, Salty is out of moves, and now Tara here is going to start healing up. Hmm, should be dropping out a charge attack, right? And then in the end phase, definitely swap to Cryo. I would not stay unnecessarily on Nuvilet any longer. Yeah, because
Yeah,
now you're just chewing that damage.
there's the normal attack. It is a prepare normal because of that source water droplet. And
Mm-hmm.
Salty does not have enough dice to go for anything here. Probably gonna have to just play that Lumen Stone
Mm-hmm.
or end on 2. We are gonna play the Lumen Stone and end. Now the question is, does TareHero have enough damage between the treasures in hand and that stove and the liar song?
Hmm. Yeah, hopefully, either if they get to play their second treasure or not, that'll definitely seal the deal. But from here, it's gonna be credit keep swap, and then pray that you draw something useful in the end phase. Really?
Treasure
Oh, I
on
guess you do have.
cube.
Hmm. There wasn't even a veterans proc there. That is strange.
Um, I'm not sure what the game plan is here, but
Yeah.
Whale is frozen, and this is going to apply cryo and phase. I don't know why treasure
Hmm.
was played there. A bit random.
Yeah, a little unnecessarily. There's not really any breakpoints you're passing because whale can absolutely just feed themselves right now. And they do have all the kind of just all the options they really need. So a little unnecessary, but
Honestly, it
worth
might
it.
it might be to avoid, if whale goes for burst to not
Yeah.
trigger cryo cube revive.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been it. But I
Yes.
mean, I think you just skill if you're salty anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Yeah.
you burst.
Yeah, burst wouldn't hurt. Thanks to the fact that it'll be enough to knock out crowd cubes first revive without taking any of away of your stacks right now. Because whale has that massive damage skill, but you need to keep feeding it. So
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is Salty played that Lubisode is not going to use it whatsoever because you only
nope.
had 3 cards
Mm-hmm.
to use anything. You want to tune them if you're Will. You want that HP. You want to survive against Tara Hero's deck here. But unfortunately, Tara Hero has that quick swap in hand, even with this burst from Whale. This
Mm-hmm.
is almost certainly going to be a freeze with Nuvolette.
Mm-hmm.
And Tula Tula is here with Golden House.
Mm-hmm. And yep, you were exactly right on that treasure breakpoint. They are just enough to not proc the cryo keep revive, so now they have full reign to do what they want. Definitely can just be careful. Um, um, Gotta watch out for the summon right now if it triggers, because if it does trigger, Nuvolette actually could die. But I do believe fast swap should pass that priority.
So I think
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to I'm revisiting how that summon works.
Yeah, it's definitely the summon will be based off of like the wording. So like it should be one of those things like before you choose your action. Which let me think. Does fast swap supersede that priority? Let me think. Because I'm trying to think of other mechanics in the game that are very similar, similar to Nilu Bloom in the 3 stack. Should function pretty similarly to that.
So when you end your round, it
Mm-hmm.
deals electro damage equal to your attack power. Attack
Yes.
power is equal to the elemental dice cost of the devoured card with the highest cost.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and the attack power right now is looking about 3 damage, and then the 7 usages available on our shadowy little friend here. So Nuvolette actually needs to pass a breakpoint, and they actually didn't draw any treasure off of that stove, so that's a problem now. Fast swap available.
No,
E-
yeah. So this is bad. Yeah. So Liar
mm-hmm.
Song to pull back Gilded.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you only have one treasure. You need to avoid the breakpoint there
Yes.
from
Yeah, there's.
Salty ending his turn. Like you really
Mm-hmm.
don't want to lose Nouvelette, but you do want to freeze Whale. This is really scary actually for Tari Hero.
Mm-hmm. Yep, here it is. They're gonna
Gilded
drop
on
in.
Cryo Cube.
Yeah. Yeah, if TareHero doesn't draw anything out, they're actually going to be forced back to swap to Cryo Cube, which is a big waste of that fast swap. So that's unfortunate. There's the freeze. Oh dear. Are
Okay.
we going to see Nuvolette die to the shadow? No way.
I think so. I think Salty just
Hmm.
ends. I mean,
Yeah, no,
Tari
most
Hero
definitely.
knows. Tari Hero does not. Yeah, -3 onto Nuvolette from ending round, and then that shadow is going to deal more damage at the end here. So Tari Hero has to win now, and
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure that's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, most definitely not. They do not have a lot of dice or actions left, and Cryo Cube does not do a lot of that damage. That damage reduction is holding out Whale's HP significantly. Here we go. All the tunes that they can possibly do. Cryocube should be dropping another skill. Burst. Okay, that works too. Only 1 damage. Oh yeah.
Oh, the summon's gone.
Yep, the summon is indeed gone. They took away all of those shields, so Whale no longer is going to have their little buddy. They're forced to work on their own, and that revive should be able to have TareHero take the game.
It was so close.
Yeah, really close. That honestly, the Shadow Summon is starting to scare me because I'm like, how are we gonna work that?
This is definitely why Conwell is so highly banned in this patch currently, because there's so many complicated mechanisms that are introduced here that weren't present before in Genius Invocation TCG. So even I'm just like trying to keep up with it as it's being played. You know, Salty tuning 3 there just to get a little more HP. I'm really not sure if TareHero is going to be able to win here, despite taking out that summon.
Yeah, no. Even with the summon now, TareHero, you gotta draw a minimum of like how many treasures? Let's see here. Even oh god, you have to draw a lot of treasures to even escape this breakpoint.
18 divided by 3 is 6. Plus 1, 7 damage skill. You have to heal to 8. That's not gonna happen.
That's definitely not gonna happen. You only got 1 treasure in the tank. Very unfortunate. Like we were definitely looking at TareHero being the game to win here, but you know, a little bit of too many minor misplays to take him out, and now there goes Whale 6 damage.
Whale taking TareHero out and taking game 3 for Salty. Congratulations to Salty for winning this first best of 3. This is Group C in the Prince Cup Pacific tournament. And wow, so TareHero is not out of the tournament, gets knocked down to the lower bracket, has 1 life left, and Salty will advance through the upper bracket with 2 lives.
Yep, that's pretty crucial to hold on to your lives as much as possible. You know, helps your mental first off, you know, because, you know, you don't have to deal with going into the lower bracket, which has not only more matches, but, you know, you're on your tournament life. And these matches will carry over into the live event, so it's quite crucial that you can hold on to them as long as possible. But I think relatively well played. I think there were a little too many mistakes on the end of TareHero for that final moment, thinking that they could go through with Nuvilet and Cryocube, but not enough treasures in hand to actually heal past any of those breakpoints.
What do you think were some of the major mistakes made that match, Kojo, that really made a difference? Because I feel like we were sitting there like, oh no, TareHero's gonna win, Salty's gonna win, TareHero's gonna win, Salty's gonna win, just back and forth, because there's so many like complicated little things happening in that match. But what do you think was the main thing that lost the game for TareHero?
The main thing was absolutely immediately swapping to Nuvilet after Ajaha died. You had full reign to swap over to Cryocube, not only reapply Cairo, but then also swap back to Nuvilet, freeze Whale during that term, and then have it happen again because Cryocube Summon is available to you, and then you'll be able to Cryo, and then Nuvilet can apply Hydra in the next phase and just keep freezing.
I definitely think losing Nuvilet there was significant, but here is our updated bracket for Group C. TareHero, of course, as we just said, falling down to the lower bracket, and Salty advancing through the upper bracket. So next up will be Chikuwa versus Alkanist, which is probably one of our most hyped matches starting out Group C. Chikuwa being our first place, our champion from the Japan Prince Cup tournament last year. And Alkanist, I believe, was top 8 in the Korea Prince Cup from last year.
Yes, absolutely. We have 2 Titans making it through the Prince Cups, which Prince Cups is, you know, such a massive achievement inside of here. I mean, players are quite literally competing to get into a Prince Cup, so you know it means something, right? But we're going to have the Clash of the Titans here coming up next. But for now, we're going to head to a quick break, so grab some snacks, you know, sit back, relax, and we're going to be right back for you with more Genius Invocation TCG action.
Yeah, I think we are about to head to a break now, so stay tuned. We'll be back very shortly. See you then. Hello, travelers, and welcome back from our break. This is the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific Tournament. We are just starting out our Group C, and my name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah. Once again, Kojo Creations is here casting alongside me. So we just had our first best of three completed, with TareHero falling to the lower bracket, Salty advancing through the upper bracket. And now we are about to get into our second set of matches. It will be Chikuwa versus Alkanist.
Yeah,
So, Kojo,
absolutely.
anything you
Mhm.
want to say about these two players coming up?
Yep, the heavyweight championship, I would say, of this match. We got two titans over here. We did review their achievements before, but one more time, since it truly is happening right here, right now. Here it comes. Chikuwa is from the Series Showdown qualifications, and they have the Japanese Prince Cup first place, massive, and the WCG Busan third place.
Yes. And, these players have been very active in our community, of course. Alkanist also taking top 8 in the Korea Prince Cup. This is probably one of the most hyped matches of Group C. Of course, as you just said, Kojo, Chikuwa being Japan's Prince Cup champion from last year, carrying a huge weight on his shoulders to make it through, was also present at the Asia Invitational in Shanghai that Blep and I had the honor of casting in Safa as well with Rin. But we are going to be getting into this set very shortly as our players are preparing. So, after seeing our first set, what decks do you expect to be brought today? Was there anything that maybe stood out to you as like countering what we've saw in the first couple weeks?
What I am definitely most surprised by is Harold Cookie Rah. I do wonder if we need it. We gotta make a name for it at this rate. It's gonna become a mouthful.
I
But
know. Yeah. It's just treasure. It's like mid-range combo treasure.
Yeah, mid-range combo treasure. Yeah, most definitely that one. I'm surprised to see it pull out through through whale, especially because that's such a hard matchup to face, and I personally don't favor that matchup for the player. So it is very surprising they were able to make it through that.
Hear me out. Kirara is treasure delivery.
Yo, treasure delivery. Let's go. Honestly, that's pretty great.
Also, like think about it. She has like a delivery service, and this is specifically a deck with Kirara in it, right? So
Yeah.
treasure delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to maximize that value. Honestly, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think I'm gonna call it treasure delivery now. Let's stick with that.
But we have to explain what it means when we say it. So treasure delivery specifically is the Cookie Herald treasure deck with Kirara because she has a delivery service. So I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan.
Thank you for choosing Komania Express. Available to you now, and you'll get all your treasures. Absolutely. 100% guaranteed. You will not break your draws. I would never do that.
That sounds a bit ominous, Kojo. It almost sounds like you're not being genuine with me. Like, are you saying that Kirara's gonna fail as a treasure delivery service?
She might. She might. It depends. It depends. Last time she couldn't deliver Sapwood Blaze, so
I mean, not wrong. I remember, it was still won that game, but Sapwood came out at the last minute, and Herald Talent and Stove God. Like everything you need, everything you want came out last minute, but still won that game. Very, very fun game to watch. But I am personally anticipating. I know Chikuwa is a big fan of playing what is currently good, so I'm sure Chikuwa is going to be bringing Conwhale.
Oh yeah,
I really want to see Kave. I feel like Kave is kind of a dark horse deck that not many players are bringing. I think it can get a win off though.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw in Group B, Kave did get that one win. Pretty surprising upset too. So having that to totally 2-0 and just crush your opponent's mentality early on would be pretty nice.
Definitely would be pretty nice. I definitely think we're going to be seeing a lot of freeze. Still, the Double Dragons deck seems to be a staple of Group C at this rate. In Group B, it's just a staple of Pacific Prince Cup tournament in general. But I do think we're about to see the decks here, and Chikuwa did bring Conwhale. Both players brought Conwhale. Both players banned Conwhale.
Oh my goodness, the triple Conwhale moment. Unfortunately, we're not going to see it. And Alkanist has seemingly a very fitting profile picture. Isn't that your favorite card?
Treasure! Yay!
Treasure!
Okay. So Alkanist brought double dragons with Layla, not with
Mm.
Cryocube. So going for a bit slower of a deck there, but also I just want to point out both these players brought and picked this Sayu Herald deck that we were talking about earlier as Chongyun in it. We were talking about this at the start of the stream. If we would see more of this deck, and the answer is yes. We're about to be in a mirror matchup with this deck. Also, Chikuwa brought the Leeway Armory.
Yep, Leeway Armory as well as the secondary pick. So freeze versus freeze. Chikuwa definitely having the lower application of freeze, I would say. But regardless, we have seen how well Leeway Armory has been able to show up other decks, surprisingly, despite most people thinking like, hey, this couldn't possibly make it through. But yes, it does. Is able to break through. That's why it's starting to become quite the popular pick across the board. So we got the mirror first.
You know what I just noticed as well. Their tags are the same. They're both mathematicians.
Well, they're definitely gonna have to be.
This mirror matchup was calculated. Anyway, so let's pay attention to the differences in these deck lists. So, Kojo, what do you see here in this list that stands out to you?
Honestly, nothing too much outside of the fact. I wouldn't even really necessarily call it a curveball because people were running this earlier, just not like yesterday, right? So it's the Ancient Courtyard Arcane card, which I didn't see yesterday, but it's back in. It makes a ton of sense, right? With the Wolf's Greystone and the Gilded Dreams.
I think some players bring Fluff here. Fresh Wind of Freedom is Fluff. We shorted it to Fluff because it's not as much of a mouthful, but it looks like Ancient Courtyard is the traditional arcane to bring in Sayu decks, and Chikuwa choosing to bring it for that value. Of course, what Ancient Courtyard does is when you equip an artifact or weapon, you play that Ancient Courtyard, the next artifact or weapon you equip is discounted by, I believe, 2 dice. So you can equip that Wolf's Gravestone or even that Gilded for a significantly cheap cost, especially if you are equipping Heart of Cavarina or Gamblers as your artifacts.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can even push it further thanks to that Golden House, making it a clean 0 cost weapon / artifact, which is absolutely what you want. Additionally, I wouldn't necessarily call this like super duper different. It actually makes a ton of sense because, like I said, this is sort of the evolution of Herald Float 8 across, the past 3 weeks. First, it was Risley and Farina, and then it swapped in Sayu for Farina, and now here we are, kind of, I would say, pretty definitive list for the rest of the patch. Herald, Sayu, Chongyun. And but hey, look at you.
Yeah, here is the mirror. So, what is the difference here? What is the difference here?
I think we recognize that good old card that you just mentioned, the Fresh Wind and Freedom, instead of the Arcane Ancient Courtyard.
So it looks like Alkanist has forsaken Countdown completely, has an egg, does not have treasure. What else is different here? There's no Shadow of Sand King. And Golden Troop.
Yep. They swapped it out for the Golden Troop because they purely believe in the Float 8 early on. If they get it off and they also get Golden Troop onto one of their side characters like Chongyun, they'll be able to drop those skills for only 1 dice. Pretty massive for your tempo.
2 seed dispensaries and 2 quick swaps versus Chikuwa's 1 copy of each. So just looking at these 2 lists, Kojo, like there are actually a lot of differences. I'm wondering which one you think is the best optimized in general, and then also which one might actually take the win here in the mirror.
So for me, it's definitely so far going to Alkanist, but it's going to purely rely on the fact if they can draw everything they want within the first 2 turns. Because, subsidiarily, like we said earlier, this deck is sort of a form of, Mona Eula Wanderer, the same mentality, but, completely evolved into what it is you're seeing before you. So, it's going to have that same idea of really trying to go crazy on turn 2 and 3 with all those swirls and freezes, but Alkanist has the cards where they can really capitalize off of doing that early.
Here we go, the Mathematician mirror matchup. That alliteration there, awesome. Chico versus Alkanist.
Mhm. Oh my goodness. Look at the bottom. Look at the bottom mulligan. Oh my goodness.
I think that Hyrule is a bit. Hmm.
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 Chikuwa's not doing bad either though.
Well, Chico starts first, so Chico
Mhm.
already has an edge in the mirror.
Mhm. Oh yes, absolutely.
But
Um.
before we get into this, if you see that QR code on the screen,
Mhm.
make sure you are scanning it and sending us your feedback. This is your gamely reminder to do so. Make sure you're telling us what you like and what you don't like.
Mhm. Yep. Yep. Make sure to do that. We're gonna keep reminding you until you do it. But here we go. Decent dice.
And even if you do it, we'll remind you.
Mhm. Yep. Yep.
Now,
Oh.
Chikuwa playing that Lumen Stone, of course, full cost, nothing to discount it. There is the countdown, drawing 4 cards. What do we get? Another Lumen Stone. I wonder we might actually play it in this case. Just going back to
Mm.
what you were saying earlier, Kojo,
Mhm.
about these decks. I think Chikuwa's deck is built for longer round durations.
Mhm. Yes.
But
Uh.
Alkanist deck is very high roll in the first couple turns, like you were saying.
Yep, absolutely. Having at least one copy of Treasure and that form of consistency thanks to the Ancient Courtyard, because we have actually seen yesterday, players who even if they're running means of reducing their weapon costs, such as the Golden House, it actually wasn't enough for them to properly pass those dice breakpoints and play out the Wolf's Gravestone cleanly.
Yeah, so I do think that I agree with you that Alkanist could take the win here if the cards are in his favor, but
Hmm.
Chikoa having that early countdown and drawing out a second Lumen Stone,
Hmm.
definitely huge. I think he's considering if he wants to play it. Will be Heart of Kavarena on Herald. One more card will proc that Lumen Stone. It's going to be a Golden House, and what are we drawing? It's a Leave It.
Hmm. Yeah, no, that's actually incredibly massive for this turn. That's almost exactly what they want because now they can shove all of those Omni dice into the next round. And not only that, but most likely they're going to pre-play Herald Talent, just because that's where they expend the dice. And Chikuwa, has achieved the Herald Float 8, the thing that every player, playing these decks will dream of because it's the perfect starter. Going to give you so much advantage into the next round.
I could definitely see that happening. Um, I'm wondering if you ever play that Lumen Stone, maybe next round. It looks like it
Hmm.
will be a Leben coming down, leaving the dice to Leben, and it should be Herald Talent. There it
Hmm.
is.
Yep, yep, there it is. All right,
Now, what does
now it's
Alchemist
Alchemist's
do?
turn. The dice are looking a little finicky, because there's no they're not gonna go they can't go super aggressive this turn unless they forcibly proc that Lumenstone to generate at least one more dice so they can get one Animo and drop in maybe a Sayu skill, right? But that's definitely unnecessary. Let's see what we get from Timaeus. That's okay.
So, Lumen Stone into Timaeus, drawing Gilded. That's definitely for next round. And 2 more cards will actually proc that Lumen Stone. Be a Strategize. There's a Gamblers
Hmm.
and a Liars song. I
Hmm.
wonder if it's just Herald Talent's skill.
Yeah, possibly considering that Alkanist has no conventional means of ramp. They just have, 3 Hydro dice left. They could forcibly block the Rumen Stone with the Herald talent, kind of shake hands with Chikuwa, say, I can do it too. And from there, they're just going to be able to
Oh,
work with what they have. Oh no. Oh
yeah,
no.
there it is. The Herald Talent. Rocking that Lumen Stone being the 3rd card played and giving 1 Omni so Alchemist can go for that prepared skill. But
Hmm.
that egg there is not really going to come up for a while. It's not what you want to see, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Egg, there because you can revive Herald and drop talent, but also additionally, just have someone who can take at least 1 hit of damage. But this is a deck that has Swirl, so Egg is going to be pretty minimally useful. And also, in general, every deck that has run Egg so far for the matches that I've gotten to cast have not been able to either play it and or it has been effectively useless. So very unfortunate that that is the thing they're drawing this first turn.
It's a very coin flip card for sure, but you especially don't want to draw it in the first couple rounds. Alchemist
Hmm.
did draw that Wolf's Gravestone though, and as important as that card is, I had a random thought pop up in my
Hmm.
head. You know
Yeah.
like how players abbreviate Wolf's
Hmm.
Gravestone as WGS?
Yes.
Am I the only one that reads it as like would you yes?
Would you yes? That does,
Yeah, would
I
you
would read
yes?
it like that.
I
I would really like would you yes? Would you?
saw the wolf's grave, so I'm like, oh, would you yes? And like that's not what you call it.
Mhm.
But it looks like Chikuwa also having double wolf's gravestone in hand already had
Mhm.
one of them, I think, last round, but trolling the second one. So now Chongyun and Sayu are both gonna be pretty happy. Just where's the
Mhm.
arcane?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We did talk about earlier. Chikuwa having the arcane is going to improve consistency, but can't be consistent if it's not there. Chikuwa did mull it away in the first turn, and now they're going to have to sift through their entire deck until they actually find it.
Playing his own Timaeus, drawing, I believe that was a Gambler's. So many artifacts in hand. You have Gambler, Shadow Sand King, and Gilded. Wondering
Hmm.
which one you actually play here. There's also that Heart, I believe, on Herald.
Hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Hmm.
Oh, it's
How
gonna be
many?
Gilded on Sayu.
See here. I'm trying to think of like what lines they can try to be looking for because since they both got very it's a very different ramp, and Alkanist dice do not look amazing. It's kind of difficult to say that what Alkanist could do because Chikuwa kind of has full reign of this turn, honestly.
I think the issue for Chikuwa, so the Hydra application is already on Chikuwa's Herald.
Mm-hmm.
Alchemist does have that Sayu talent as well, and the Free Gilded from Tomias, and the
Mm-hmm.
Liar Song, and Wolf's Gravestone. So I think
Mm-hmm.
Alchemist also has a big turn here, especially Chikuwa going for that prepared skill. Uh, Herald
Mm-hmm.
might even fall.
Mm-hmm. You're saying on the side of Chikuwa?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Right now, yeah, there's another consideration that I had is that Chikawa does already have Hydra applied to them. So unless they want to go for a counter turn where they would move away, which is definitely not happening because they've used the prepare skill. So now Sayu on Alkanist side is on field, and they will be able to not only get off that talent but start drawing a ton. So Alkanist is going to start try to pull ahead from what Chikawa's current situation is.
There is the Golden House. This is definitely going to be the Wolf's Gravestone equip. And the base damage for Sayu's skill is 1.
Mm-hmm.
With Herald in Wolf's Gravestone range, 6 HP or under, it will deal an additional 3 damage.
Mm-hmm.
So Herald will have the revive triggered here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's a little bit of a difficult consideration, right? Because Sayu, regardless, would be able to finish off Chikuwa's Herald, but the question if you equip Wolf's Grace or not to really just seal the deal, but then you will forcibly proc the Curse of the Undercurrent early, and then you're gonna have to chew through that unless you want to have a 4 dice cost for the rest of your turns.
You're gonna eat that curse of the undercurrent, but
Hmm.
I do wait,
Hmm.
wait.
What are
Golden
we thinking? What are we
House
thinking?
was Golden House used to play Gilded?
Yes, unfortunately, Golden House has been used for both players to play Gildeds, so there is not going to be a free Wolf's Greystone. Thankfully, looking on the side of things, they do have the dice, or actually, okay, no, they do. They do both have the dice to play said Wolf's Greystone out, but Chico is at starting to fall behind a little bit here.
Definitely interesting play. Looks like we're just going to equip Wolf's Gravestone
Hmm.
full cost. Was that a mistake?
No, I think it's all right. You don't really have a choice. You might as well knock out Herald cleanly if you're going to take.
Wait, no, no,
Uh,
no.
mhm.
But look, Tomias is at 1 stack. Wasn't Tomias at 3 stacks? Or am I confused? Tomias was
They
at 3 stacks for Alkanist, right?
No, oh, actually, yeah, he was. Hold on. Let me go take a quick rewind. But yeah, no, that would be the case. So they used it on something else then.
Regardless, I do think
Hmm.
it was very expensive Wolf's Gravestone equip, but I guess it was worth it.
Hmm.
Alkanist not caring to eat that curse of the undercurrent, triggering that Herald revive, and now
Hmm.
it's Chikuwa's turn.
Hmm. Yeah, this is the thing you talked about earlier. Harold having the very high chance of falling early on Chikawa's side because Wolf's Greystone is unequipped. Sayu has the skill, or the second part of the skill coming down. Yeah, they even play Treasure to subside that.
Yeah, Chikuwa, bringing that 1 copy of Underwater Treasure Hunt, while Alkanist does not have Treasure in his deck, despite having treasure profile picture, which I think is pretty silly. But looks
Mhm.
like Boar Princess is going to be played, and I think that Chikuwa is planning to just eat the prepared skill from Sayu on Herald.
Mhm. Yeah, by doing that, they would be able to break even with the current dice tempo right now. Both of them are going to be raised to 5. And then from there, Chikuwa has at minimum one more action because they can play that treasure, and then they can also should be able to attack on Sayu at least twice. But afterwards, honestly, there is not a lot of moves left. They both kind of did very similar turn. The only difference is that thanks to the turn advantage, Chikuwa is going to be losing their Herald first.
I think Chikuwa was really looking for that ancient courtyard
Mhm.
with the strategize. To not find
Mhm.
it, we'll just swap to Sayu as is.
Mhm.
So the question is, what does Chikuwa do now that he didn't draw the ancient courtyard?
Honestly, it's really difficult to say because, as much as actually Chikuwa doesn't really even have the dice to play out a Wolf's Gravestone and also do that. They're actually going to go for a swap stall turn instead. Really unfortunate. It's surprising that Alkanist was able to pull ahead in tempo despite having less dice initially. But right now, Sayu's just kind of wrecking, already pushing people, the entirety of Chikuwa's team down to Wolf's Gravestone range.
He's just very unfortunate for Chikuwa having to swap stall here. Did
Hmm.
play Boar preemptively. Looks like
Hmm.
Alkanist is using one of his quick swaps. It will
Hmm.
be a swap to Chung Yoon. The thing is, he's going
Hmm.
to be forced to draw back that Gilded with the Liar
Hmm.
Song and reapply Gilded onto Chung Yoon. And it's going to be 4 Cryo Dice to freeze Chikua's Chung Yoon.
Hmm. Yeah, a little bit of an expenditure early, but regardless, still needs to get it out. And Alkanist is really trying to go for those aggressive plays now. Like we talked about earlier, the differences between the two decks. Alkanist is definitely a little more aggressive with how they're playing, and they're going as so far as to even shut down Chongyun on Shikuwa's side as soon as possible. They really don't want to deal with that frost field, so Sayu can take advantage of having the power of Cryo on their normal attacks.
Heart of Karena on Chikua's Chongyun, and I do think that Boar Princess might unfortunately go to waste. It is going to be a Lumen Stone into a treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Wait.
Interesting. Are they trying to force proc Lumenstone early? Do they want to swap onto someone because they know Alkanist is out of actions?
It looks like it. So Shadow Sand King on a Herald, probably
Mm-hmm.
still looking for that ancient courtyard, draws the second golden house
Mm-hmm.
instead.
Yeah.
And it will
Oof.
just be a Lieben procking that Lumen Stone and drawing out a Liar Song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if they really want to go that far, realistically, the character that they could swap to is going to be the Herald. If not, shove 3 dice into Liven. Yeah, absolutely, go for that.
So I do think Chikua's in a very interesting position going into next round. Has turn
Mm-hmm.
Prio, and can also go for that Chongyun skill that will apply Cryo onto Alkanist's Chongyun,
Mm-hmm.
and then a swirl from Sayu could be devastating.
Yeah, no, most definitely. From doing that, honestly, is a big deal because that's what we call, or I affectionately call, chain swirl. In here is that when you have other elements applied, they can affect the other ones. So then, therefore, Alchemist is actually going to be forced onto a Chongyun solo if that is a line that ends up getting played out. Oh my goodness, the Liben did proc, but unfortunately, no ancient
Where
courtyard.
is the ancient courtyard? It's like where's the
Oh
unseen
no.
razor, but for court.
Hmm. Please do
All
not make
right.
Group C stand for cursed. I beg you.
Oh no. Okay,
That.
procking both Lumen Stones draws strategize and it's Sipes talent.
Mhm.
Okay, Chikuwa, go for the strat. Go for the
Mhm.
strat. Do it. Play the strat. Draw
Mhm.
Ancient Courtyard.
Come on, we want to see it. We gotta see it. Wolf's Greystone will give you tons of advantage here. Ooh. Cool. I also took a look back, with that whole Tomea shenanigans. Looks like they actually did use a gilded to force out Tomea. So that is interesting on Alkanist's side, having the resource expended a little early, but it's not being too much of a big deal yet. It might soon.
Chua going for Chongyun's skill, not quite using that strategize just yet, but that ancient courtyard it's so old, it's like hidden. You have to like go dive deep into Fontaine's waters to find it.
Hmm. No, I think unfortunately it is sitting at the
Actually,
very
it's
bottom.
Inazuma. It's Inazuma.
Oh, it's close enough. They're surrounded by an ocean. It works. Oh man, you know what it is? Alkanist actually, since they have the Fremine profile picture, they went down there and they stole it.
Wow. No, but it's Inazuma.
He can
Anyway,
he can take a trip there. All
Seed
right.
Dispensary into the second Lumen Stone for Alkanist as well. Has a free guild in hand between the Golden House and the Timaeus.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just still looking at what else they can pull out here.
Oh,
Oh.
the other Wolf's Gravestone.
Mm-hmm.
That second,
These.
the first Lumen Stone's gone now. Did proc
Mm-hmm.
one more card, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, Alkanist pulling the second Wolf's
Two more
Gravestone, definitely
cards.
nice. Is going to improve their consistency, especially the fact that they have two Golden House available, so they can just push all that out and get Chongyun equipped. It's not the biggest game advantage as soon as they play it right now, but it will become an advantage immediately afterwards because everyone on Chikuwa's side is going to be below 6 HP, and there's no healing to speak of yet.
Yeah, Alkanist playing the seed box just to play Golden House, just to proc Lumen Stone. Not
Mm-hmm.
even using the seed box for anything but Lumen Stone proc.
Mm-hmm.
Now the question is, what does Alkanist do in this position?
You have the second Golden House, you got the one cost Wolf's Greystone, you got the Gilded. I think Alkanist is trying to figure out if they believe in themselves to anchor down on Chongyun and take the Chain Swirl that Chikuwa most likely will implore on them and just solo it until they're freed next turn. Because the thing about Chain Swirl, right? If Chikuwa does that move on Sayu and then locks everybody out but Chongyun, is that it's basically a full cleanse. You may have a pretty difficult turn, but otherwise, once that's cleared, next turn you're gonna have full reign over your opponent because your Chikuwa's not gonna have enough time to reapply every single aura onto the characters.
It looks like Alkanist does go for just a normal attack, still has that Curse of the Undercurrent one usage underneath his Chongyun, but applies that cryo to Chikua's Chongyun. And now the question is, how does Chikua respond? Because as you were talking about, Chikua could go for that Chain Swirl by swapping to Sayu with that fast swap and
Mm-hmm.
effectively locking out Herald and Sayu for the rest of this round. It will be
Mm-hmm.
a gilded on Chongyun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's hard to say honestly because originally I was thinking that Alkanist could survive a Chongyun solo this turn just by virtue of swap stall, but now that I'm looking at it, Chikuwa just keeps drawing more and more cards, more and more dice. Look at that already.
That
And now.
strat
Mhm.
did not give Ancient Courtyard Liar
Oh
Song and
my
Treasure.
goodness. Oh my goodness. Ancient Courtyard, you know what? You're ancient history. We're not gonna worry about you no more.
Oh my
They have plenty of
gosh.
dice to equip that Wolf's Greystone, so
He
Chikuwa might pull ahead.
So the other thing he could do is actually swap Herald and threaten to freeze on Chongyun. It looks like
Hmm.
Chico is just going to skill on Chongyun, stay here for now though.
Hmm.
Um Basically, I mean this still threatens a freeze. Alchemist
Hmm.
can't readily swap off to Sayu or Herald, and the
Hmm.
treasure did bring Chico's Chongyun above Wolf's gravestone range.
Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. It does really it's really unfortunate, right? That Alkanist can't do a swap Herald line because I'm thinking about like, oh hey, maybe you could go for but even through the fast swap, it's just the dice that are really starting to push Chikuwa way ahead, honestly, because Curse of the Undercurrent is applied to Alkanist, so they can only get out one skill and then they get frozen. So.
Alchemist skilling, eating up that last curse of the undercurrent. Chongyun's burst is ready to go. Both these Chongyuns at 4 HP. But here Chikwa is playing a golden house. I
Mhm.
wonder if Chikwa is just going to go for the kill here. Will be
Mhm.
equipping Wolf's Gravestone for 2
Oh
costs
no.
on Sayu. And this is going to be a devastating. Now Chongyun is definitely within Wolf's Gravestone range, and
Mhm.
Alchemist is gonna get double frozen. There is the Liar Song taking back Gilded, re-equipping it for Another 2 animal dice. This should just be a quick swap over to Sayu. Here it comes. This is going to be a massive turn for Chikuwa.
Yeah, we have a little pause there. Yeah, we know. We our brains connected. We know exactly what's happening next. Oh yes,
gamblers. Sayu sweep.
Can't catch me because you're gonna get locked away. Chongyun is going down. All right.
There is the gamblers. Even the Sayu talent to draw more cards. Chongyun falls, and Sayu and Herald are both frozen. Unfortunately, Sayu is not within Wolf's Gravestone range, but Chikuwa, having 5 dice and a treasure in hand to use, has at least 2 actions left. And look what Chikuwa drew, Kojo. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. Is that Ancient Courtyard?
That's Ancient Courtyard!
Hey,
100% exploration.
Oh my goodness. Sayu, all that napping finally paid off. But now, like you said, Chikuwa, full reign, Wolf's Gravestone on Sayu. We might be seeing a sweep here, honestly.
Swap stalling, so goes over to Herald. Herald eats the rest of that prepared skill. Revive is triggered. Now Alkanist has to figure out what to do here. A swap back onto Sayu will protect him for 1 more attack. But, Sayu with their prepared skill, the follow-up is going to take someone down, and Chikuwa will get those gamblers' dice refreshed. This is almost certainly going to go to Chikuwa this round.
Yeah, Chikuwa definitely took a very definitive stance. Once they were able to push past the dice breakpoint, the chain swirl is all they need to start knocking out Alkanist. And they even, thankfully, Ancient Courtyard is in the play, so they can play it because they already played Weapons and Artifacts this turn, and then they can discount their current, Guild Dreams. Actually, they might, no, they have Treasure. They will be able to play it.
There goes Herald. 2 dice coming back to Chikuwa. Alkanist can only go to Sayu, and this is it.
Alkanist must be cursing. That treasure. I'm losing to my profile picture.
Alkanist is cursing. Alkanist is cursed with the undercurrenting. Look, it's literally under Chikuwa because Herald fell. Anyway, Chikuwa taking game 1 in this mirror matchup with Sayu. And, I think it was a treasure difference. Alkanist has treasure in his profile pic. It did not bring treasure in that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alkanist took a pretty reasonable lead, but once those applications, especially the Chain Freeze, came into line, Chikuwa, pulled as many dice as possible out of the hat and then just let it rip, and Sayu was able to sweep the entirety of the game. So pretty amazing first match.
So what did you think about that mirror? What do you think was the deciding factor there?
Definitely the gilded pulls and, playing treasure or ASAP pretty much. I think Chikuwa had a pretty strong start, and, alternatively, Alkanist had a pretty reasonable start, but, those elemental applications across the board, had Chikuwa, the stars kind of just aligned there, really. I have the replay on the side right now, checking it out over. I can see the lineup, and it's like you cannot do anything when you're in a chain-free situation unless you have some form of fast swap to escape.
Yeah, I definitely think Chikuwa timed that perfectly, bringing Alkanist Chongyun down with that Cryo Aura on him below Wolf's Gravestone range while simultaneously keeping his own Chongyun above Wolf's Gravestone range for Alkanist. He didn't even have Wolf's Gravestone until the final hour equipped because he was searching for that Ancient Courtyard. He's like, I don't want to pay for this in full when I can get a discount.
I don't want to pay for this. I don't want to roll a weapon banner.
It was perfectly timed, and taking out Chongyun while also freezing Alkanist's other characters. After Alkanist already expended all of his dice, couldn't even do anything at that point anyway. It was perfect. It enabled Chikuwa to go for the win at that point.
Yeah, what an incredible first game, especially with playing through the mirror. And now we're going to see, that little bit of variance, assuming, of course, that Alkanist doesn't actually switch decks. Instead, they end up staying, right? But we do have the 2 variances of Double Dragon, if I'm not mistaken, coming up. Let me take a quick look-sees over here.
Yeah, I believe so. We're about to see our deck soon, but I do believe Chikuwa brought Liyue Armory. And
oh, yes, Liyue Armory, my mistake.
And here we go. So,
yep.
Chikuwa,
there it is.
Conwell Band One
Mm-hmm.
with the Sayu Herald deck, cannot play anymore because this is Conquest format, and
Yep.
has that Liyue Armory deck left. This is more of an aggressive type deck, as we saw
Mm-hmm.
earlier. Alkanist is going to run it back again with that Sayu Herald deck, thinking he can go for win instead of picking the Double Dragons deck with Layla. So, what do you think about this matchup, Kojo?
So one thing about actually, okay, because since it's not going to be that one, Liyue Armory has been able to effectively pick out Double Dragon, but of course that isn't the matchup. But since Sayu Herald Chongyun does kind of play to a similar mentality. Of course, the freeze comes a bit later. This may be they may be able to replicate the same strategies that they do against Double Dragon and knock out this deck. Although there is a lot of stuff that Alkanist can do that we already saw with the Sayu Chongyun deck that should be able to maybe meet Liyue Armory in the middle.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see the differences between Chikuwa's Liyue Armory and the version we saw earlier. This deck definitely taking off this patch specifically, but looks like Chikuwa still has the same 5 weapons: 2 Lithic Spear, 2 Moon Piercer, 1 King Squire, has double Shadows Sand King, has Fresh Wind of Freedom, 2 Rhythm. What are your thoughts here?
Rhythm is the specific difference that I'm noticing from yesterday. Not necessarily that players have not played it before, but personally, I would say that making sure you have double rhythm is very nice because if for whatever reason Wagner's or Master Zhang does not come into your hand, you can use these rhythms to discount your weapons and therefore actually get them played out. Because not being able to play your weapons in this deck is a massive detriment. Because they're kind of the thing that's going to give you the most value, not only that damage, but also their special abilities like the shields, like the skill cost reduction. And without that, this deck really does not function at all.
I'm kind of cross-referencing this with Salty's deck earlier. Of course, Salty making it through to the upper bracket. And Chikuwa stands to make it through as well, already having 1 win down. It looks like Chikuwa is choosing to bring 2 Rhythm and also does not have the Sealies that Salty has. But here we have the Alkanist's deck. Just in case you needed a refresher on what Alkanist brought. Alkanist does not have treasure, despite the treasure profile picture. Has a golden true, but did not come up last round.
Yeah, no. I don't know. I'm trying to think if I like Chikuwa's version of this better or Alkanist's version better into this matchup because, like we said earlier, Alkanist has the more aggressive form of this deck, but I do wonder if trying to match the Liyue Armory's tempo is going to be enough to make you push past their 4 damage skills.
We're gonna have to find out. We are getting into game 2 of the second set here. Chikuwa the mathematician versus Alkanist the mathematician. 2 mathematicians here.
They will be mathing indeed. Chikuwa is going to need to calculate the cost of those weapons, and Alkanist is going to need to count past those breakpoints because if they do not, it is all over for them.
All right, I did not catch what was drawn here. All right, Chikuwa has Lumenstone, Strategize, Master Zhang already, a weapon, can't quite see which one it is, and Wagner. I feel like that's a pretty solid start for the deck he's playing. As for Alkanist, has Lumenstone, leave it a quick swap, Golden House, and Gilded.
I think pretty decent start around the board. Alkanist, again, the thing you want to fish for the most, I'd say, in Herald, especially the Herald Float 8 strategy, is that you want Lumenstone, you want Liven, so that's kind of all you need, really. Chikuwa on the other side, I do believe that is a King Squire, considering that the bow is slightly protruding out instead of the Moon Piercer, which is a spear. So that's also pretty decent, although it looks like they were starting on someone different, so they may not be able to take advantage of immediately. But regardless, Master Zhang and Wagner's is kind of all you need to make sure you get started.
You only have 1 copy of King Squire, so you play that Wagner, and you're going to draw a spear. But before we get into the rest of this game, just a reminder, if you see that QR code on the screen on the left there, it rotates in and out throughout the game. If you scan it, it will send you to a survey that is basically a feedback form. You can tell us everything you like and dislike about our live show. So please feel free to do that. Please do it.
Yes, absolutely. And here we go. All right.
Chikuwa
hey, just like you said.
Chikuwa playing Lumenstone into Wagner. Ooh, actually, starting Elan with a King Squire, also playing Master Zhang.
Mm-hmm.
And the elemental skill is only going to cost 1, dealing 4 damage to Herald.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this actually is a pretty massive advantage. Never underestimate a bow character with the power of King Squire because that is Herald's revive
Woo!
pop. Boop, boop. And no talent on Alkanist's side, so they better figure out, some way to push past with Herald. Otherwise, next turn, especially if Chikuwa takes a turn advantage, Herald's cooked, and that's gonna push Chikuwa so far ahead.
Herald is cooked and Alkanist has no talent. The other thing too is that with the Golden House draw from Yelan's breakthrough, that will be a free equip onto either Xiao or Shenhe. Still no Herald talent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's not
Still
looking
no
too
Herald
bright.
talent.
Yeah, Alkanist is probably going to be forced to swap off of Herald and then try and work out what they can with Chongyun and Sayu. Totally feasible, but Chikuwa is already starting to put a lot of pressure on them just thanks to the King Squire and Yelan's value.
And that is what this deck does, right? Like this deck, the Liyue Armory deck, as we're calling it, it is meant to be very aggressive. It does a lot of damage quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And these weapons just provide so much value.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, Alkanist got a relatively to the Destiny. Chikuwa, I believe they might rule, not so much. Ah.
Ooh,
Oh, that's
fresh
beautiful.
wind on the side of Alkanist. But it will be Alkanist going first with turn prio here. I do agree with you that I think Alkanist needs to swap off from Herald. But the question is, where does Alkanist go to? 2 quick swaps in hand.
Mm-hmm. I would say Alkanist should definitely go for the Sayu, especially like you said, the quick swaps are going to be super duper useful. It does suck that you don't have Sayu talent just yet, but what can you do? You can also try and force proc Lumenstone thanks to fast swap, Liben, and Golden House should be enough to run that all through, and maybe you can run the dice a little bit. But from there, spreading that Hydra is definitely crucial because Chico was already starting to build up, an armory. Both of the Smiths are hard at work, and Xiao and Shenhe are ready to roll.
Truly an armory. Alkanist thinking carefully about what to do here because these early rounds are very crucial for determining the pace of the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're against an aggro deck that is looking to absolutely cripple you in the first few
Mm-hmm.
turns. But it looks like it is going to be a quick swap. I wonder if it's going to be to Sayu or to Tongyun. How much does Alkanist care about stopping Yelan Burst? How much does Chikuwa care about getting Yelan Burst off?
Mm-hmm. I think for here, definitely, I think that Yelan Burst is always nice on the side of Chikuwa, but it's definitely not necessary. Shenhe Burst definitely gets a lot more value, so Alkanist definitely should, in my opinion, go for the Hydro Swirl onto Yelan, because being able to have access to freeze on Shenhe and Zhao is a very big deal. Not to say that Yelan can't do a lot of damage and also not even close an endgame. She was able to do it last time, but still, Shenhe and Zhao will start, peeling damage onto you, and for a fact that Chikuwa has some spears in hand thanks to the action cards that they've been playing.
Yeah, Alkanist playing Timaeus into Golden House for free gilded equip and also proccing that Lumenstone, drawing boar. The boar is not going to come up just yet, but I think this should be to Sayu.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's Chongyun.
Oh, that is
Gilded
very
equip
interesting.
will give 2 cryo dice and also a card here.
Not sure how I feel about that, but I mean, hey, we'll see how it plays out, right? It's just the first move. Still, even dice across both players. Oh my goodness, Chikuwa just had a crazy pull.
There is the fresh wind of freedom, and it will be a slow swap onto Shenhe.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Rhythm for Fresh Wind Golden House has a free weapon already. Can go for nearly another free weapon if he wants, and even use Boar to essentially make it free. Chikuwa has a really big round coming up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Alkanist is just going to keep whacking back and forth, but like you said, Chico is about to pop off. They should have at least one Moon Piercer in hand. Hey, there it is. And, I called the Freshman Freedom and Rhythm of the Great Dream a big pull only because...
Sorry, Chikuwa just drew a quick swap. That is going to be huge. That's definitely going to come up.
Oh yes, no, absolutely. Especially with Yelan on 2 breakthrough stacks and the King Squire. She's not only going to deal a good amount of damage, but also be able to apply freeze at any time, anywhere, even if Herald drops that talent. So, Alkanist is definitely getting pushed back right now.
Now the question is, what does Alkanist do? Because Alkanist went for a second skill, Chongyun does not have any more cryo left. That timer is ticking down, but it will be a soul swap onto Sayu, who currently does not have any elemental auras on her. What does Chikuwa do now?
Definitely go for a Sayu skill. He wanted to feed Liven. Well, you can't actually even feed Liven because of the aligned dice on the side of Alkanist. So, definitely tune one, get a skill out, get some minimum value, and maybe even save your fast swap because you could use it for Herald to freeze in the end phase, or the next turn, I should say, instead.
Where's the Unseen Razor? Could definitely come into play here.
Mm-hmm.
If only Chikuwa had it. But it will just be a normal attack with Shenhe building up that burst. Unfortunately, there are 3 Hydro in hand for Chikuwa. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the skill from Alkanist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to mention is that on the Chikuwa side, it would have been better, right, if they actually got the Unseen Razor to pull back the Moon Piercer and be able to skill again with Shenhe. But the reason I call both Rhythm and, well, I guess it's gone now, but Freshman and Freedom a big pull is because, Freshman and Freedom is one of those game-deciding cards, and, making sure that you have it guaranteed early is super duper important because, you may throw it out during your mulligan, but then you have to run the chance if you ever pull it out again.
Chikuwa really thinking hard about what to tune here. Tune the rhythm, tune the nether weapon. Probably going to tune the egg. I feel like Fresh Wind Boar quick swap is too important. Maybe you tune the boar.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's gonna be egg. And go for Shenhe Burst.
I agree with that. Egg is definitely not necessary at this point in the game. It's probably not going to come up even if Yelan dies to off field. Swirls. It really would not change the game because both Sayu and Shenhe are pretty healthy right now, especially Zhao. And if Chikuwa ends up pulling those Unseen Razors, he will be able to just jump in and start lamenting all over the place.
Yeah, there is the tune of the egg, just as you called it. And Sayu is brought down to 4 HP with the Shenhe Burst, but that summon on the field is going to be buffing both cryo and physical damage for the next 1 turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And even buffs itself thanks to that, and now has 2 damage. Sayu is looking at some pretty critical HP. Alkanist does not have any healing. It is the aggressive variant of this deck. So they got to start capitalizing on something here. Or, maybe even get a streak of luck because those dice are looking kind of meh. So
I feel like Chikuwa Alkanist wants to go Herald to freeze out, but it's not going to happen. Chikuwa fast swapping from Shenhe onto Xiao, equipping the Gamblers. Here's the fresh win. Sayu is going to be taken out by 1 skill, even drawing his second quick swap. Herald is frozen, and all Alkanist can do is go to Chongyun.
Yeah, that chain freeze coming in once again. It doesn't always need to be 2 characters. It can always just be 1. And now Herald is permanently stuck. Xiao is ready on the field. They could play Talent, but that's the extent of Herald's abilities, in this moment right now. And there's no other healing, no revives, no nothing. Unfortunately, it looks like Chikuwa is about to seal the deal.
Chikuwa is about to seal the deal. That fresh wind forcing Alkanist to actually go to Herald, because going to Chongyun would basically guarantee a skill would take out both Herald and Chongyun. Chikuwa just going for a normal attack. Herald does fall. No talent applied, and all Alkanist can do is go to Chongyun, but nothing Alkanist can do here is going to help him. There's no way to freeze out Xiao with Herald gone. And honestly, Chikuwa is going to be taking this game too.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm absolutely expecting the Xiao verse to come down and bring home the game for Chikuwa. Very clean, very healthy, all characters alive, and maximum value out of the Liyue Armory. This is the power of this deck.
This is the power of the second. This is the power of our Prince Cup champion from Japan. Chikuwa, last year's Japan Prince Cup tournament, is going to be taking win 2-0. His first set of Group C. Here we
Yep,
go,
yep, yep.
Chongyun skilling on Alkanist's side, and all Chikuwa has to do is honestly normal attack, but it will be a stylish end going for the
Mhm.
burst on Xiao. Chikuwa going 2-0 against Alkanist.
Yep, Xiao puts it up, puts on the mask. Lament! A classic that all the TCG
Lament!
players love. A good old lament. And there it is. GG's the first 2-0 of Group C. What a performance.
What a performance. And honestly, those games went by pretty quickly in comparison to some of the other games we've been watching in this patch. You know, I think that there are some aggro decks that are pretty healthy in this meta, and that Liyue Armory deck is definitely one of them, being able to take wins off here. But congratulations to Chikuwa. Of course, last year's Prince Cup champion was in the Asia Invitational as well. Definitely came here with something to prove. And this is why, when you track the players' tournament histories, that's why it's so important. Even though you can't underestimate new players to the scene, this is how players are always able to place very highly. They are consistent, like Chikuwa.
Yeah, absolutely. You can call the game, has its RNG factors, but regardless, skill is ultimately going to triumph, in this kind of game, right? You can say, "Oh, my dice are bad," stuff like that. But even yesterday, we had a lot of players, who just absolutely low rolled or got completely destroyed with their mulligan and still find a way to pull through, because that is what you have to do. That is the mentality you have to have to make it to win and be a top player.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being a top player is all about consistency because, as much as RNG does play a role in Geniusification TCG, if you are consistent enough, you will overcome the bad RNG times. You will have your high roll moments. But here is our regular season bracket update for Group C. Chikuwa advancing to the winner's second round. The upper bracket with 2 lives will be facing up against Salty later on. Meanwhile, Alkanist falls down to the lower bracket. We'll be up against TareHero, who fell down there earlier. And up next, I believe we're going to have Kitty of Enkoe versus Frost.
Yep, that is correct. It'll be our final match between me and you, and then we're going to be passing it over to the other casters. So that's going to be a lot of fun. What a match. I'm really excited to see more to come later.
Yeah, I do believe, Sumi and Staffa are getting ready to go because, as Kojo just said, after this next set, we will be passing it off to them. We'll be going to a break pretty shortly, but Kojo, is there anything you want to add before we do?
I mean, about the match or about anything in general,
Anything in general? What are you feeling? What are you feeling?
I think it might be a good time to remind people where they can find all of this wonderful Genius Invocation TCG action. Do you mind telling us?
So make sure you're following Astro Carnival socials, Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube, I believe. So there is currently a live stream for the Prince Cup Pacific tournament on both YouTube and Twitch. You follow them both. Sometimes we hold raffles as well during these live streams. They will be on Astro Carnival's Twitch when they happen, but we'll also be reminding you during those streams when they come up. But if you're following the socials, you'll definitely be up to date. If you are just a casual watcher or maybe player, if you are interested in making your way to the big stage, having us cast over your matches, please make sure you're following the socials, make sure you're staying up to date on all the news, and you can set up for the next tournament when it's live. Because, these players, especially, Chikuwa, with that extensive tournament history, it starts from somewhere. They have to go through Cattail's Gathering season after season to qualify for that Serious Showdown tournament, which feeds into the Prince Cup. And honestly, there's so many games being played. All the practice necessary to be a top player like that is not to be underestimated.
Oh yes, no, absolutely. Yeah, always great to have your support, but looks like I'm hearing something right now, Leah.
Yes, so I believe we're going to be heading to a short break. Our next players in the set are going to get ready to go, and we'll be seeing you shortly. Make sure you stay tuned. And welcome back, travelers, to the Astro Carnival Prince Cup Pacific Tournament. I am one of your casters, Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and I am here with Kojo Creations. We are back from our break.
Indeed. We are back once again, and it is going to be our final round for just between us. We still have 2 more to go later with our wonderful casters, Sumi and Staffa. But Leah, here is the present round, and I'm very excited to see, our third match of, Group C.
Yes, so I believe we're going to see the bracket here very shortly. Of course, just to briefly recap what just happened, we had Salty advancing through the upper bracket, knocking down TareHero to the lower bracket, and then Chikuwa advancing through the upper bracket 2-0, knocking down his opponent as well, Alkanist. So I believe up next it will actually be Enkoe versus Frost.
Yep, that is correct. And they also, I believe, have the one little thing in the front with KDF as a clan tag, so that probably indicates, where they're from. But regardless, this should be a pretty exciting match nonetheless.
Yes, very, very excited. Also, just speaking of clans, it's pretty exciting to see different players incorporating clan tags into their names as the tournaments go on. So, as much as we track tournament records, seeing the clan tags kind of gives an indication to who's kind of playing with who. So very, very interesting to watch. But in a moment here, I believe we're going to be getting our bracket update just to recap. And here it is for Group C. Just as I was saying earlier, Salty versus Chikuwa will be happening, the upper bracket match eventually. Not yet though, because first we have to go through KDF versus Enkoe. KDF Enkoe versus Frost, and then Small One versus Sortreew. And the winners of those 2 matches will go on to face each other in the upper bracket, while the losers will get knocked down into the lower bracket and face each other with only 1 life left. So Sumi and Staffa will handle what comes after, but first off, Kojo and I will be casting Enkoe versus Frost.
Yep, that is correct. And we unfortunately don't have too much tournament history on these players. Enkoe themselves is from the Series Showdown, and their placement was the Asia Season 3 Top 8. And then on Frost, it does seem to be they have come from the wildcard section of tournaments.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with the hierarchy of tournaments here, basically the Serious Showdown is where most of our players are coming from. 24 players qualified through the Serious Showdown, and to get into the Serious Showdown, that they had to qualify through the Cat Sales Gathering, getting high placements in those community tournaments hosted by the Genshin Impact Tavern server. So basically, they had to play very many games to make it to the Prince Cup, and then the remaining 8 spots are from Wildcard, which is a tournament you could just sign up for when signups are open as a last-minute qualifier to the Prince Cup. So Frost is one of our wildcard participants. Meanwhile, our other player, KDF Enkoe, did qualify through the Series Showdown.
Yeah, absolutely. There is it's obviously, Series Showdown, you do have to play more games, but Wildcard, majority of those players are literally playing with 1 life. So, it's pretty risky, in Wildcard. Personally, both of us, I believe, I participated at least once. I believe you have too at least once, but having only 1 life in, a massive bracket tournament, really hard to handle, Yeah,
I didn't apply for the Atlantic wild card. I have never played in a wild card. I played in the Castles Gathering tournaments, but here we go. This is our deck selection for these 2 players. KDF Enkoe, the mathematician, versus Frost with the aggressive tag. It looks like Enkoe brought Condwell, so did Frost. It's banned out on both sides. Both players also brought the Double Dragons deck, with Enkoe favoring the Cryo Cube, while Frost brought the Layla variant. And then there is the Sayu Herald deck, which Enkoe is choosing to play going into this first round. Meanwhile, Frost is playing that kooky... Oh wait, it's Treasure Delivery. That's the name we came up.
Treasure Delivery. Yep, indeed. Treasure Delivery here. Once again, I'm so surprised. It really is actually starting to show up a ton this time around. Group C must have done a lot of experimenting after watching Group B's performance. Like, all right, I think we can push through with this. And I'm happy to see it. Having more deck diversity is always good. It's definitely not the one I was expecting to make it to the top, though.
So, just looking at this first matchup, we do have Herald on both sides, but the difference is you have the Quick Core with Kuki, and for Enkoe, you have Free Swirl with Sayu Chongyun. So, who do you think is favored in this matchup specifically?
I would definitely say as much as, Kuki and Kirara can do, damage by swapping, so freezes should not affect them too much. Freeze still ruins a lot of your tempo, so therefore I believe Enkoe should have the advantage at least in this matchup.
I do agree with you. I think having freeze is definitely going to give you an edge, and it's not only freeze, but Sayu is a pretty aggressive deck, right?
hmm
So Enko is going to be putting up damage faster, and also having freeze to control his opponent. So yeah, I'm not sure how Frost is going to respond, but here is Enkoe's Sayu list.
Yep. Looking almost identical to the one we saw previously, so nothing too much to comment on here. Outside of having Magic Countdown, to have that perfect ramp turn. We'll see if they actually draw into it because that's a pretty big deal. As much as it's cool, you need to draw into it, especially because you're not going to be using the end game for things like treasure. So.
Okay, so Enkoe is missing treasure in this version. It's looking a bit more like Alkanist, but does have double countdown. It's kind of interesting seeing the slight variations between players. There's actually much more variation. Just thinking back to the Atlantic Prince Cup tournament whenever Chong Razor was played, it was almost always Robot Wizard's list, and when it wasn't, it didn't perform so well. But in this case, in this Prince Cup, in the Pacific Prince Cup, these players are bringing the same decks, but with vastly different lists. It's their own optimized lists.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. And, it's very interesting to see where these evolutions have possibly come from because I know even with things like this, I know Kevin and Binzu from the EU region had a hand in making this Herald, Sayu, and Chongyun deck. And seeing people, quickly pick it up and starting to just rip apart the list and see, where they can experiment with their cards is very, very interesting.
Very, very interesting indeed. So, yeah, I definitely agree that Enkoe should have the advantage going into this match.
Mm-hmm.
Just thinking about the card usage statistics that we saw at the beginning of the stream, Strategize is really always there, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. Strategize is always going to become super duper popular as time has gone on. I know some top players would definitely talk about how much they like Strategize, but I'll comment more on that later. We have the next character or the
Yes,
next player.
here is a Frost's treasure delivery deck. I love that name because it's double treasure. You see it, double treasure, underwater treasure, and Kirara for delivery. So, what stands out to you in this list?
So far, nothing too much. We do have, of course, the let's just call it the mausoleum package. And otherwise, it does look like the one thing would be that Catherine, because last time we saw they were relying instead on fast swaps or no fast swaps at all. Instead, this time they want that consistency from Catherine so they can move around freely, and that's actually going to help a lot, especially in a freeze matchup like this.
Catherine, picking up play a couple patches ago, definitely has her uses. Like, you can't counter Catherine with judgments like you can Leave It to Me, and it has multiple uses, but it is a bit more predictable. You know when the fast swap is going to happen because when you swap away from a character and Catherine is active, it will consume that quick swap. So it has its pros and cons. It really just depends on what you're playing. But with the Catherine in this deck, Frost can go for that instant quicken or quick quicken as I like to call it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's gonna be actually like I said, super helpful. It's not for the most part. I don't put too much weight into the fact that both Kuki and Kirara can not only trigger Quicken, but also be able to swap and deal damage. So it's gonna be potential 2 and 3 damage coming down just from swapping, and that's pretty comparable to a standard elemental skill. And I don't put too much weight in it, mostly just because it's not enough to push you past the point which you want, where you can get those easy break points, but it's still pretty significant. You do need to count this damage, and not completely forego it.
But here we go. Enkoe versus Frost. Mathematician versus very aggressive player. But ironically, I don't think Frost is playing an aggressive deck in this case. Frost is kind of on defense here for a while. Mulligan his entire hand. Meanwhile, Enkoe keeping the Luminous Sonic countdown. Drawing double seed dispenser in a second countdown.
I wonder if they go for the super duper unnecessary high roll line of
the
double
funny.
countdown into
The funny.
yes, the funny. Let's see. Oh, they have the dice for it. They might do it.
Float 8. I don't know. So they're playing a pretty aggressive deck. I don't know if you want to play that slow. But they did start Herald. We're going to have to see. KDF Enkoe is going first here. Will it actually be the Lumen Stone into double countdown? I would laugh.
I would laugh. It'd be pretty insane to do that because it's pretty dangerous to do that as well. You need to make sure you counted out all your cards properly to not overdraw, which thankfully KDF Enkoe can do that. Oh.
Wait. You have to make sure you count down your cards properly? Countdown?
Yes, you indeed need to make sure you count down your cards properly because if you don't, you will actually, unfortunately, overdraw, and you really don't want that right now. Which KDF is going to fortunately proc Lumen Stone. What are they looking to play?
Double seed box to proc Lumen Stone, draws a golden house. There is the free Tamias from that seed dispensary, draws a second gilded. That will be a free gilded. Actually, if you play golden house now, you get equip gilded.
Oh my goodness, no.
And you can have an action. You can have an action, and then you play countdown.
All right, I think the kitchen is unfortunately burning right now, but oh boy. But I mean, yes, that is definitely an option. Of course, Herald Float 8, it would be betraying the nature of the intended deck function, but it is a possibility, of course. Kuki herself is going to deal that self-piercing damage, so it wouldn't be, you'd be pushing her down pretty early. And especially considering that they do not have a lot of dice otherwise that Frost can play during this turn.
KDF Enkoe, look, you could, okay, hear me out. You play Golden House, and you play Gilded, and then you can still skill on Herald while playing Countdown. But then you overdraw.
Could be.
No, you don't overdraw. Okay, so here's Golden. Wait, Golden House.
Yeah, wait, they're gonna do it. Oh my goodness.
Wait, let's go.
Yeah. Oh my.
There's a skill.
You know what? As much as I am opposed to betraying the idea of how Herald is supposed to be played, this actually doesn't work too poorly in their, against their favor, right? Because, there is the fact that since it's open deck list, KDF Enkoe does know that Frost does have that Catherine fast swap, so any form of freeze is effectively going to be countered. That means KDF Enkoe needs to play a little faster, lest they want to be punished by the permanent fast swap that Frost is going to have the entire game.
But before we get into Frost's round here, I just want to point out that beautiful QR code that is flashing on the screen to your left. Every so often, if you scan that with your phone, it will lead you to a feedback form. It's very important. It's a survey. We're collecting your thoughts, your feedback. You have to tell us what you like and what you don't like. Please do that whenever.
Indeed. You can tell Leah to make more puns. I'm just kidding. Don't put that in the survey. Put that in the
please
YouTube
put that in the survey.
Section.
Yeah, put that in the YouTube comment section. Yes, indeed. I will go read it later if you love my puns. Go say it. If you don't like my puns, go say it in YouTube comments. I want to... This is a call. This is a vote now. Okay, anyway.
Oh my goodness. Sino is going to have a run for their money. But anyways.
So... I think Frost played hard of covering out on Kuki Shinobu before skilling. A swap away will heal her. I really don't like Frost's starting hand that much, but I guess you could War Fana.
Yeah, no, definitely possible. You're going to be able to transfer the dice over and then Kiraru get a clean skill out. I definitely would agree with that move this turn. It's pretty logical. Just get, as much advantage as you can out of your dice, etc. And we'll work with what we can for the next turn. Now, I need to start thinking about where Frost can start pushing, and turning around the advantage because KDF Enkoe, right, this massive ramp turn, is going to push them super duper far ahead. We saw how far ahead Chikuwa got when they were playing the same thing, right?
I mean, so KDF Enkoe not going for the countdown and playing Leven instead, wanting the 2 Omni going next turn and the two cards. Frost drawing that Kuki talent that could come up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Cookie talent, like we saw last time, is going to be able to break through, and there's not going to be a massive whale that's going to tear off all your HP. It's going to be just being able to, survive any of the onslaughts that either Chongyun or Sayu can put out with Wolf's Greystone. And, the only thing that puts a little bit of a detriment on it is the fact that there is freeze available on Enkoe's side.
Yes, so KDF Enkoe acting first.
Mm-hmm.
No Hydro application on Kirara. The question is, do you go for a skill on Herald? The answer is yes.
Yes, there it is. Herald skill makes a lot of sense. Get that Hydra spread around, especially because Frost is intending to swap around a little bit because you don't really stay on Kirara outside of doing that one skill. And if you really wanted to go that far, you can always just move to Herald early and start also skilling in kind, which would be being able to trade both those characters is definitely something that does happen.
Mm-hmm. And now Frost is going to have to respond. I feel like you could swap off to Herald. You could also Kirara skill. What do you think is going to happen?
Let's see here. Looking at the dice right now, I do believe a Kirara skill is the most logical. You can also push out some of your Lumen Stones. Not the best artifacts in the world to actually capitalize on the situation currently, but Kirara skill is quite valuable. Getting that quick and early. Boom. Now we have that, and now Herald has plenty to work with on Frost's side if they want to just drop an in skill as well.
It looks like Frost did go for that Kirara skill, and then Herald's prepared skill finishing by dealing 100 damage to Kirara,
Mm-hmm.
not even breaking her shields. Now
Mm-hmm.
Frost is more than happy to swap. Wait,
Mm-hmm.
we're not going Herald, we're going Cookie.
Very interesting. Cookie isn't the worst idea either because we do have that talent. You can pop it early and not really worry too much about whatever Enkoe is planning to throw at you because you do have that Curse of the Undercurrent that could have been applied to you by Enkoe, which they may even go for this round, and that would make your dice pretty bad, honestly.
Yeah, KDF Enkoe, of course, 4 Omni in hand, could definitely go for that Herald burst if he so desires, but, has 2 cost gilded, double Lyre Song. Will be swapped to Chongyun, very interesting. I was thinking you could go for a high damage share with Sayu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a one of those more odd variant lines. To be fair, you do have 2 Hydra already applied to Frost, although I still would have preferred Sayu just because of the fact that, Sayu is going to be able to swirl Hydra onto the character that matters the most on Frost side, which is, the opposing Herald.
His Frost's turn. 2 Herald talents in hand. I don't think you need both of them. Also has the egg, double Lumen Stone.
Mm-hmm.
It is just a swap to Kirara, not wanting to take additional damage on Cookie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, not at this moment. I guess the Chongyun line doesn't hurt too much. You're going to stop Kirara from getting any more value as well as Dendro damage because now that's actually boosted by the Quicken status you can see right below Kirara's feet.
Ooh.
So, pretty dangerous. Ooh.
Enkoe drawing a Wolf's Gravestone off of that Gilded proc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's
Kirara
going to be...
left frozen at 5 HP. The question is, what does Frost do? I think Frost will swap to Herald.
Yeah, definitely swap to Herald. Herald is your healthiest character right now, and also avoid any unnecessary breakpoints because otherwise Kirara would realistically not do anything in the scenario. There we go. Yep,
Tuning 1 and then swapping to Herald. Have to wonder. Probably try not to overdraw because Frost does have Wharf in hand.
Ooh, yeah, no, definitely. Actually, because of running that double Herald talent for consistency, is something I was going to comment on earlier. But you see a lot of players starting to drop out. Multiple talents because before you would have at minimum 2 Sayu talents, right? And of course, we're not talking about Sayu on Frost side, but regardless, even like 2 Herald talents because you can reapply it twice. But now it's starting to bite them a little bit. Like you said, they are kind of trying to push to that overdraw segment because they're going to draw 2 in the end phase and 2 from Wharf.
Enkoe just playing the Wolf's Gravestone, drawing another Lumen Stone, which is currently discounted by that seed dispensary. The question is, what are we doing here? We're just gonna trigger Herald's Revive now. Why not? But this
Yeah,
will
no.
enable Frost to go and play talent, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And the biggest thing about talent is that you can equip it off field. So if Frost really feels the need to, they can actually swap to Kuki and then make sure they have a. Or actually, not the safest character, actually. Kirara's down to 5 HP, and Kuki does have Hydro applied. So Chongyun will actually be able to wreck them at this moment. So. Maybe you do stay on Herald just due to the fact that they have no elemental application that will actually be super effective, and you can equip that talent.
Yeah, so I think I like this. Equipping Herald talent now. Ooh, it is going to be a Catherine and just passing that Dendro to Vana. I kind of expected tuning the second Herald talent into Lumenstone, but I guess this makes sense. Worf drawing out double underwater treasure hunt.
Very nice, very nice. Double underwater treasure hunt is going to be super useful for that survival in this scenario. Although I do wonder if they really have the means to actually properly play it. Let's see here. Let's see. 9
Let's
dice.
see.
Line.
So the thing is, maybe you keep Herald talent and let Herald fall, and then egg Herald, and then
Oh,
Herald
okay.
talent.
That is definitely a potential line. It may be a little unnecessary currently looking at the amount of dice that we have to work with, because Frost does not really have any form of that gilded magic right now. So it's just going to be the 9 dice that they have to work with. Maybe you can pull something off of Boar Princess, but that's the extent of it really.
There's a pun somewhere to be said about Curse of the Undercurrent and the word currently.
Yeah. Indeed there
I
would
have to
be.
think. I have to think of the delivery. Blep, if you're watching this,
I
I'll
think
steal
he
your
is.
joke.
Steal his joke. Do it. Do it. Do it. It'll be funny. Our
It
wonderful
is a
Dean is.
Frost's turn. Frost has priority here. Will put treasure into his deck. So I think this is really good, drawing the treasure at this stage. You've kind of survived some of the damage from Enkoe, and getting the treasure out is definitely going to help your sustain going into this round.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you want to be able to push past it. Now that Wolf's Gravestone is in play, you're going to have to deal with it. So heal up as fast as possible. Hey, there's even a heal right there. Still a breakpoint, though. So watch out. The unfortunate thing here, though, is that Frost did not play Lumenstone. Of course, like I said, they don't really have the dice to effectively play it. But, it would have been very helpful to draw out the treasures that they just played earlier.
Frost going for that Kirara skill. So, I mean, even through those 2 shield points, Wolf's Gravestone still applies that damage buff +2 on top of the +1 already from the sword will be applied here if Enkoe swings on Kirara. The thing is, Kirara has those shield points, so you still have to eat through them.
Yes, absolutely. It is thankful. The Wolf's Gravestone only accounts for your HP, so the shield points will take more damage than they typically would. But it is that extra bit of defense that you need to have to survive the Wolf's Gravestone onslaught that is coming towards you.
Ooh, this is pretty brutal. So,
Mm-hmm.
drawing Sayu talent has quick swap in hand, pulling Gilded back. I think Enkoe, if he applies Cryo
Mm-hmm.
to Kirara, I wonder if this would force Frost to go to Kuki.
Hmm. It's really hard to say because KDF and Koi has so much dice in their hand that they're probably going to be able to shred Kuki down immediately. Even if they do, so Kuki will become the sacrifice in this instance, and I don't know if Kirara and Herald solo without revive would be able to pull this entire thing back.
Frost drawing a Wharf. I don't think that's what Frost wanted. And Chongin
Mm-hmm.
Burst is ready to go. This is going to be a pretty huge round for Enkoe. I honestly don't know how Frost is going to combat it, because right now, if you look at the damage distribution and the
Mm-hmm.
auras, Chongin Burst is great and all, will definitely take someone out, but imagine the fast swap to Sayu to swirl.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. Enkoi could punish Frost for trying to tank on Kuki instead. It probably won't happen in that direction, but It's definitely a possibility that can. Frost is running out of time as they can play their last support cards. It has to be a choice between the Wharf, Timaeus, or Lumenstone. And hard to really say what I would play here, honestly. I would probably go for the Wharf. Oh, reconsistency.
It is the
Interesting.
Wharf Tune -6 with that Quicken on Chongyun. And Enkoe has a choice to make. It will be the Gilded Equip onto Sayu. There's the Golden House, Cardamom Cat, dealing 1 Dendro damage to Chongyun. And this is almost certainly going to be a fast swap to Sayu and a Swirl with Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, playing that out is pretty interesting, and they actually use it to take out Chongyun by themselves of their own volition, and then boom, Sayu is now available on field, and she's gonna go for that swirl. Boom! Kirara is out of the game.
Boom, indeed. So, yeah, Kirara's first, the Catgrass Cardamom, basically, if you play 2 cards, it deals 1 Dendro damage. It's not buffed by Quicken or anything, but Knief and Enkoe played enough cards to basically take both Dendro points on Chongyun. Frost will be going to Herald here.
Yeah, pretty interesting way of using Cascade Cardamom, because it's usually intended to punish you for playing those cards, but Enkoe saw the opportunity to just get a free swap onto Sayu without having to expend any of their resources or fast swaps. So that is pretty interesting. And now it is looking at KD Enkoe's last move because they have no more, so they just have to rely on whatever happens next turn.
Frost playing a treasure here, and it will be a Timaeus drawing Shadow of Sand King. I don't think that's what you wanted to see. I wonder if we're going to play it to see what we draw, or if we're just going to pass. We are going to play it onto Kuki, draw Sapwood. I think we want the I Haven't Lost Yet.
Yep, absolutely. Sapwood is great and all, but the I Haven't Lost Yet could absolutely turn around the game considering the HP threshold that Kuki's at. But unfortunately, too late. Sayu's got a follow-up attack, and now Kuki is solo. I do believe Enkoe has solidified this game.
Ooh. The artifact replace onto Sayu, generate 1 Omni. Golden Troop on Herald will reduce the cost of his skill next round by 1, and the Timaeus. Enkoe is geared up and ready to go to take game 1.
Yep, all set. I'd say, I don't really think that, there's really nothing that could have been done there. I do believe they did do their best with the hand that they were dealt. And, unfortunately, this is just sort of a matchup thing, right? Enkoe has full control of freeze, and, your characters are a little too fragile against Wolf's Greystone. Can't do enough on-demand damage to really bite back and threaten the opposing characters.
Granted, it's not over yet, I think. So Frost can play Lumenstone and just I hope he draws into that I Haven't Lost Yet. His egg in hand as well. So you can play Lumenstone, egg, treasure, swap off.
Yep.
Oh. Wait, you need to play 1 more card. I guess you take back. What's the artifact on Kuki? It's Shadow of the Sand King, right?
Yeah.
So you could Lyre Song. You could Lyre Song it.
Oh, yeah, that would actually give you the potential to draw out that I Haven't Lost Yet. And yeah, looks like Frost is going to go for that play. They dropped the Lumenstone even to make sure it's as consistent as possible, and now they just have to expend the rest of their dice on that potential play. Do wonder if it'll work out in their favor. Could be huge if it works.
There is the Lumenstone. I think he is thinking very carefully about what to do here. The egg in hand is definitely going to come up. There is the Lyre Song taking back the Shadow of the Sand King, playing it. What are we going to draw? It's an Adeptus. I mean, that helps if you actually get the burst. There's the treasure for the 3rd card, proccing Lumenstone. It's a Lyre Song. It's not what you want, but you can look again. You can look again.
One more. Could you imagine if we actually get it? One more chance. Just like last time, we had that one draw. That was all you needed to possibly turn around the game. Will the luck favor Frost this time?
Will it favor it indeed? Not going to go for it. Instead, just going for the normal attack. Of course, I don't believe that even though Cookie is at 6 HP, I don't believe that she's within lethal range. She is within gravestone range though,
Mhm.
so
Yeah, Cookie will be able to survive at least one more hit, but afterwards, it is do or die. Frost needs to go for that revive play and just cross their fingers on everything that they end up drawing out. That ability. Or actually, you do have 2 energy now, so you can, yeah, you can push back. But Herald is available with revive still, and they're going to punish Cookie pretty hard with a Curse of the Undercurrent.
this is definitely going to be a Herald burst. You're right. And
Hmm.
Koi, having that fast swap ready will be bursting here on Herald. Tuning 1. We're just waiting for it. And
Yep.
it's just a skill,
Really?
actually.
Hmm. That is quite strange. I do suppose you can get a good amount of damage out of it because Herald does get boosted in the next turn. But I honestly would have gone for that, burst on Herald because being able to limit. I guess Cookie doesn't really use skills, and they do have talent card, right? So it's going to subside the undercurrent. But regardless, every single time subsequently, when she ends up playing, that burst because she won't have a talent card to play anymore, it will cost her 4. So.
Frost's timer is ticking down. What is he going to do? He's drawing back the Shadow of the Sand King with the Liar Song, reapplying it, draws Deshret's Mausoleum. Is that what we want to see right now? I don't think
No,
so.
no,
But
definitely
does
not.
have 2 points of energy and that cookie talent.
Hmm. Yeah, we should see it come out at any rate. There we go. Oh,
Aw.
huh? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Still has enough dice to perform it. Maybe they're trying to intentionally drain the HP. That way, Herald's breakpoints are super duper messy.
And I don't like this
Yeah, no, I'm
at
definitely not a big fan of it
all.
either. It's a massive risk play, and we're running out of time. Tune the Death should be talent for sure.
Tuning Mausoleum. Yeah, this is definitely going to be Cookie talent into Burst. This
Hmm.
does take out Herald and heals Cookie up to 4 HP. But here's the problem I have with this.
Hmm.
Gilded Equip onto Sayu. This is 2 actions, 2 prepared skills. Sayu's
Hmm.
talent as well, triggering Cookie's revive. Even without the second action, the follow-up attack from Sayu's skill should be enough to take
Hmm.
Cookie out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That is definitely the big difference here. Sayu being able to split that gravestone damage up and also do it twice, double dipping with the power of the gravestone. And Kuki is down for the count. That is 1-0 to Enkoe.
Enkoe taking the first game here. Congratulations. Frost not out just yet. Of course, both these players having 2 lives in the Prince Cup Pacific tournament. So this is still anyone's game to win. There's either 1 or 2 games left in the set before someone is knocked down to the lower bracket. But before we move on to game 2, I wanted to ask you, Kojo, what did you think was the decisive moment in that game?
I think the decisive moment was the fact that Enkoe just had way more ramp to push past anything that Frost was going to throw at them, because Frost definitely had some chances to deal a good amount of damage, but it wasn't going to be enough to push past that. And especially once they equipped Gravestone, all the characters were in threat range. The Curara burst may have been a little unnecessary. Also, secondarily, it does make a little more sense to me now that I think about it with that endgame scenario, right? We're really weirded out by why Cookie Talon wasn't played, but they wanted to have that massive damage if at any point Enkoe made a little bit of a slip up and swapped to Sayu instead of just holding out on Herald, because that would have been a pretty significant damage or lethal onto Sayu, and therefore Herald is definitely not going to survive, or they probably could, but it would be much more harder to survive a 1v1 with Kuki versus Herald.
Yeah, definitely. I just think that this matchup in general is not really favored for Frost.
Hmm.
I kind of feel like they had to eat the loss in some ways, though
Hmm.
there's always things that you can do better. I do believe that Enkoe just has the win. Like, you have freeze and you have a
Hmm.
more aggressive deck. It's just really hard to get a win off here if you're
Hmm.
Frost. But um Now that Enkoe has won with that Sayu deck, he can no longer play it again. This is open decklist conquest format. So that Sayu deck is now out for the count. Enkoe going to be forced onto that double dragons deck with the cryo cube. Meanwhile, Frost is going to run it back again with the treasure delivery deck. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I love that name so much, by the way.
Yeah, no, it is pretty nice to have a name decided for treasure delivery, and it makes a lot of sense for me that Frost is staying, on this deck because I really personally would not want to play the Double Dragon Mirror, and not even really a mirror because Frost is using the slower version of Double Dragon.
Yeah, so Enkoe definitely going for the faster version here with the Cryo Cube. Of course, the reason why it's faster is because Cryo Cube has a 3 damage Cryo skill versus Layla's 0 damage Cryo skill, unless, the Starry Knight's shield does activate and deals 1 point of Cryo damage. So on top of that, Cryo Cube, it does have that revive, just like Herald, which is very good in against certain decks that are popular this patch, like the Conwheel, which is banned on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But here we go. This is Enkoe's Double Dragons list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And we can see here, looking, I'd say pretty standard, only
I
solo para.
see
Yeah.
nothing out of the ordinary.
Yep. Got a solo parametric double countdown to have that massive turn one if they so are able to draw it. And interestingly, though, the side of Wharf counter, but no Desperate themselves.
Yeah, no Deshret. Looks like Enkoe is not really trying to apply Forbidden Knowledge to their opponent, but rather just making sure he can play against it with that Wharf. I mean, Wharf has been in and out of popularity since it was first introduced, but definitely is brought to counter that Mausoleum.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And I don't believe. Well, was there Mausoleum in the other deck with the treasure delivery? I think there was one, right?
Yes.
There was one.
Yes. Yes, so
There was two.
Frost does have 2 copies of Deshret's Mausoleum. Yeah, just in case you needed a reminder or refresher for what is in Frost's Treasure Delivery deck, there is the entire Mausoleum counter package and also just the double Mausoleum. Has a counter for Quick Swap, has that Sapwood Blade for the dice fixing extra damage, ideally going on Kuki, but can also go on Kirawara, has Kuki Talent for the revive every round, and of course double Herald Talent and the Emblem of Sever Fate and the Adeptus for the extra damage on someone's burst.
Yep. Hopefully they actually are able to get it out this time because we saw how hard they tried to pull out the I haven't lost yet in that clutch moment, but unfortunately it just didn't happen, and it was too little, too late. They were not able to capitalize on that, and most of their characters end up falling before they could really try and pop off with all their abilities.
I definitely think that Frost's deck here is favored a bit more in this matchup than it was last matchup. Just because I think it has a bit more survivability. But let's go. We are getting into game 2. Will Enkoe take it in another 2-0 like Chikuwa, or will this go to a game 3? Enkoe versus Frost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting that you talk about the deck matchup and who's favored here. For me, I would personally favor Double Dragon, but if Frost is able to outvalue Enkoe immediately, with that healing, with that card draw, with the characters dealing damage at the same time, could definitely come into play.
But, before we get into this game, I just want to remind all of you watching at home, if you see that beautiful QR code on the left, it will be popping up every so often. Just scan it. It will lead you to a survey feedback form where you can tell us how much you love my puns.
Yes, indeed. I think I agree with that one, but dice roll.
Or you can tell us how much you hate my puns.
Yeah,
but anyway, just give us your thoughts about anything. Doesn't have to be about my puns. Please tell us your thoughts. It will help us improve our streams for the future. But here we go. Frost going first in this matchup.
Now let me see here. Decent start. Wharf and Wharf count, or sorry, Deshret and the Wharf counter. So that is definitely going to come into play within these next 2 turns.
See, King of Enkoe does have the Leeway Wharf in hand, though, to counter the Mausoleum. So we're going to have to see. I think the timing of the Mausoleum is going to matter the most. I feel like King Jester's Mausoleum can definitely make things difficult if you're playing a Hyper Magic combo-ish deck like Enkoe's Double Dragons.
Yeah, most definitely. Because since both of the decks are working off of Lumenstone, they are going to have that middle of the turn draw, and especially Nuvile, Ageha, and friends are going to be wanting that significantly, especially with the treasure, so they can just heal past any breakpoint and survive any turn that they want. And now, if at any point Frost decides to go all in and a little crazy, nice draw by the way, they can play King Deshret early and punish Enkoe for playing any of those Lumenstones or strategize in their hand.
Yeah, Frost trying to proc Lumenstone here. Double Heart of Kavarina is not bad. The question is, I think one of them should go on the Cookie, right?
Yes, absolutely. Cookie will always take advantage of the Heart of Katarina / and/or Veteran's Visage if you happen to roll into it. But regardless, it should always almost go on Cookie unless you have some other HP threshold that you can meet. Really? Wharf early.
Wharf early. Heart of Kavarina onto Cookie Shinobu. This is definitely going to be a skill. There is one dice left, and that is almost certainly for that Mausoleum.
Yeah, and they're using pretty standard logic here to not play their King Deshret's Mausoleum early, but it could have been cool because they could have actually punished Enkoe and their double strategize. But of course, as a top player, it's really never advised you play Wharf like that. There will hopefully be an opportunity later for Enkoe or sorry, Frost to punish them with this, but Enkoe does have that Wharf counter, so we'll see.
Yeah, Enkoe playing that Lumenstone and stratting. There is the skill from Cryo Cube, has 2 dice left. Could play something like Worf or Timaeus. I think Frost needs to be careful with the timing here of this Mausoleum. Yeah. I think you play it. It's just
it looks like they're gonna hold it. Yeah. Makes a ton of sense. I think Frost absolutely knows, like, shoot, they have Wharf. It's not worth it. Just hold off for now.
There is the Wharf. And this was smart to not play Mausoleum just yet. Now, Frost ends second.
Yeah, Frost ending second. Interesting because, they are fighting the freeze deck. Nuvile isn't necessarily going to pop off with the freeze anytime soon, but this is, going to give Asia probably opportunity to start capitalizing a little bit, especially if Enkoe draws talent, because they'll do a Cryo Cube skill into Asia skill, and then from there, Asia can start stomping away.
It is Enkoe's turn. And considering Frost swapped off of Cookie, there is no cryo application on Kirara. Seed Dispensary going down. This is going to be a free Timaeus. What do we draw? It's a Gambler's. Heart of Kavarina onto Cryo Cube, procking that Lumenstone, drawing the second Aisha talent. Does have Liar Song in hand and a boar if he chooses to use it. This is going to be a really big turn for Enkoe. And there's just a normal attack.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Pretty interesting. Just get some value out of that. Oh, here it comes. All right.
And that is the perfect timing for Mausoleum. Now Enkoe's second turn is going to be focused on not drawing out a bunch of things, which I guess there's not really card draw in Enkoe's hand in the first place. There's really just dice generation at this point.
Yeah, thankfully, there's not going to be too much punish from that, but of course it does limit Enkoe's option if they ever want to go a little too crazy. In fact, one of the things I'm thinking about, right, if, at any point Asia could have played the Gilded Dreams on top of themselves to not only gain more dice, but also get card draw per reaction, of course, but now I can see, the existence of King Deshret's Mausoleum is going to kind of make you think twice.
But there is Cryo Cube's Burst. And if you're not familiar with what this does, so depending on what character Enkoe ends on, the cryo damage from that summon will go to the character across the board in the same position. So if Enkoe ends on Cryo Cube, the damage will go onto Kirara. Ends on Aishtaha, I think it goes on to Herald.
Mm-hmm. Right, absolutely. That is definitely ideally what they want. It is quite difficult, sometimes to control how the crowd cube bursts and where it goes. But players, especially the tail end of Group E, have mastered where crowd cube is going to hit with their summon. So we should be seeing that happen here from Enkoe.
And there
There's the
is a
damage.
swap onto Herald. Lots of damage just from swapping. If you told me that was a thing in Genius Invocation TCG a year ago, I wouldn't believe you. But here it is. I mean, I guess Kaya. Kaya's been around for a while.
Yeah, Kai has been around for a while. I would have maybe believed you with Kazuha, but now we're just throwing all of the Electro and Dendro at our opponents. And, that is, like I said, a pretty significant amount of damage. You swapping for 4 damage is a pretty big deal,
But speaking of swapping, Enkoe swaps onto Aisha with that card of Heart of Kavarina equipped. And with the double talent in hand and 2 Electro Dice, almost certainly going to see it come out.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. And it's going to be even better because, unless Frost wants to skill, not skilling Herald would lose a significant amount of value. And it looks like, they're not even going to do it because that way Aishtaha does not have to get any absorption. And they're going to force bait them into proccing Frost's Herald talent.
Vana coming down to pick up that Omni Dice and check it out at the start of next turn. This is going to be a pass after applying Herald talent. Ooh, even putting Heart of Kavarina onto Kirara. Now, here's the thing. Enkoe can go for Aishtaha talent. Has Boar, is going to play Boar, has a free Gilded. Like I said, this is going to be a pretty big round.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to maximize that dice value. And even more thankfully, should not actually draw any cards due to the fact that they're not dealing any reaction damage. So, that Deshret should be in the clear for now. But, the more and the longer you're going to hold on to it, it'll become more of a problem next turn because Worf and the end phase draw should actually push KD of Enkoe past the current Deshret.
Going for a skill on Aishtaha, and it will just be a normal attack with the remaining dice. Triggering Herald Survive and applying Curse of the Undercurrent to Enkoe's side. We'll just be passing at that point. What do you think of that play, Kojo?
Definitely think it's okay. It was able to make it so that Frost does get what they want, and at the same time, also Enkoe does get what they want as well. Next turn they're going to be able to not only absorb Cryo, but also knock out Herald. It does suck that you get the Undercurrent, but honestly, it is inevitable considering how the tempo is going. You're going to have to deal with it at some point, and you can definitely, as Enkoe, push fastest because you do have the Gildeds, to regenerate so much dice.
Mausoleum, of course, giving 2 Forbidden Knowledge to the top of Enkoe's deck and shuffling an additional 1 in because it went over that 4 card draw by 1.
Yep, but thankfully, Worf was there to save the day, so Enkoe only has to deal with just 3 Forbidden Knowledge in their hand right now, so definitely could have been a much more worst-case scenario otherwise.
Definitely could have been. 3 Forbidden Knowledge is definitely better than like the 10 million I got the other day when I was practicing.
Oh yes, no, absolutely. Now we're gonna see
pressure on Herald. Frost has quite the hand right now. I had a full stacked hand. Has 1 more treasure. Has another Herald talent as if you need it. It's probably gonna get tuned at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. I do wonder about Frost trying to heal a little bit past breakpoint because if they do, it will force Aishtaha to actually go for a lethal with the burst instead. Definitely not what you want since you would like to absorb that cryo. Of course, you could absorb it from the other characters, but looks like that's not going to be the case. They're going to force them to eat some Electro instead.
Yeah, the elemental absorption giving KDF Enkoe an Electro die. Here's a Lumen Stone eating up the last usage of the Seed Dispensary. 2 Lumen Stones on the field now. And it's just Aishtaha talent biding its time.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got all the dice in the world they could possibly want to work with now. How do I feel about this one, though?
Boar Princess. What is the goal here? Are we going to swap back to Herald? Timaeus drawing out of Veteran's Visage and another treasure from that last Lumen Stone proc. Now the question is, what now?
Honestly, really hard to say. Both Kuki and Harold are sitting at very high breakpoints. You can shield up with Kirara, drop maybe even drop the box on them, but after that, it's not really gonna deal. It's not really gonna deal damage to the point where I feel like Enkoe would be threatened.
KDF Enkoe could go for the elemental absorption here by skilling and not going for the burst on Ashtaha. I wonder if that is the play. Will gain a cryo dice from doing that and still have the burst being very threatening. But then again, Frost also has Kirara's burst ready to go.
hmm Honestly, I definitely want. I'm thinking that Enkoe should absorb the cryo because that way you have much nicer breakpoints. You get the boost. That Ajdaha wants for his burst, but also the fact that cryo is the element that you actually want on Ajdaha anyway, right? There we go. Should be. Yeah, does look like it.
It will be the absorption, but here's the thing. So Aishaha is at 9 health. There is a quicken stack base damage on Kirara Burst is 4 plus 5 from quicken plus plus another one from quicken plus another one from the quicken reaction plus Adeptus or Emblem of Severed Fate. Actually went for the Veterans Visa Chikuwa. That's very interesting. But
Yeah,
I
no,
think
absolutely.
Adeptus Burst takes out Aishaha.
Yeah, as much as I would have wanted to go for the full greed on the Emblem of Severed Fate, Veterans makes the most sense because you'll at least survive, at least 1 HP, and then you can capitalize on its abilities afterwards.
No, but I mean, I think Adeptus Burst just takes out Aishaha already.
Yeah, no, definitely. I was looking at the side of Frost with what their current equips were.
There
Okay,
it is.
Here it goes.
Adeptus on Kirara. Here is the burst. Yeah. It is the perfect amount of damage to take out Ashtaha.
No, that is very
and unfortunately, KDF and Enkoe did not play around that, or maybe was just anticipating it and let it happen.
Yeah, no, definitely not something you expect from this matchup. But regardless, I don't know how much they care about Asia going down because they do have a healthy cryo cube and cryo applied to everyone, and they're not really a means for Frost to cleanse. So this is actually going to be a little rough now.
Playing a bunch of cards, drawing one Forbidden Knowledge. Probably gonna play it and take some damage on Cryo Cube here, and also absorb Kirara's Dendro damage here from her burst. What are we drawing out? Liar's Song. Right, 8 dice with free Gilded. There is the Gilded onto Nouvelette. I think we're getting ready to go off this turn. Treasure going into the deck here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Cryo Cube now down to 1 HP, so it's going to be a very easy finish, but into the revive afterwards. So I do believe you should just go for a Cryo Cube skill, get everybody applied with Cryo once again, and then let Nouvelette finish the job, especially because you even have a fast swap as well to work with.
Of course, the Veteran's Visage on Kirara triggering, giving a Dendro dice after the Cryo skill hit her. And now Frost has 3 treasures in hand. Could almost go for 2 actions, especially if he draws more treasure with that stove. Draws a Catherine.
Yeah, we did discuss that Catherine earlier. Definitely would have been helpful, but at this rate, it's not really going to be too helpful. What Frost really wants right here is going to be that healing because Nouvelette is going to start hydro pumping, and every single one of these characters is on such low HP. Kuki does not have a revive. Harold does not have a revive. Kirara has no shield, super low HP. It's going to be pretty rough.
It is going to be pretty rough. The timer is ticking down for Frost. He's thinking very hard about what to do with his remaining dice. Is reapplying Herald talent to give Curse the Undercurrent back to Enkoe. Very interesting decision there because without the source water droplets, Nouvelette is going to have a pretty hard time. Also, the swap away from Kirara actually triggering Cryo Cube's revive due to Kirara's skill before. And going for a countdown.
Yep, fishes out a majority of the cards in the deck, gets that to pass a breakpoint. Well, not really just yet, but also flushes out the rest of the Forbidden Knowledge, gets a setup. Yeah, Enkoe sees it, they're like, okay, we can't do it this turn, so I'm just going to set up and be ready for next.
The parametric transformer, Enkoe is very confident that Frost will not be able to finish the game off at this rate. And with Cryo Aura all over Frost's characters going into next turn, this is almost certainly going to be Nuvolet's time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to revive, etc., is nothing really. It kind of means nothing when you have freeze applied because even when you're frozen, once you get back up, you're still going to be frozen. There could be the I haven't lost yet, but honestly, 10 HP, Nuvilet, there's not much you can do from there. Oh, they're going for maybe another move.
I mean, I feel like they have to. So yeah, gonna generate a bloom core here by taking out Cryo Cube.
Yep. There we go. And should also have was that a normal attack? We'll see once it flips over. Yeah, that was a normal attack. No skill just yet. They had to hold on to it. I'm surprised they would hold on to the Catherine at this rate. Not that it won't not be useful, but it's a little too late.
Oh my! Whoa! Hold on 1 second here. Frost may have a way out of this with that I haven't lost yet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Not only that I haven't lost yet, but the egg as well. So they're going to be able to take one more hit on a character and also have them unfrozen as well. Because if you fall and then revive with egg, then you can be free from frozen. So that is definitely something to consider. So maybe that Catherine is actually going to come in clutch.
Cookie. Okay, Cookie Burst.
Yep.
Phase 4. Sapwood makes 5. Quicken makes it 6. Emblem makes it 8. Bloom Core makes it 10?
You're actually, that might be it. But now Frost needs to make sure they have no dice for that. Let's see. Let's make sure we have the dice for that. Let's see here. Herald goes down, right? And then we have to play Sapwood that costs 3. And then Emblem costs 2, so we're down to 5.
5, but I haven't lost yet. Treasure. Stove. Catherine. Wait.
Yeah. Here's the tough thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So go on.
You're gonna have to expend the Catherine first. So that's gonna push you down to 7. Hopefully, the stove is able to draw the rest of the treasure. Otherwise, Frost is gonna have a pretty difficult time hitting those breakpoints, right? Because if not, they have to use Catherine and then swap. So that is going to be 2 dice minus down. So that's only 6 to work with, and then you'll need the rest of the treasures to supplement for both playing Emblem and that Sapwood Blade to get that maximum damage.
That breakpoint is not great. Does not take out Herald just yet. I think Frost is going to be forced to swap to Kirara and actually eat another freeze. Playing the treasure on Herald. There's the cookie talent.
Yeah, not too illogical to go for at least one more draw, something to help you out with, instead of having to fully rely on Stove, because once you do that... Oh yeah, actually even, Stove, is it close to overdrawing? I believe this is round 3 or 4.
That is a great question that I have not been keeping track of. I do believe that the round counter is hidden.
Yeah, the screen folder unfortunately looks a little back. I will just go quickly take a look back in the replay, see if I can find it. But we should likely be on round 3 or 4, and regardless, let's see if it's round 3. You draw 2, so let's see here. Draw 2 would be fine. Draw 3, though,
could you have
would be an issue.
Tuning. Forbidden Knowledge taking damage. Playing a treasure here. What are we going to do? Are we just going to go for a skill? It's a skill, and these breakpoints are so bad because you want your character to fall. If you are Frost, he's gonna have to swap over to Herald, and there it is, the swap to Herald. This is the decisive moment in this match.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Nuvilet should just take the kill here. And I mean, there could be a universe where Enkoe just ends here and makes sure Nuvilet is nice and safe. But honestly, it's way too much of a risk. You gotta do something with it. I would definitely go for Burst. Even though your overflow on the Source Water Droplets, you have a maximum stack of 3. You'll take out not only Herald, but you'll also take out Kirara in the process. Gambler's Burst is so tempting here, but we know what's gonna happen.
if Nuvolet does that, Enkoe, this is so tense. Enkoe really has to think about this. Is there any way to even counter the cards that are surely in Frost's hand? What do you
Realistically,
do?
no. Yeah, no.
There
There's
it
no
is.
shield, no Lotus.
Here's the
Yeah.
gamblers. We are gonna tune a 3 to burst. The countdown going. Nuvolet is about to take Kirara and Herald out in one go, leaving Kuki Shinobu on 4 HP with that cryo aura. But now, let's watch what Frost does.
Yep,
I haven't lost yet.
Enough dice. There we
Emblem
go.
of Severed Fate. There, wait.
There it is.
-10, even without Sapwood. My calculations were slightly off. Would have been 11 dice with Sapwood, but that game is going to Frost. Congratulations to Frost. Very, very calculated there. Actually, no, it was because it was Cookie Talent. It was +1 damage.
Yep. Yeah, no, that
so
is
my calculations
true.
were right.
Yeah, I did not consider once you do that, it'll also give you the +1 damage threshold. So just enough to push past the Nuvolet's 10 damage. That's the big difference with no longer running Lotus. A lot of characters nowadays, by virtue, just think you can survive off of 10 HP. Because, I mean, let's be real, definitely would be against, a Cooking Kirara deck. But those damage boosters, Emblem of Severed Fate, etc., is enough to push you past that breakpoint, and Nuvolet is down.
Yes, I mean, so with like characters like Serpent, you can go above the 10 HP burst, and it's like, well, I mean, I can bring my character to 13 HP with a Lotus on max HP, and that doesn't counter Serpent at all. So I feel like players aren't really bringing Lotus. They are prioritizing that card draw, the dice generation, and just going all or nothing, especially in these decks like Hyper Magic and Aggro. Just not really bringing any Lotus. Mostly bringing egg for plays like last ditch efforts, basically to save the game. But in this case, Frost coming in with that win. So what do you think about that match, Kojo? Do you have any other thoughts you want to add here?
I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed by Frost's way to pull it back, because they saw the stars align. They just did their best to drain Enkoe out of all their dice and put them in, a situation where there really, even if there is no Lotus, there really is no means Enkoe had to counter out of that situation, right? Even, forcing them to spend their dice right, pushing them to the end phase. It's gonna be all on that, perfect alignment. I haven't lost yet. Emblem of Severed Fate, Bloom, Quicken, boom, 10 HP, knockout. What an incredible play to see. It's not often you get to see a massive cookie burst like that.
Yeah, I mean, Frost really saved everything for that moment, but here we go. Frost winning on that treasure delivery deck, unable to play it again because this is open decklist conquest format. We'll be going with his own Double Dragons deck, and Layla here is taking the stage again. It's not quite a mirror because Enkoe has Cryocube.
Yes, absolutely. It's really interesting to see Layla actually being played, this time around. Could be, because of, coming from the wild card, right? People are more used to Layla, so they may not have access to much as knowledge as the players, other players do. But regardless, Layla can still definitely work out, does have that treasures and the same mentality. The only difference is the slowness, from the side of Frost. So I do wonder if that will bite them, if Enkoe is able to take a earlier lead.
We're definitely going to have to find out. I do think, despite the Layla deck of being slower, it has more sustain with those. Well, not really more sustain. It has shields. I guess it has more on-demand cryo damage than the Cryocube does, but I mean, Cryocube has the revive, so I'm not sure how you compare those forms of sustain now that I'm saying it. What do you think?
I think Enkoe definitely takes a larger advantage into this, because the biggest thing against Cryocube, right, is that if it gets pressured, of course, the reason we run it is because it has the revive, so that way things like Serpent Snipe on the round 2 doesn't really matter that much. But regardless, the biggest way to get rid of Cryocube is to just start whacking away at them, gnaw away at their health, and get rid of it as soon as possible. That way, the only cryo applicator you have to deal with is Agedaha. From there, you can really mess with him. So.
Yeah, Enkoe's list, nothing really standing out here. Just in
Mm-hmm.
case you need a refresher of what it was,
Yep.
there it is. And here is Frost's list instead. So, Layla being here instead of
Mm-hmm.
Cryocube, wondering about the differences. It mostly looks the same.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm looking at the list comparison. Low key, this is almost the same list. There
The
is
only
some differences.
difference,
Mhm.
there's only one difference. No parametric transformer at all, double bore
Yep.
instead. That's the only
Mm-hmm.
difference.
Yep. Layla's skill is not able to capitalize on the powers of parametric transformer because it is just a shield and no elemental damage is done with it. So it won't be able to proc that. But regardless, I'd say pretty standardized list. Since it's almost the same as Enkoe's, we're going to be seeing them angling at very similar game plans. I do wonder how Frost is going to figure out a way to pressure Cryo Cube and get them out early so they don't get cryo applied to everyone, and then Enkoe would just take it with a sweep.
So I think what we could be seeing here is actually the on-demand cryo application from Layla's shield, like her Starry Night passive. As that takes up to 4, that cryo is going to be threatening, looming over Enkoe's head. But here we go. Enkoe versus Frost in a near mirror matchup. We'll have to see if Layla's cryo application will reign supreme over the cryo cube.
Yes, absolutely. Now, what is the one thing? There's also one other fun fact about both their decks that they both have the Wharf counter side of the King Deshret's Mausoleum anti-forbidden knowledge, but neither of them are running it, so it doesn't really matter too much. They're gonna have to use it
Neither of
as
them are
conventional
running
route.
it. We were talking about this at the start of the stream, Kojo. How
Mm-hmm.
players are responding to what each other are bringing. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so Mausoleum, I have to bring Wharf. Oh, they're bringing Wharf. I'm not even gonna bring
Mm-hmm.
Mausoleum. Oh, they're not bringing Mausoleum. I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
bring Wharf.
Yep. So now, Warp isn't going to be the end of the world for these players, but it is deck space that they could have used on something more useful. Such as maybe more supports like Board Princess having a 2-off instead of a 1-off, etc. But regardless, here is the match that we have right now. Let's take a look at their opening hands.
Can you have Enkoe going for a strategize, drawing Timaeus and a Liar Song? Not really. I don't know. I feel like you really want Lumenstone in the first round most
Mm-hmm.
times. This is like an okay starting hand, I think. What do you think,
Yeah,
Kojo?
no. It's a little wacky. I think Kitty of Enkoe definitely is going to be holding the lead thanks to the fact that, they actually have usable dice. So they will not only be able to skill, but also play those support cards out like Timaeus, like Worf, like the Vonarana, and push everything into the next turn. As for Frost, double Lumenstone, but then nothing to actually play off of it, and also no dice really to speak of that they could use. And not having a Layla skill turn 1 is a pretty, big thing against you.
There is the Cryocube skill coming out on Frost side. This is a double Lumenstone. That's such a oh, double Lumenstone on Frost side is just so good. But you can't proc it, so whatever.
Yep. Yeah, without means to proc it, that's the one effect of Lumenstone. People definitely will think that this card is super duper strong, and it is absolutely. But without cards to actually trigger it, it is effectively useless in the first round. And now, honestly, Frost might just move to H and normal attack, and then go back.
Why not? Wait, we're playing Boar. Wait, why? Uh-oh.
Mega risky. That is a massive usage of your resources.
It is. So are you gonna play Gamblers or are you gonna play the second Boar? And why? Gamblers on Nouvelette draws a quick swap. Are you gonna play the quick swap? I don't know how I feel about this turn at all.
I would absolutely not play the quick swap because that is so crucial, especially for Layla specifically. Because once you have those 3 stacks of the night, 3 stacks of the Starry Night Sky, right below Layla's status that she summons with her shield, without it, you won't be able to capitalize on your on-demand, cryo damage into freeze. So you might have to waste that second board. And as much as that sucks, you committed to this line, so you need to make a choice now. Are you gonna do it or will you not?
Yeah, I really don't know how I feel about this line, but it is just gonna be a normal attack. This is honestly way too painful. The second
Mhm.
Lumenstone not even getting procced. That is
Mhm.
so tragic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it was a little bit of a too much of a halfway commit. Being wasting. I mean, I guess not really because you would have tuned in anyway, but still, uh, not feel great for that to happen. Look at the disparity between the draws, right? Frost has 4 cards, and then Enkoe is sitting nice with like 8 to 10.
I want to say that Enkoe is kind of high rolling this game in
Mm-hmm.
comparison to Frost, but I think Frost is also making a couple mistakes, being very greedy with those Lumen Stones. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's fine to play the Lumen Stones, but you have to accept that if your dice aren't there, you don't have the cards to proc them, that
Mm-hmm.
it's something you're gonna have to do next round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And wow, look at we do have much more usable dice this round, but the disparity, look at that on Enkoi's side has, all the geo in the world, so they may be fishing for an Age to Hush swap and or using it for their support cards, which yeah, well, there you go.
There you go. Swap to Shaha has the free gilded from the Tamiya's 3 stacks. Drew double Lumen Stone himself as Liar Song. Honestly, this is Enkoe's game to win nearly. There is the double Lumen Stone. There is the gilded. This crystallize will give an additional card, and the absorption will give a cryo die.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
Whew.
absolutely. All of that played pretty masterfully. Enkoe is set up to do a cryo skill next up, and also, should be proccing those next Lumen Stones with a Liar Song pullback. So, honestly, Enkoe really is holding massive advantage. Frost got to draw something to pull them ahead.
Really not drawing much of anything. I mean, you have Tamias. If you play it, you could get a gilded, I guess, but
Mm-hmm.
this is just so scary for Frost.
Mm-hmm.
Tamias draws a veteran's visage. That is not what you wanted. I think you really wanted the gilded.
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. Gilded would have been most essential, so that way you can keep up with the amount of dice that Enkoe is about to generate. And right now, it's definitely not looking like it. I think the best thing you can do is equip that veterans onto Frost Ajaha, and then just work from there. See if you can battle it out with the opposite Ajaha.
Frost really thinking about what to do here. You want to get Layla's skill off at some point. The question is when. You were really not in a favorable position right now.
Mm-hmm. What else can we do from here? Honestly, I can't really think of anything outside of playing that veterans and the Ajaha line that we just mentioned earlier.
Hmm.
Otherwise,
We just have to wait and see. I mean, yeah, you can't underestimate like how like you need the time to think if you are a player. There's so much at stake here. We can't underestimate the nerves.
mm-hmm.
All of these things being taken into consideration that we may not even be thinking of on the caster's desk, but it will
Mm-hmm.
be a Layla burst.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Layla Burst is one of the lines that I had considered is possible, right? Because you can still cleanly swap onto Ajaha as long as you pre-equip that veterans, and then that way, Enkoe hits into you, you will be able to get that. Oh, you also have a strategize as well, and you can also treasure, if that is the case. But regardless, Layla's Burst isn't a bad option. You're gonna get not only cryo application, but also increase the amount of Night Star stacks that you have in the end phase, which is gonna be quite useful. You're gonna have that on-demand freeze quite soon.
Playing strategize, drawing out Wharf and Golden House. Again,
Mm-hmm.
really probably not what you want, but Veteran's Visage onto Layla, probably going to be a tune into her skill. And I wonder
Mm-hmm.
if Enkoe is just going to end here.
Oh, okay, interesting. They went
Oh,
for Ajaha. Not sure how I feel
swapped
about that.
Aisha. I'm also not sure how I feel about that, but Enkoe does have 2 Lumen Stone to proc, might
Mm-hmm.
be able to re-equip the Gilded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do have that potential to happen on their side of things. Looking at Frost, because since their turn is effectively finalized, it should just be either War for Treasure to end their turn.
Ooh. There it is,
Oh.
drawing back the gilded procking and the first lumen stone draws Tule Tula, so it's not too late. Sorry, I'm gonna use that joke every time.
I mean, it's kind of perfect for it, you know. You know, it's a cult. It's definitely going to become a factor. Enkoe.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Oh! He's the hot talent! There's no way!
Hmm.
Are
Oh
you
no, that
are we
that's
gonna see a
that's very
plate
rough.
sit? Does this even do anything here though? Do you even do this right now?
Let me see. You do gain. Let's see here. You do gain like one dice. I don't know if it's that much of an advantage though, honestly. Because you do have the other gilded and stuff, but it's kind of just meh. You might want to hold on to it and just take some free damage on the opposing H on Frost side.
Now the question is, do you go for the Aishtaha burst now that it's built up and just kind of knock down Frost Aishtaha?
It definitely could be a play. I do wonder if Kate Enkoe is weighing the options between either playing up the Tuli Tuya, right? Because since they're not really in any scenario where they're pressured, they can't actually just play that and make sure Nuvalet is nice and set to go for the next turn.
Yeah, burst on Aishtaha right now would do 5 damage. It's 4 base plus 1 stack of absorption, but it will just be an equip of Tuli Tula onto Nuvalet, getting ready for next round.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the one thing that I'm definitely looking at where Frost can start pulling it back is that if Enkoe, doesn't realize the fact that if Frost does a slow swap onto Nuvilet, they would not only be able to freeze Aishtaha, but then afterwards also freeze the Cryo Cube. Although Layla's summon the end phase might actually mess up the order in which that's going to happen. Oh, yeah, it will.
I'm a bit confused about the Vanna play. I'm not sure
Mm,
what
yeah, a little
Enkoe was
unnecessary.
trying to
The Vana
collect.
carried over nothing.
Yeah, and like you could still use the one to Maya's stack for some kind of equip. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, but here comes the next turn. Very full hand. Enkoi's need to start playing some cards, otherwise they will overdraw soon. Ooh,
Enkoe having turn priority here. What'd you see?
I see Asaha talent on Frost side.
Oh, that could definitely come up. I do think Enkoe should just go for a cryo skill here.
Yeah, no, most definitely. No reason to not. No reason to not go for at least some damage here. Moving around is definitely unnecessary, especially with the threat of fast swap on the side of Frost. So at least do something. In this
Yeah,
scenario.
Enkoe going for a seed dispensary. This is going to discount one of Dwarfed Maya's or Parametric Transformer. Treasure is being filed away into the deck. We are now at 0% Fontaine Exploration for Princess to proc. The other two Lumenstone draws a
Mm-hmm.
strategize and a countdown, and it will
Mm-hmm.
be the Parametric Transformer replacing that seed dispensary.
Mhm. Yeah, countdown's pretty
There's the cryo
massive.
skill.
Mhm. Yeah, being able to draw out those treasures later in the turn. Um, I guess cryo makes sense. You want to keep. You just want to make sure it stays there. I really don't mind burst. Honestly, burst really is something pretty strong. To push Frost Asia HP pretty low. But I guess you don't worry about it too much.
Don't worry about it too much. You really want the cryo application so Nuvalet can just do his thing. And the question is, looks like Frost is going to file
Mm-hmm.
away his own treasure into his deck. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I guess you would go for absorption, cryo absorption with
Mm-hmm.
the Aishtaha, but you're a bit behind.
Yeah, you were definitely a little bit behind. Frost can play the Golden House into either the Liar Song. Don't pre-play Fast Swap because that's going to be a massive signal to Enkoe. So it's got to be Stove or something if you want to pull out the treasure. But otherwise, like you said, really should just be something to allow them to absorb the cryo so they can start putting the cryo on Enkoe's side as well. And that way they can win the freeze mirror.
Frost is thinking very carefully about what to do here. Will be pulling back the Veteran's Visage from Layla with Liar Song. One more
Hmm.
card played will proc both those Lumen Stones. giving
Mhm.
2 Omni and 2 cards.
Mhm.
And it will be Veterans Visage onto Asia, draws a countdown, and draws a treasure.
Mhm.
Treasure!
Treasure, not bad, not bad. We'll be able to push out, the usage of the veteran visage with one, and then the opposing on Enkoe's side will hit them, so they will get a draw as well. And yep, there's the pass back. All right.
Yeah, there is the Asia talent. We are biding our time. Now, I wonder if Enkoe is going to respond with his own Asia talent.
Yep.
There it is.
Asia pass back. You'll love to see it, but now Frost, absolutely take that cryo. While you have the chance before it's too late, because being able to apply cryo is so essential. At this rate, even if you have Layla, on your side, you want Asia to have that extra damage boost. So if it ever comes down to it, you can use the burst just like Enkoe.
Frost with 11 dice has a lot of things he can do this turn, actually. It wasn't looking very good before, but the thing is, Enkoe does have that parametric transformer just waiting to be procced. It will be
Mhm.
Stove. What are we drawing? A Treasure and Vana. Don't really want the
Mhm.
Vana. Treasure's probably fine.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Could have had a little bit more. It's unfortunate that this is only the third round, so it only drew them two, which is honestly, strategize is great and all, but you did not really get what you wanted here.
Did not get what you wanted here at all, but I mean, the treasure will definitely bring Frost up to 4 more actions this turn.
Mm-hmm.
3 dice per action. Could go
Mm-hmm.
for the cryo absorption with the
Mm-hmm.
geo skill. It's gonna play Vanna
Mm.
just for time, probably.
Yeah, just for time. Definitely looking for a little bit of extra time. Trying to calculate some lines. I mean, they're trying to find a way where they can not only probably take the turn advantage, but additionally
Huh?
apply cryo to everyone. Ooh my.
What? C- uh, ca- countdown?
Yep. Countdown.
That was
That.
a bit greedy.
Yeah, no, definitely a bit greedy. I had considered it, but the reason I definitely want to go against it is because 11 dice matters a lot more. Being able to take 3 actions, while Enkoe over here, how many actions can they even take right now? They have 5 dice. You can't actually absorb that, so you can't get a bonus one. There's no board princess, no nothing. So now, Frost kind of made it so that they're only going to be able to do 2 skills. Now 3, thankfully, thanks to the absorption. Or yeah, no, it is only 2 skills. My bad.
Yeah, Isha going for the cryo absorption with the geo skill. Getting a cryo dice from that, it will be a swap onto cryo cube for Enkoe. I really feel like Frost, despite playing the slower deck with Layla, is playing a little too fast.
Mm-hmm.
Draws a
Yeah,
treasure
mhm. Yeah, it
from
definitely
the
can be a
Veterans
bit of the
Feast.
pressure. The timer is constantly ticking, and at that rate, that's when players are really trying to think through all their lines, and they're really trying to figure out a way to get out of this mess because they understand that these turns 3, is going to be super duper crucial in deciding how the rest of the match will actually play out.
Will be applying cryo onto the cryo hypostasis with the cryo infused skill from Asia, and Koi responding by playing cryo.
Do you think
And
that Enkoe is
Koi,
going to respond with a cryo skill, perhaps?
I'm gonna give you the cold shoulder, Kojo.
I don't know. I think you mean the cold hard truth. Well, okay.
Nice
There we go.
puns we have here.
Yes, indeed.
Get
There we
it?
go.
Nice,
Mm-hmm. Yes,
nice,
and it is
because
nice to see those,
ice is
and it'll be
in.
nice to no longer hear them. There goes the normal attack.
So that's survey feedback form.
Oh my goodness, indeed. Right.
All right,
That's
what does Frost do
wow.
here?
Frost is actually. I think that greed is starting to punish them because they only have 5 dice now, and Enkoe quickly recaught themselves back up with the veterans proc. So now they're mashing their dice right now. That's not good.
Well, one more treasure, you have 2 more actions, but I really
Mhm.
don't know if you want to burst Cryo Cube. I mean, I guess you
No.
could. I guess
Mhm.
you could. I guess
Yeah,
you
it
will.
doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, especially now that you've no more revive, might as well get some off-field cryo application while Cube is still available. Oh, also take out Layla, by the way. So wait, Enkoe's Gamblers.
Oh, there is the Gamblers on to Cryocube, the piercing damage, taking out Lila, refunding 2 Omni for Enkoe.
Yep,
And now,
thankfully
honestly,
Enkoe.
Enkoe can choose to end in a way that Nouvelette on Frost side gets that Cryo application.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Being able to, it is going to be an issue of turn advantage. Because Frost should be able to take the turn advantage because they have less dice. Than Enkoe. But regardless, if Enkoe plays it right, they could push Cryo onto Nuvula early, and that way they have full control of the game now. Your options start to thin as you play these freeze decks, and once you're down to the wire and all characters apply the Cryo, if that Hydro carry comes on the field, it's lights out for you.
I have a question.
Yep.
So, and I hope I get an answer this round, but you end on Cryocube. Cryocube is front and center. Where does the application go? Does it go to Nouvelette or does it go to Aisha or is it random?
So with this one, right, so the way it's worded, right, is that Cryocube is in the middle at the end. It's going to go onto the opposite and to the right, no?
It goes to the closest character to your active character.
Okay, so
but which
when it
way
comes
is
to,
that?
So the closest in Genius Invocation TCG is always considered the right. So it is going to be Aisha. It should be.
Huh.
What's it called? Unless Cryocube works in the opposite direction, which is left. But otherwise, whenever something's named closest, right? Let's take a Wanderer, for example. They're always going to attack to the right side. So that's why players will hide their hyper carry on the left instead. So that way Wanderer does not attack them first.
There is a treasure. We are healing our cryo hypostasis up. Why not?
Yeah, and another action too. My goodness.
It is another action. We could even swap off in first with Aisha, maybe.
Yeah, no.
Do we
most
want to
definitely.
sacrifice Aisha?
Yeah. Would not hurt to honestly sacrifice Aisha, considering that you're not really having another means to safely swap onto them. This is, your one opportunity to get there. Because, no, we're not going for it.
There is a war if the 2 Omni are going to be passive on our own. I like this better. You don't really need to sacrifice Aisha or anything like that. Cryo application going on to Cryocube. Let's see where this goes. It's on a Nouvelette.
Oh, okay. So it's a little different. So it's considering that their closest active character. Oh, right. Because Aisha is active, it doesn't count. That way it's going to go to Nuvula instead because it only needs to hit someone who's on the back line, not on the front line. Cool. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. Because if it didn't hit Aisha,
I don't think it matters if someone is active or inactive. It's just whatever character is closest to your active character. I'm gonna ask around about this because this is something very important. I know Cryocube positioning actually is coming up this patch as more people are playing the Cryocube iteration of Double Dragons.
Yeah,
man,
so we're gonna have to consult and playtest a little bit with our friends who do good old theory crafting. But here we go. Now that's it. It's exactly where they want to be. So Enkoe has full control of this match now. Frost is either going to have to play out all their treasures, and just make sure they can survive the onslaught. But, Tulia, it's on field.
Tula is already equipped on Aisha for Enkoe and do another Aisha talent. I'm not sure when you're ever going to use it, but Golden House coming down for Frost. This will be a free gilded, most likely, onto Aisha to do a crystallized reaction on Cryocube.
Yep, absolutely. Any bit of extra survival is definitely going to become a factor because, since, like I said, it's definitely going to be Enkoe's game to freeze everybody and then just work from there. Not bad on the follow-up attack, but Enkoe should be able to drop massive damage. Really? Oh, I guess that's fair, yeah.
Fast swap. Listen, both Frost characters have that cryo application. Man, Aisha barely hanging by a thread. We are feeding more treasure into the deck. Lumen Stone is going to draw them out at this point. Double treasure back into Enkoe's hand, already paying for itself. And this fast swap onto Nouvelette is going to seal the deal in a lot of ways. But first, we're going to Aisha talent just to get some more dice.
Yeah, just to get a teeny bit more dice. I think, what can you even do here? There is Gilded Dreams, but it seems very unnecessary. Maybe pull in a Strategize. Oh, that's also super unnecessary. It's hard to say actually because like now Frost just has to play the game of min-maxing draw, and I believe the way you can do that is by playing Gilded onto Aishtaha and then skilling so you get it from the crystallized reaction. But from there, that's kind of it. You know, you have strategize, and then the 3 treasures in your hand, and you're gonna hope that Nuvilet and Aishtaha can take it.
Yeah, Frost is going to have to manage his breakpoints very well and just basically swap stall without ending his turn between Nuvalet and Aishtaha, just trying to keep them alive. But, Enkoe having that Tule Tulas equipped onto Nuvalet already and so much dice in hand, so much dice generation. Basically, there is a Timaeus, there's a seed box, Timaeus, Veterans Visage, Gilded, Liar Song, Double Treasure, even Countdown if you really feel like you need it.
Yeah, I had a little fist bump. I'm like, they got 1 treasure. That's super good.
Yeah,
keep going.
Frost drawing out the treasure there. I saw you go for the fist bump, but
come on, there we go.
Timer is ticking down. Enkoe's
Ooh,
falling.
That's huge. That could be super duper useful.
There's the Gilded onto Nuvalet, and Aishtaha is now frozen with the skill, drawing yet another treasure from the Gilded.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Even though there is no cryo application on Enkoe's side, we do have the Layla star signs. Now, it will take possibly a bit too long to regenerate because there are no active skills. There is no summon to increase it. But regardless, it does exist there. So, Enkoe is not completely in the clear.
I mean, this is Enkoe's turn to win, I think.
Absolutely.
If this somehow goes to next round, then basically that's when the Layla Starry Nights thing will come into play. It's only at 1 stack, and this fast swap onto Nuvalet will put it at 2 and apply Hydro onto Enkoe's Nuvalet. But Enkoe is going to be able to freeze Frost Nuvalet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as much as you could, because you're going to survive this turn for sure, but, making sure that you use that fast swap to increase Layla's stack by 1 so you can keep up with the tempo. And now it's the healing turn. Can Frost pull enough treasure to heal past everything?
Oh, that is definitely the question. Countdown drawing 2 more treasures. So basically 4 HP to work with here, but you have to manage your breakpoints really well. Aishtaha is already above a certain breakpoint threshold, I think. All right.
Yeah, thankfully, no damage boosting in this deck, so Enkoe is not going to be able to take out Nuvilet just yet. But you got to play all that treasure, unfortunately, now on Nuvilet. Otherwise, you are going to fall to either the summon or Nuvilet bursting again.
There is the burst from Enkoe giving 2 source water droplets. The treasure coming in from Frost. And I'm going to have to swap again.
Yeah, no, definitely. Looks like they're just deciding if the breakpoint is going to work out for them because 3, is enough to survive the summon. But again, you got to watch out. And the reason I'm, even though Enkoe has no energy, they have multiple actions to tear through. So if they really want to, they can get to that burst, get that 1 piercing onto Nuvilet. Otherwise.
I think Frost miscounted a bit. I think he has to strategize and look for 1 more treasure because the follow-up will deal 4, and it is going to be strategized. Oh, drawing 2 treasure here. So you definitely play 1.
Yep, absolutely. There we go. And here
comes the swap. Here we go. Seed Dispensary into Timaeus, into Veterans Visage, playing 2 treasure here, getting a Hydro Dice, 2 Hydro Dice. 1 from the treasure. Wow! Even more Hydro, drawing another treasure from the Veterans Visage, re-equipping the Veterans Visage with the Liar Song, and we don't know. Okay, so that Hydro was from Veterans. Drawing another treasure. It's only treasure left in this deck, and here we go. This is it.
Yeah, this is it. You can heal past that breakpoint, and from there, I think that's going to be all she wrote. Okay, swap over.
This swap, it's going to be a 4 damage Nuvalet at 1 HP for Frost. And I really just thank you end. There's
Hmm.
nothing else that can be done here.
Yeah, no, not really. Unfortunately, there still could be one thing that you could do, but nope, that's going to be that. And then Nubilet is ready to roll with another oh, skill
Frost
first. There
Nuvalet
we go.
falls, and Aisha's left at 1 HP. Enkoe
Hmm.
goes for the burst on Nuvalet, and Frost falls down to the lower bracket. With
Hmm.
Enkoe make it through the upper bracket. Congratulations to Enkoe.
Yeah, congratulations for moving on to the bracket, and that's going to be all three of the matches. We're going to see who is moving on the upper side, and of course, Frost is not out of the tournament just yet. They do have the lower bracket down there, and they're going to have to fight through everyone else if they want to make it to the Prince Cup.
Yes. So, I mean, Kojo, what do you think was the. I'm going to ask you this every game. What was the decisive factor, do you think, of that match?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's always good to ask about analyze and look back. I think we've had some pretty good discussions so far about what goes on in the match, but absolutely tempo, 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 tempo. That cryo cube being able to not only survive the entire time, apply tons of cryo, never feel pressured, and Layla over here, unfortunately, never really getting one of those what is it called? The Night Star stacks, being able to have that on-demand freeze, one of the greatest strengths of that deck originally, but now that is no longer the case.
But here we go. This is our updated bracket for Group C, and Koi making it through to the upper bracket winners second round. Frost gets knocked down to the lower bracket, and the next best of three coming up, which will be cast by Staffa and Sumi, will be Small One versus Sortreew. The loser of that will go on to face Frost. The winner of that will go on to face Enkoe. So we're just gonna have to see what happens. But yeah, I just to answer my own question really
Mm-hmm.
quickly. I do think that Frost played a bit too greedy
Mm-hmm.
in the future rounds. Not only did he low roll, but I think he responded to the bad rolls by trying to force something to happen fast. And
Mm-hmm.
he's not even playing the more aggressive type deck with Cryo Cube. He is playing Layla, which is known by players to be a bit slower.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, I think it was a mixture of Frost just getting high rolled a bit by Enkoe and not really
Mm-hmm.
responding well to it. I think maybe it could be a bit of fatigue or
Mm-hmm.
maybe just nerves, going into game 3 here with so much at stake. But
Mm-hmm.
that's personally my take on it. I do think it was those beginning rounds that really set Enkoe up for success.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, you saying that reminds me of the fact that they did have a double Lumenstone opener with nothing to play it, and they had to expend a Boar Princess as a resource. And even when it's far to play Gamblers early, it's just too much to spend in your first turns, especially since Boar Princess super valuable only lasts that turn in Gamblers. You never want to reveal A that you have it first off, but B forced to play it early and then having to do the returnal method if you even wanted to capitalize on it.
Yeah, definitely. Those first two rounds were very brutal. Meanwhile, Enkoe kind of having just a really good start that set him up for success. Did so much
Hmm.
dice generation going to the round that he won. That's really what you look for, Double Dragons. Trying to you're trying to set up for that round where you just have so many actions, but that is going to be it from us today. This has been Leah, aka Windflower Leah, casting for the Astro Carnival Pacific Prince Cup Tournament. And with me is.
Indeed, Coder Creations. Once again, we are doing all kinds of stuff on here, and we're going to be having our good friends Sumi and Staffa following up with us and doing the next two matches. So don't go away. Just going to be a short break. Grab a snack, grab some dinner, maybe, and we'll be right back with more matches for you. But for now, this is Coder Creations and.
Windflower Leah, aka Leah, signing off. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be seeing you next weekend. Please enjoy Staffa and Sumi coming up next.
Mhm.
It's time to draw your next card, traveler, and it's time to welcome our next contestants here at the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We're halfway through the day and we've still got 2 matches to go. My name is Staffa, and today joining me will be none other than Sumi.
Hello everybody, it is Sumi once again for another round of TCG, and as the players draw a new round of cards, so have we drawn another pool of players. This time it shall be Group C.
We've already gotten to witness a little bit of Group C going on today, and there have been some very exciting games so far, very similar to what we've been seeing from Group B as well. And it just means that the competition is continuing to spice up even further as the slots to go for that main stage event narrow.
Yeah, I mean, like, as we go throughout the tournament, the players are dropping one by one by one, but also the people who've made it forward, we're slowly getting to see those emerge as well.
And I'm really excited to see who will emerge victorious in the final 2 matches of week 3 as well. As you can see right here, this is the current status of Group C on the brackets. As we see Salty and Chikuwa, Enkoe, as well as one player that we're going to be seeing later on, have moved on to the winner's second round. We're going to be witnessing the battle between Small One and Sortreew, and then after that, we will also get to have a look at TareHero versus Alkanist, 2 players who unfortunately got dropped down to the loser's first round.
Yeah, I mean, starting off, we have a new batch of players. It's always so exciting. I think one thing that's really cool here is I do notice that Enkoe has like clan tag. I did take a look at it. It is the tag of Kwangdong Freaks, which is a Korean esports organization. So very cool that they have. They are sponsoring a player in the tournament. That's always really cool to see.
That's actually really cool. I think that explains as well, because so far Enkoe is the only player who actually had a proper like player portrait as well up until that point. So maybe going forward we could see more of this as the TCG community continues to grow.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see like more players who can dedicate more time. So you get to see more innovative decks, more innovative plays, like more resources being poured into something is always really nice because it just makes the sport all that much better.
And we want to see it continue to get better as well. So we also want to take a moment to thank all of you guys for choosing to join us and watch all of these amazing Genius Invocation TCG matches all throughout the Prince Cup. We've got even more upcoming, so I think it's about time for us to jump on into our 4th match of the day.
Yeah, and here we have a game 1 versus Small 1 and Sortreew. Both players picking and banning Conwhale as expected throughout the tournament. It has, I mean, we saw it as 62% ban rate. It's probably even higher at this point. And both players also bringing the rising star of the patch, the Lee Armory deck.
I do really like this deck name that has been come up with here, and I think it's a deck that's really cool to watch as well. I've always been leaning a little bit more closely to aggro style because I just think it makes things a lot more fun to watch. And when we're talking about aggro as well, like we talked about Leo Armory, but both players are also bringing fairly aggressive decks on the side as well, with different variations of Herald.
Yeah, Small 1 bring Kukikirawa Herald, and Sortreew bring another emerging deck, actually, the Herald Sayu Chongyun deck. So both players bring like the most generically strong deck of the patch, and then we have these emerging rising anti-meta options as well. Of course, neither player choosing to bring the very popular Double Magic Dragon Magic deck, which is rather surprising.
I personally am okay with this. Like, we all love New Valette, but I personally feel like we've seen a little bit too much Double Dragon recently. So something new to refresh the palette will be very nice to see. But let's start by having a look at Small One's Lear Armory decklist.
Lear Armory, at this point, it's probably a household name because we've seen it so much. First brought in Group A by Amaru as like a tech choice against Double Dragon Magic, bringing in Shenhe Zhao and Yelan, and as the name implies, is running the weapon engine with a whole host of weapons: King Squire, Lithic Spear, Moonpiercer, as well as Master Zhang. This is the only deck he is currently seen in, as well as Wagner.
It's interesting to see that the certain cards will still have niches depending on the situation, and I personally do love when a tournament meta has advanced enough that we start to see anti-meta decks getting a lot more time in the spotlight purely because of their effectiveness against what is proven to already be good. Having cards like Fresh Wind of Freedom as well allows them to punish, as well as the usage of the Unseen Razor to refresh Lithic Spear as a potential defensive option, since they're obviously not running food outside of that fried egg.
Yeah, and here is Sortreew's version of the list. It is looking nearly identical. I think the only change here is that they replaced the one Teyvat fried egg with a second golden house. So Teyvat fried egg is a very interesting card because it gives you that revive, so you can't necessarily put a price tag in terms of value on it. And it's a bit more situational in that regard. Sometimes it's going to win you the game, but other times it is literally useless. So bring in Golden House, which has more concrete value with that 1 dice discount on 3-cost equipment or more once per round.
It's always going to have value as well when you have this many potential weapons to play around with, and the whole deck is built around making use of that. So I, again, personally love watching this deck. It puts a spin on the typical formula where in the past, when you see Yelan, you expect them to start on Yelan, build up Yelan burst, but not this time. This is more about setting up those cryo swirls and then allowing Yelan to come in at the opportunistic moments to really clean things up with freeze.
Yeah, this deck plays very unlike other decks. Some might describe it as a left to right deck where you start on Shenhe, you skill burst, she dies, you go to Xiao, you skill burst, whatever, and then you go to Yelan after he falls to perma-freeze the opponent. So it has a very linear playstyle, but of course it does have that freeze in there as well in case you want to pivot to deny your opponent. And Xiao does offer a lot of value by swirling Cryo and or Hydro to maybe do a double freeze, or in combination with Shenhe's summon to do big off-field swirl damage.
What is something that might not be very obvious at first glance as well is Yelan's capability of playing as a secondary carry, because she's held this position of so long of just being like upgraded Xingqiu, where you just want to build up for combos, but we already saw yesterday that she actually does a very good job of dishing out damage on her own if Xiao is not able to for whatever reason. So we'll see which characters get to shine here in this very first mirror match between Small One and Sortreew as we jump into game number 1.
I mean, you mentioned earlier that Yelan could also be that secondary carry, and that typically does happen when they draw that one copy of King Squire, because that will buff up her base damage to 4, and that's where she really comes into her own as a secondary carry. And as we can see in Small One's hand, they do have that King Squire in there. But you have more spears, so it is typically more common to go on Shenhe as you can buff her up with those weapons more. But now that is currently in Small One's hand, interesting to see if they'll keep it and just play Yelan first, or if they'll throw it away.
Sortreew did end up mulliganing a few cards, so they actually drew their very own King Squire as well as a quick swap. So not too bad in terms of an opening here. As Small One looks like they did decide to throw the bow back into the deck. So let's see how things will start here. Sortreew has Wagner in hand. Small One has Master Zhang. Neither going to be too effective yet in round 1.
I mean, Small One did have a Wagner of her own earlier on, but did throw it back, drawing a Master Zhang instead. That'll get a little bit more immediate value. It will still make the King Squire 3 cost. As you can see, Small One's also starting on that Yelan. But without that Wagner available, you will not be able to search out for your Moon Piercer, as Sortreew has in hand right now. Whether or not they'll play it immediately remains to be seen, or if instead they'll opt to play the countdown instead.
And as we can see as well, because Sortreew is going to have that first turn, Small One decided to start on Yelan, as you pointed out, to try and eat that cryo application before setting up on Shenhe themselves. Whether or not this will reduce their momentum going into round 2 will remain to be seen, but at least it avoids too much damage being applied through Swirl.
Swirling is very unreliable in this deck. Mainly because you don't have a fast swap, right? Unlike Mew, you don't have the free fast swap from Mona, and unlike something like even Shenhe to Animo, which in itself is notorious for having very unreliable first swirls, this deck doesn't even have that. So it is very hard to get the initial first cryo swirl, and starting on Yelan just to apply the element will let Shenhe carry be a lot more effective later on, as you can just freeze your opponent one after another after another. Looks like Sortreew not even opting to skill on Shenhe, the dice not working out for them in that regard, or perhaps they're just trying to preserve aligned dice in order to play the Wagner instead.
That is the question that small one will have to consider, whether or not this is a ruse by Sortreew to try and get them to bait out the Shenhe early on, or they truly don't have enough dice to play it the way they want to. Small one did end up keeping a lot of their Hydro dice, so it shows that they actually intend to go for damage on Yelan here. So we see how much they prioritize doing so before switching off the other characters.
Even managing to proc the Lumenstone, that's very nice. Drawing in a Lithic Spear currently won't be discounted, as they did use the Mahjong discount in order to equip that King Squire, which does reduce their dice burn to only one aligned dice, and allowing Yelan to do another normal attack after this. Being able to ramp and also do double skill is just so good.
Now I'm actually considering whether or not Small One decided to start on Yelan not to avoid this world, but to actually pressure Sortreew, because with King Squire, Yelan actually does do more damage than Shenhe, and this means that it might be difficult for Sortreew to keep Shenhe on field for a long time to potentially get the burst out, or now even to get Icy Quills out, because they didn't decide to go for it initially.
Shenhe is typically preferred because the burst is so powerful, but when you really think about it, Yelan in this situation does make more sense. Like a Shenhe, even with Icy Quills, is only going to do 3 base damage, right? You need that weapon, you need the burst in order to increase that up to 4, and if you have both, eventually 5, which is why she is typically the carry, because once you do have that set up, you are smacking your opponents for half their max HP every time you do a skill. But with none of that setup available, Yelan is smarter, as with the weapon, she already does more damage than Shenhe.
And we can see that, actually going to stay on Shenhe here, taking a little bit of a risk on Sortreew's side. Shenhe's still on 6 HP, and since Sortreew will probably enter in first, can get the burst out at the start of round 2 before she ends up falling. So I can see the decision being made here, but it will probably risk Shenhe dying pretty early on in this match.
Sortreew, the Golden House coming a little bit late, not being able to get the Moon Piercer discount this round in order to do a skill. That's a little bit unlucky. That does neuter their damage a little bit, as of course you're not going to get those Icy Quills, and the burst isn't even going to be empowered by Icy Quills, so we'll only do like 1 damage base, which is not ideal. You really would want to reset those Icy Quills at some point. But I think Sortreew, at this point, will need to just settle for the burst. I don't think it is worth equipping the weapon, unless it is that Lithic Spear, because Shenhe at 3 HP will fall to anything that Small One's Yelan does.
Pretty much. Though Shenhe was able to still get... Shenhe did get a cryo application out on Yelan last round, right?
I don't think so. It was 2 normals.
Did not. Oh yeah, it was 2 normals. Okay, I thought if they had a cryo application, since they had a quick swap in hand, they could just like switch off the Xiao to immediately get Shenhe out of danger for now. Actually going to play the countdown here, tune the rest of the dice, pulls out the second quick swap as well as Fresh Wind of Freedom, so that could come in handy a little later on.
Both of those are super impactful cards. Unfortunately, the King Squire won't be of much use right now unless Sorcery does want to invest the Lithic Spear. I think it is a heavy toll to ask, because Shen is already so low, very unlikely to be able to keep her alive for much longer. So investing a weapon like that so early on a character that is as good as dead just feels really bad. But you might need to.
It does depend a little bit on what Small One's plan is going to be going into this game. Because if Sortreew does decide to play a Lithic Spear on Shenhe, then she survives 1 more hit. And then if Small One is actually intending to go for Yelan Burst, for example, and staying on her, then the quick swap into Xiao could come into play afterwards. So I think it's not too bad to like keep Shenhe alive here, but playing the countdown does really limit the number of potential actions Sortreew has this round.
A good play Sortreew does have here is to equip the Lithic Spear, as we see him do right now, burst on Shenhe, right? And then after that, we use our King Squire to pull back the weapon, and then play Moon Piercer on Shenhe to discount that skill to 1, and then skill again to reset Icy Quills. And that sets them up perfectly for one of those very big 3 damage swirls we saw that make Shenhe 2 Animo so threatening all the way back in 3.7.
Well, I can see it, yeah. But so far, we haven't seen a lot of usage of the Unseen Razor in this deck outside of refreshing Lithic Spear, but it is a very valuable card in allowing you to reset the abilities of these weapons and getting a new one out for much cheaper than you'd regularly expect, especially if you combine it with something like Golden House. So even though Small One has been fairly successful in pressuring Sunhe up until now, the fact that they weren't able to remove her from the field before Burst came out means that they are now quite behind in terms of tempo in this mirror match.
Yeah, I think behind on damage is Sortreew currently, but they are ahead in setup. That China Burst is going to be doing so much work throughout the course of the game. Not just because it deals massive damage on itself, and not just because Zhao can swirl for massive damage now, but also because it'll keep applying cryo onto small one side of the field that they will have to deal with later, right? Because Yelan with freeze is going to be a huge late game threat.
Absolutely. And because Small One did end up their Yalan has already dropped quite low at this point, meaning that they're not gonna be able to play very heavily around freeze in the end game, because we already know that this deck doesn't run all that much healing overall, and Yalan's not gonna be able to benefit from the Lithic Spear either. Therefore, Sortreew is still in a pretty comfortable spot here, and if they do, as you say, to reset the Moon Piercer to get the Icy Quills out, they'll be in a perfect situation.
I think that is the correct play to do. We see Small Tree playing Small One, sorry, playing that second Lumen Stone, cycling a few cards as well to get that extra Omni dice. Equipping the Lithic Spear onto the Shenhe as well and to absorb some of the damage coming over their way. Whether Sortreew would still like to do this play now is up for debate. They could just simply swap off onto another character and let them tank the damage. Or we can just go for the instant cryo application here. And then if we also play our Golden House, we will also have enough dice to swap off onto either Zhao or Yelan to tank some damage as well.
Looks like it is going to be the Unseen Razor Golden House. Moon Piercer, yep, we are expecting a Shenhe skill here to refresh the Icy Quills before she goes down. And since the Lithic Spear shield does still persist even after it's been taken off, Shenhe can actually still tank a hit from Small One here.
Smart play as well from Small One to swap off of the Yelan. Currently, with Weapon and with Summon, if Sortreew was able to get off another action, that would have been 4 damage, and Yelan would have been knocked out. So very smart to keep Yelan alive, swapping off in order to preserve that freeze potential for later on. That is one of the very big threats of this deck, just to lock down your carry at just the wrong time. If you lose her this early, you would have been at a significant disadvantage.
I would say though that Small One is still at a bit of a disadvantage. I like the line they tried to go for since they were going second in a mirror match, but I don't think it's paid off too much just yet. As of current though, Sortreew, you're not gonna have any more dice to play with this round. Just gonna go for that strategize and probably get turn priority. Actually gonna keep Shenhe out as well since her job is basically done.
You can stay on Shen here. I mean, you can't fast swap over onto Zhao anymore because we did spend that last bit of dice. But yeah, you will end first, and because you do have those fast swaps in hand, as long as you end first, I mean, you can't really do anything else. No dice to work with. You will also be able to guarantee yourselves a 3 damage swirl, leaving Yelan on just 1 HP and taking a very healthy chunk out of Small Tree's Yelan and Zhao as well.
We can see now Sortreew has ended their turn. They'll have turn priority next round, which is going to be excellent since they are still sitting on that double quick swap in hand. So Xiao can come out at any time. Small One, they have enough dice left for an action, but it is rainbow dice, sadly, and not the ones that they are looking for either. So we see, they're actually going to tune 1 countdown here to get the Shatter proc to take out Shenhe. This is going to hurt quite a lot. Shenhe will not get lethal to a single attack here, so Small One can at least get burst out, but it's gonna do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and for sure hurt more towards the Yelan more than anyone else because Small One really wants to preserve her in order to free Sortreew later on. Just unfortunately, I think this turn they do need to get off that Shenhe burst in order to even out the damage a little bit. They are quite behind in that, even with Sortreew down a character.
We already knew that things were a bit rough here for Small One. Sortreew gonna be looking in a very comfortable spot, especially since they have so many tools in hand, including that fresh wind of freedom that could easily take advantage if Yelan drops too low through swirling. So now, they should have a weapon for Xiao in hand, right?
The weapon in hand, I believe, is a Lithic Spear, so probably doesn't want to play that. You prefer to use the Moon Piercer instead, because that will reduce the cost of Xiao's skill, especially if you equip it for free, and it will allow you to get an extra action out more often than not. The extra HP is good, but currently it is not needed. We'll go over it anyways, because the extra damage is nice, and the shield will be useful regardless.
Especially since Xiao is going to eat a cryo application here, so the risk of being frozen is there. If small one does have a quick swap in hand, we know they don't, but we can see the damage already, dropping Yelan instantly to 1 HP. Small one, we know this deck doesn't run any healing, so a Fresh Wind of Freedom play after this is going to be devastating.
Well, they don't run a Fresh Wind of Freedom, but what they do have is a Lithic Spear, and right now it is discounted to 0 cost through the power of Master Zhang. Besides that, though, if they do not decide to go for the Lithic Spear in order to tank a second hit from Xiao, Small One is actually in a fair bit of trouble. Sortreew does have the Fresh Wind of Freedom in hand, right? And as long as they skill on Xiao, they can get a reset as well, and either just kill Yelan outright or get a big swirl. Unfortunately for Sortreew, they do not have a Gamblers in order to do an immediate action after that. They will be completely out of dice, but Small One doesn't know that. You need to consider the Fresh Wind of Freedom plus Gamblers play, and with how full Sortrew's hand is, it is a very high probability that Sortreew has that.
The thing is, if Small One is considering all those possibilities, is there anyone they can even afford to switch to at this stage? Because even if you go to Xiao, who's going to be the most healthy character on your side, the swirl is going to take out Yelan and even potentially Shenhe, depending on no, the execute stacks are gone, so she should be okay. But if you stay on Shenhe to avoid the swirl, she also gets lethal by an attack. So I don't really know what Small One can do in this position.
It is most certainly a worry. Doesn't equip the Lithic Spear again on Shenhe. We'll just do the burst. Luckily enough for Small One, though, Sortreew doesn't actually have the Gambler, so we'll only be able to do one action after scaling on Xiao. And this could either be seen as a rather risky gamble, Sortreew does need Gamblers and Freshmen to make this play work, but it can also be seen like a little bit of overconfidence. If this works out for them, this is their chance to even out the lead because they get to continue on to their game plan. But if it wasn't for the fact that Sortreew didn't have the play, this is a game-losing mistake.
Yeah, if Sortreew had Gamblers in hand, the game would just be over here. But I don't actually blame Small One for making this choice, because we already pointed out, almost any decision they make here is not going to be good. So they're just gonna try and high roll it and pray. Because if they play safe right now, it doesn't really help them very much either.
No, I agree with you on this. I think at a certain point in the game, you're already behind your opponent. You need to start taking risks. Because if you just play normal lines, you're just going to keep falling farther and farther behind. Because if you go for even parity when you're behind, you're just going to lose. So we need to take these risks. And we took them at the right time. Swapping over to Yale instead of Zhao for the skill. I guess opting to freeze Sortreew and make sure they just don't have any extra dice available.
Either one would have worked. Swirl is a little less valuable now because as a reaction, it does less damage if your opponent has less characters alive. So looks like a Small One gonna value the freeze a little more just in case Sortreew has more dice generation in hand. But it does mean that they're gonna be relying entirely on this Shenhe summon to apply cryo from now on.
Yeah, and with the Shenhe Small One down, finally Sortreew has more equips than their opponent, letting Epiclase generate them 1 dice right now if they do make it to next turn, assuming Small One doesn't re-equip any weapons. It'll also generate them an additional dice on top of that, so that'll be 9 dice opposed to 8 to work with. Of course, Small One also has that Lumen Stone to even it out. Currently, though, Sortreew is still in the lead, but with them completely out of dice, Small One could very easily change that up.
Yeah, Small One needs to make something happen this turn, because this is the only turn that they will have to play with. Ooh, strategize actually pulling that Gamblers out. If Sortreew had it a little earlier, they would have already won the game here. So it's giving Small One a chance to breathe. Will they be able to do anything with it?
Gambler's coming late, but it might not be a bit too late. Smallwood only has one more action to work with. They can even it out 1-1 by eliminating the Zhao of Sortreew. But the problem is what comes after that. Both of your characters are already applied with Hydro. Sortreew has turn priority, and their Yelan is 10 HP. There is zero way you are going to be able to take her out in one shot, which means Sortreew is guaranteed to be able to freeze Small One's characters before they have an opportunity to react.
And unlike other decks like the Double Dragon that we've been seeing, this deck is not good at just holding and surviving the round to wait until they are unfrozen. Small One, even though it seems like they have a chance here, is still gonna have a really hard time. The Gamblers comes out, and they will be able to take out Xiao. The Shatter doing a lot of damage.
Okay. Small One. Okay. No, we can't keep Yelan alive no matter what. Wait, no, we can't equip Lithic Spear on her. No, this is over. She's 1 HP. Oh, wait, no, Sortreew Zhao died. Okay, what we need to do, we need to swap Zhao in skill, right? Yes. Because if we do Hydro, the spirit will cleanse end phase. But if we just leave them with no aura, we get to freeze. And then because Yelan can't swirl because our Zhao is dead, we can fast swap over and freeze the Yelan of Sortreew, and I think we win after that. So as long as Small One doesn't attack again on Yelan, I think she wins this.
Yeah, she needs to switch to Xiao, as you said. Do damage with Xiao with the remaining dice so that the Shenhe summon applies cryo. Yep, that's what they're doing right now. And then Yelan can freeze Sortrew's Yelan at the start of next turn because Small One does still have a quick swap in hand as well, just in case he needs it. And yeah, then Sortreew won't be able to do anything. Yelan will do more than enough damage to finish off the game on 1 HP.
Yeah, and that really comes off the Shatter, right? The weapon plus Shatter play doing just enough damage to lethal Zhao, and then also giving Small One enough dice to swap back over to Zhao as well. If it wasn't for that Shatter, if it wasn't for the Shenhe summon, Small One would have needed 2 attacks to lethal Zhao, and they just didn't have the dice for that, as well as swapping off. So huge play there from Small One.
A great identification of the breakpoint. Again, Shatter is a reaction that you don't think about very often, but it does a lot of damage. So there, Small One being able to one-shot Xiao instead of costing a second action's worth of dice to do so, gave them the utility necessary to set up for a freeze position in this next round here. And Sortreew should be aware of this as well. They already know that there is no way to prevent Yelan from being frozen here.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything Sortreew can do right now. There is no feasible way Yelan could do 8 damage in a single attack, even with weapon, even with reaction. It's only up to 5. I mean, honestly, killing Zhao is just better for Small One. They need to spend 1 less dice to swap over into their own Yelan. So either way here, it is always losing for Sortreew. This deck runs no healing and no sustain, so after this attack, it will be all over.
Really well played here by Small One. Sortreew, the only hope they could have placed their bets on was that Small One didn't have a quick swap in hand. But as we see Small One play that, Sortreew knows the game is over. And Small One is going to be your winner for the very first game of the series.
And that win from Small One came off of a decision from as early as turn 2. Swapping off of the Yelan in order to not let her die by the Shenhe skill, keeping her alive for the freeze endgame, and we see that pay off a big time, right? If they just took 1 more hit, even if it didn't kill her, she would have died to the swirl, and because of that, lives on 1 HP and lives to win the game for Small One.
And the choice to go for the high roll play, the high risk, high reward play, of staying on Shenhe without applying Lithic Spear to get her burst out when a Fresh Wind of Freedom Gamblers play would have lost them the game. They just hoped and prayed because that was the only path they could have taken instead of trying to safely bait out some kind of mistake or wait for an opportunity. And that's why you can see that sometimes taking those risks can pay off big time.
And I think one of the reasons why that risk worked out so well is because they were already behind, right? If you play to go even when you're in a losing position, eventually your opponent will slowly choke you out. So recognizing that they were in fact in a losing position, they take a gamble and the gamble pays off.
That is an amazing play right there. And what a way to start things off for our cast today. It means that Small One currently 1 game away from moving forward in the winner's bracket. And now all the impetus is going to be on Sortrew's side of the board.
Yeah, but we can never count them out just yet. They still have one more game to go at minimum, and they could very easily bring us back to 1-1.
We have been seeing a good number of game trees recently, a lot of players getting more used to figuring out their opponent's decks, and the Conquest format as well, leaning itself to full series just due to the fact that you can no longer play winning decks. So now we can see that Small One will be shifting to their Cookie Kirara deck. Sortreew gonna be staying on Leer Armory.
Yeah, I mean, Lever Armory is just such a strong deck in terms of base damage. It just does so much, so consistently, because you do have those weapons amping up every single action you do, and you can also pull it back for more dice like Magic, or you can equip Lithic Spear to have some sustain. It is a rather flexible deck in that regard, but it does have weaknesses of its own.
It definitely does, and we've already seen how there is a good amount of flexibility in piloting it as well, depending on the circumstance. That's why I do love watching decks like this, but I personally have grown quite fond of seeing the Cookie Kirara deck as well, like the ability to just burst people down, taking advantage of two characters that could potentially have a revive mechanics is really fun, because it's not a deck that you typically think is going to be that dangerous. But man, it really catches you off guard.
Yeah, Cookie Kirara, or it used to be Cookie Yaya actually, emerged back in Prince Cup Atlantic as a reaction to Crab, right? Crab is a deck where if you cannot break through its shield, it'll eventually just destroy your entire team. So Cookie Kirara was came up with as a deck to deal with that. It is a deck built to outvalue your opponents. Right now in the Pacific, it hasn't been doing too well because, I mean, New Valette just outvalues everything you do. Weapon is like 2 dice for 6 damage. You are not outvaluing that, but against a deck like Leer Armory, that'll be much easier to do because you're going to do damage on swap. You have big damage burst to one-shot their characters with very little sustain. And you also have some egg shenanigans mixed in there as well. So a lot of outplay opportunities for Small One, but we'll need to see if they can pull it off.
And there's a lot of value as well, because against a swirl deck, having a deck that has a bunch of that has 3 different characters that can all contribute their own value means that you're quite flexible in switching to whoever is necessary to prevent additional damage. And as we can see from the deck list here, there's nothing too out of the ordinary, I think, from Small One. We got the Emblem, we got the Adeptus, we do have Catherine as well as Timaeus and Liven as well.
Yeah, swapping out Judgment for Stove, as we're not dealing with as many magic decks. It is really only Double Dragon that is running a bunch of like dice generation methods. Virtue once again bringing it back with the Leer Armory as we stated earlier.
We already saw this deck list a little earlier on. Sortreew had a pretty good opening. They were able to get set up with the Icy Quills and addition her Burst without losing her very early on, and if they had gotten Gamblers just a little bit earlier, they could have easily closed out a game 1. Still a very dangerous deck though, so we don't know what's going to happen.
Very dangerous, lots of damage, lots of flex opportunities while you can swap onto any of your 3 characters and just completely change your game plan. But once again, the draw is the problem here, right? We can see only the Lumenstone and the Strategizes to really work with the fish for your cards. And we saw that really hurt Sortreew, not able to find the Gamblers in time, as opposed to a deck like Small Ones. It has a ton of draw, running Lumenstone, running Wharf. Like, there's a lot more ways for them to generate their cards and to search their deck for just that right thing they need.
Small One is also running Double Mausoleum in this deck, so it will be a little bit less effective against Leer Armory, since, as you pointed out, they don't rely on a lot of card draw engines, but at the right time can definitely catch off guard, since you will still have cards like Lumenstone and Liben lying around. Let's start by having a look at their opening hands.
Small One is starting out with the Wharf and the Looms on the strategy we were talking about. Having drawing your first hand is very good. It's going to let you fish out those cards that you really want for your combo turn. On the other hand, Sortreew, unfortunately, not drawing any weapons, but does have the Uppercut plus to fix any dice, and eventually start generating them dice as the game goes on. And the Lumenstone first thing is very nice as well.
We are seeing players just typically keep the Lumenstone if they're able to start with it, because it just generates so much value over time. I also want to take the chance to tell everyone watching we have a QR code on the left side of the screen between Small One and Sortreew right now. Please scan it so that you can give us some feedback about how the tournament has been for you, whether it's good or bad, because we can use all of that to make the viewing experience even better.
Yeah, I mean, we're always up to improve, and of course, you, the viewers, are the heart and soul of this operation. So if you don't enjoy it, I don't know, we're not gonna be here, right? So let us know what we can do to make your experience better.
But as we can jump back into the game here, we actually saw Sortreew pull 3 weapons out in a row. Like we mentioned how they didn't have any weapons to play with earlier, now they have every weapon they could ask for. And they're gonna immediately start with their typical line of skilling on Shenhe to set up for that burst.
Going for the Shenhe burst setup is like the standard line of this deck. It just provides so much value, like it's so quickly. It like +1 cryo damage, even the +1 physical is very nice. We saw it absolutely change the game for Small One in game 1. That Cheddar doing that just tiny bit more damage, gave him just enough dice to swap off as well. It was critical to their success, and we're going to see Sortreew try to replicate that, rushing out the Shenhe burst.
Small One probably not going to be able to pressure Shenhe out, because the thing with this deck is that you will need to set up both Cookie and Kirara skill and then switch afterwards to immediately proc the quicken damage. It's a lot, but it takes time to set up, and it's going to be more than enough turns for Sortreew to actually get that Shenhe burst out. So if they want to make sure that they're able to stop their opponent from getting this set up, they need to go for a higher pressure line.
As you said, Staffa, the setup is very slow, but that's also why we saw this deck transition to Kirara instead of Yao Yao as its Dendro applier. Yao Yao generates that shield on her burst, and it also gives you one instant application of Dendro when you swap up, as opposed for Yao Yao, which is a little bit slower, right? You need to wait for a summon in the end phase to attack, you need to generate 2 energy and also spend 4 dice in order to cast her burst. She doesn't provide any like immediate sustain options, so this is why the Kirara was brought in. It was to deal with that early aggression and to help preserve your character's HP as you move into the mid game where this deck truly thrives.
It really helps that Kirara uses the same weapon as Cookie as well, so both can use the swords in the deck, as well as both characters having the same ultimate base damage. Thereby, the same breakpoints of Adeptus and Emblem apply, making it a little easier to calculate things.
Yeah, having the burst, the big damage burst with only 2 energy as well is what makes this deck so popular among our players. We see Double Dragon with Nuvola is like all the rage, and this deck is typically brought in as a counter to that because Nuvola takes a lot of time to do his actions, which gives you an opportunity to swap into your characters with that big burst and just nuke him down before he's able to heal back up again. One of the weaknesses of a deck like Double Dragon Nuve is that, yes, it does have healing sustain, but it isn't running anything that increases their max HP like the Tenacity of Milla. You have to swap onto the character before you can get them healthy again, which leaves them vulnerable to big burst damage.
And we've already seen it happen in the past. So we'll see whether the same affliction will affect Lear Armory here, because it's definitely a quicker deck that could potentially punish Cookie Kirara if it takes too long for Small One to get things set up.
Time is currently, I wouldn't say it's against Sortreew. It is actually very much against Small One, though. If they're not able to get their setup done fast enough, Sortreew is just going to absolutely hammer them down with the power of Shenhe. Shenhe has so many self-buffing capabilities with her icicles, with her burst, that if you're not able to force her off, she is perfectly content to just stay there and keep hitting you over and over and over again.
And Sortreew even started the round with 4 cryo, 3 omni dice. He already used 3 for that burst. So a really nice dice roll for this round for them. Whereas Small One is dealing with a little bit of a rainbow situation on their side. So that's something they do need to overcome somewhat. Kirara going to take some damage there. We see the veterans going to be applied on her. You'd ideally want a skill here to start those quicken stacks going, but it means they need to tune something.
Tuning always feels so bad, and especially when your deck is running so many high value cards. But I think if you were to tune something, it should be that Mausoleum. We talked about this earlier, but Sortreew is running very little draw, which means you're very unlikely to stack the deck with it. Instead, Small One is going for option number 3, going to play 3 cards in order to trigger Luminstone to generate that 1 Omni dice. This way, they don't need to tune anything.
Makes sense, not too bad at all. And if they want to go for a ramp, it would leave them with 3 different element dice for Aliven. Currently, they're sitting on both Emblem and Adeptus, as well as Cookie Talent in hand. So they're actually already close to being set up for the big bursts here. So you're gonna immediately use the quick swap, actually, to get the swirl train going, I think.
Oh, the one issue here, though, is that it's going to be Herald taking the 3 damage swirl as opposed to Cookie. We see there's only 1 stack of Icy Quills, And what that means is that it will always give the extra damage to the character on the right. And we can see right now Kuki is the leftmost character, which means she will only take a 2 damage swirl leaving on 3 HP, which to be fair is pretty threatening. That is well within one-shot range of all 3 of Sortreew's characters, but that means that Sortreew will not be able to eliminate her with another swirl going forward.
And that swirl breakpoint can be pretty important here. We see Xiao gonna get equipped straight away, doing that damage. As you pointed out, only 2 damage to Cookie. So both Cookie and Herald are at 3 HP, which is quite an awkward breakpoint for Swirl, but also makes it quite difficult for the small one to switch to Cookie here to potentially get her burst set up.
Yeah, I think this is like one of the really big things about this matchup that I didn't really notice about right now is that the off-field damage, not a lot of decks have piercing damage these days, right? If you really think about the big meta threats, you have Conwhale, which has some swirl, but not to this degree. You think of Double Dragon and Magic, but yes, they have a little bit of piercing from Q, but it is basically irrelevant. You only get like 4 piercing throughout the course of the game. And then you have this deck right here. It's able to easily do like 6, 7, 8 piercing damage throughout the course of the game with Shenna, with her summon, and with Zhao as well. This is one of the threats that decks aren't built to withstand these days, right? We're not running cards like Mondstadt Hash Brown. We're running Treasure instead, which needs the character to be on field in order to heal them.
And the thing is, the deck that has the most piercing damage to standby characters in the meta right now is actually Double Dragon, which Cookie Kirara deals quite well against, so it's not usually an issue for them to worry about. Therefore, we can see the difference in the interaction here now that it's up against a much more aggressive deck. The small one side of the board is already so low in terms of total HP, and Sortreew is just breezing through.
That being said, though, there is an opportunity for Small One to turn this around once again. It is looking fairly bad right now. It's going to get worse as well, because Sortreew does have another action because they did proc that Lubin Stone. But if Small One is able to trigger that Herald talent, it is going to be put a huge stop in Sortrew's game plan. Because Lever Armory is a deck that is entirely skill reliant. You want to normal attack very little, right? Because skill just does more damage most of the time. So if you are able to trigger that Herald talent, which we do see Small One top deck right now, thanks to the Veteran's Visage, it could buy them enough time to turn things around.
And because of the way that Lever Armory works, where you usually rely on cards like the Moon Piercer to discount things, they don't actually have a lot of other ways for Dice Ramp to get around the Curse of the Undercurrent. So Small One does want to hopefully play around that, and this will put a little bit of depth on Sortrew's side. Like, they have enough damage to take out the revive on the Herald, but if Small One has talent in hand, then their next turn is going to be very limited.
That being said, though, if I was Sortreew, I would go for the skill regardless. Yeah, I'm going to tune one. Yes, they can slow down my gameplay a little bit, but I'm already so far ahead. Why don't I further that lead, right? I'm going to trigger Herald Talent. I'm going to put Cookie down to 2 HP. And, like, Herald's going to take damage from the summon end phase, and if he doesn't, I'll just swirl him again. Just further the lead for Sortreew. As long as we keep applying the pressure, I feel like we're able to win this game.
I agree. And it looks like Sortreew is going to agree as well. We see the revive being popped on the Herald. Small One will be able to freely play the talent now if they choose to, and probably should consider it as well. Because if they don't disable Sortreew in some way, they just lose next turn.
The issue with playing the talent, though, is that we won't be able to skill after that, right? We only have 3 dice remaining. Surely, no treasures in hand, so we cannot, like, Lyre Song back our veterans in order to generate more dice. This is, if we play that talent, we're slowing down our opponent, but we are also neutering our own aggressive potential. We're not evening out the dice, the HP count just yet. And next run, Sortreew has a Zhao Burst to work with. With weapon equip, that is 5 damage.
More than enough to lethal anyone on Small One's side. So, yeah, it's a rough position. We see the Mausoleum getting played. 2 Mausoleums being played, I guess, just to spend the remaining dice so that nothing is floating. But we already know that Sortreew doesn't really have much dice draw, so these are not going to get procced for a while. And by the time they do get procced, I think Sortreew would have already ended the game.
Oh, and Sortreew has turn priority as well. Is able to instantly kill not just the Herald, but because the Shenna summon still has 1 usage coming into this round, the 2 damage throw is also going to be enough to take out the Kuki Shinobu, a Small One as well, leaving Small One just solo Kirara, staring down the face of a 5 damage skill from Zhao.
It's not a matchup we've seen very often, but turns out Kuki Kirara has a really difficult time against Lear Armory, and I wouldn't be surprised if it just had a tricky time against a lot of aggro in general. Especially in this case, the piercing damage, as we pointed out, makes it very difficult for them to keep their off-field characters healthy enough to threaten an Adeptus Burst at a later point. I think we're basically all but certain to get a Game 3.
Kuki Kirara is very much a deck about value, right? You do damage on swaps, so you use your dice more efficiently. We have healing on our off-field attacks as well. A Herald generates a lot of Hydra Aura, and that talent slows down our opponent. But against a deck as fast as Lear Armor, you don't have time to generate those advantages, right? The big threat from this deck is the Kuki Burst, is the Kirara Burst. And if we don't have time to build up towards it, because we're just constantly getting annihilated by Shenhe, our game plan kind of falls apart.
And I think we're witnessing that exactly happening right now, right? The game plan for Small One just literally doesn't exist. They're not able to play to the typical style we have seen from Kuki Kirara. This is a very strong, very impressive deck with a lot of flexible options. But against Lear Armory, it's like it's not even a battle.
It's just Small One is seeing the game fall apart in front of their eyes. They need to somehow heal a character above 5 HP, otherwise they're going to lose them very, very easily to Xiao, and not even to mention the swirl damage, putting their other characters at a threat as well. They need to heal Kuki somehow above 3 HP, otherwise she's just gone from a swirl. But if you do that, if you swap off or swap to her, she's going to die anyways because Xiao does 5 damage on burst right now.
I feel like it's a no-win situation here. Everyone is so low that no matter who you switch to, it's going to hurt. Like, everyone has cryo applied. Everyone is like 4 HP and below, basically lethal to a single swirl since the Shenhe summon is still buffing them. We see the Snow God being played, pulls out Sapwood. I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet would usually be a way for this deck to claw their way back into things. But when you have Swirl dealing damage evenly across the board, it's a lot harder to play it.
I haven't lost it will allow you to burst on Kirara if you do choose to skill on Herald. You might be forced to do a normal attack because our dice are looking really rough this turn. To make matters worse on top of that, but you could even it out by Ivan Lathia bursting on Kirara. The problem is, though, that if you do that, Herald's going to fall, right? Kuki's going to fall because of the swirl, and then you have Yelan to deal with as well. Has 3 second breakthrough bar, which means Herald's Curse the Undercurrent's not even going to affect her. She can do normal attack with 3 dice as usual. We won't even need to tune that much for it as well. Situation's not looking great. And like if we do that as well, Shenhe's summon is going to reapply cryo as well.
At this point, even if you're able to get the I haven't lost yet burst out and take out Xiao, for example, it's not even just Yelan, even Shenhe can handle the rest, like just because of how much Small One side of the board has been affected. They do switch back over to Kirara with the Katarine quick swap. Not going to actually have the I haven't lost yet. I mean, I'd say it's a mistake, but I feel like the game is over no matter what they do.
This is the one play that actually keeps Small One in the game just a little bit longer. The skill from Kirara put her onto 6 HP, and the healing from Kuki's Sanctifying Ring as well will heal her to 3, which is just barely above the breakpoints of the swirl. Still, I do not think this is enough, because Abyss Herald will fall, right? So he's gone. We're not going to be able to swap on him anymore. Kirara is going to be put onto just 1 HP as well, in which Yelan can quickly clean her up. We're going to be left on Kuki Shinobu solo, but that's not nearly enough. Sortreew, Small One will have enough dice to even out the game a little bit, right? You have enough dice to burst on Kirara after this to kill Xiao. Maybe even enough to take Shenhe as well, although that's unlikely. But the problem is, Kuki still has cryo on her, and Yelan is 10 HP.
Yeah, I think Small One is trying to arrange the board in a way that maybe they can use I haven't lost yet on Kuki with talent so that she can have her revive accessible. But Sortreew is so far ahead that I think it shouldn't be too much of a challenge for them to take out Kuki twice anyway.
I think first things first, though, let's bring down that Kirara HP a little bit more. Let's burst on Xiao, and let's take her out. Oh, playing the Moon Piercer as well, because we're trying to preserve some of our dice this round. Alright, I think that's fine. I do prefer the burst, as it does do more damage, but I guess at this point, 1 HP is kind of the same thing as 2 HP. It doesn't make too much of a difference in this case.
Yeah, Shenhe burst will still be around. Shenhe herself is still around in case you want to refresh anything since she's still very healthy. Sortreew can just choose whatever they want to do here. They want to make sure they don't make any mistakes at this point, because we have seen Kuki Kirara make comebacks from situations like this, just with things like the Kirara talent, with Adeptus Burst, catching people off guard. So Sortreew is making sure to take their time properly so that they are able to keep themselves in this series.
It's looking very winning for Sortreew right now, but that could change in an instant. We're gonna play all of our cards just to activate that Lumen Stone. Ooh, and giving us more quips as well with the King Squire now on Yelan.
He even drew a Master Zhang, so he can use that equiplytic on like Shenhe if he really wanted to. Doesn't need to, but yeah, it's like there's so much freedom for Sortreew right now to just play the game.
We'll just start off with the burst. Herald does fall. We're gonna get rid of one stack of the Curse and the Undercurrent. Or we don't. Huh, why is that? We did...
Did he normal attack? Was that no?
No, we did Animo damage because we swirled, so it must have been a skill. Curious.
Why are there
Why do we still have two stacks?
That's a bit strange, actually. Okay, I'm not too sure about that. Small one gonna use the Fright Egg to pull back the Herald. At the very least, with Cryo only on Kuki now, it's not gonna be so easy to take out the 1 health characters with Swirl. But they're all still very, very low.
Yeah, I mean, all 2, 1, 2, right? Just a normal attack is enough to take out either of those characters. Kirara Burst finally coming down. Xiao does fall. Question here, though, is do we go Yelan or do we go Shen? I think either one will be enough to lethal Kirara with just a simple normal attack. I think we do play it safe, though. We should swap over to Shenhe. We want to preserve Yelan's HP as much as possible.
Ooh, Sortreew deciding to go to Yelan instead. Well, Yelan basic attack doesn't take out the Undercurrent proc, so I can see where they're coming from. Though with no dice generation in hand, they're not gonna get an extra action out anyway.
We equipped King Squire on her as well, which means her skill is 2 dice currently. And with 5 dice in total, 3 cards to tune, we could normal tune 2, or we don't even need to tune 2, we just tune 1 and then skill.
Small one will probably wanna I haven't lost yet into Kuki talent. It would give them just enough dice to do so and survive a hit, but then the summon damage at the end phase would still take her out. And Sortreew just pulled out the Fresh Wind of Freedom, so I don't think there's really anything Small One can do.
That's really unlucky. If he pulled out the Fresh Wind of Freedom earlier, we could have ended the game right here, right now, but yes, this does give Small One the opportunity. I haven't lost your burst on Kuki. The burst will also heal Kuki a little bit. I don't think it's above lethal range, though. I think Kuki burst heals 2 HP, if I remember correctly, bring her up to 3 total. But once again, we have that King Squire, right? And skill on reaction should do 5 damage. So no matter what, Kuki should fall, and Herald will get cleaned up by that summon.
The identifying factor of the Kuki Kirara deck is that it has a lot of staying power. This is a stubborn deck. The characters are surprisingly difficult to remove. But even so, I don't... that actually dealt a lot more damage than
wait, and Kuki Talent gives the revive as well. Unfortunately, Small One has no dice to swap off, so I think Yelan's skill more than enough to finish this off for us. Skill here on Yelan should lethal Kuki, and then summon end phase, right, will finish her off, leaving it just a Herald versus Shenhe 1v1, but the HP differential, I believe this should go over to Sortreew. And you know what? The game victory right here comes off of the fact that Sortreew pre-played King Squire on Yelan in order to trigger the final activation of Upaka Epic Class. If it wasn't for that, Sortreew would be at 1 dice right now, meaning they couldn't skill on Yelan, and they'd have to wait until next turn where Small One may be able to launch a comeback. Of course, in the grand scheme of things, it might not matter. Ending here first would have given them turn priority, in which case they just freeze Kuki next round as well. A very interesting Freshman of Freedom play.
It's purely to get turn priority, so that they start first next round.
But the thing is, Kuki doesn't die because she has talent. Yeah, the talent revives her.
They're just going to end turn here. They played Fresh Wind so that they can end turn first.
What? But it doesn't matter, because Kuki gets the revive.
Wait, you're right. You're right.
Fresh Wind doesn't activate if you don't get the kill. The revives do not count as a kill.
I think they may have forgotten about that. I don't think it's going to matter either way.
It really
But-
shouldn't.
But I think they may have forgotten about the fact that Cookie Revive doesn't proc the Fresh Wind. Understandable. I don't blame them for that because it happened
Okay.
to me too.
It's not unwinnable here for small one. All they need to do is draw 5 treasures, heal Herald up to 6 HP, and then pray Sortreew gets 0 usable dice. Never mind, it doesn't happen.
Treasure yet? Have they played Treasure yet this game?
No, they haven't.
They
There's
have both in their hand.
There's 0 in deck. They don't have a lot of draw available either, right? Just 1 Veteran's Visage available. And no Lubin Stone as well, so they can't even pull out the treasures they put in. I think this game is as good as over.
Yeah, it's just done. Like, they'll play the extra talent, reapply the curse. But Sortreew only needs 1 attack to finish off this game regardless. Yeah. Shenhe will be able to clean this up, and we are going to jump into a game 3 very soon here, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the trend continues. These players showing that they are tenacious here at the Prince Cup.
Yeah, I mean, Lyra Armory shows its power once again, this time dominating the Kuki Kirara deck in a rather blinding fashion, finishing it off before they even had a chance to get the combo off.
It would look like it was very close at the end from an outsider perspective because it ended up in like a 1 versus 1 character situation, but anyone who was watching a little more closely would tell that, yeah, Small One was on the back foot the entire game. It was as if they were not even in the competition, showing that this is a pretty rough matchup overall. But now that Lyra Armory has won this game, we are going to see Kuki Kirara versus the Sayu Chongyun deck, right?
Yes, it will be the Sayu Chongyun Herald deck. It has a very, I wouldn't say similar, but it has it kind of is a similar game plan. You are playing from behind a lot of time because you are spending a lot of your turns setting up. The Herald here is supply crowd. You can swirl with Sayu, but that isn't typically what players will do. They will prefer to go over onto the Chongyun to apply cryo and then end the game on Sayu as the anchor, double dipping into the Wolf's Gravestone.
It can be a very strong deck, and it has some similarities, as you pointed out, the Kuki Kirara being a deck that also has a lot of value in all 3 characters, as well as big bursts from Chongyun, for example. I think we have actually seen this matchup once before. I can't remember when exactly. I think it was the Kuki Kirara deck that came out on top. Don't quote me on that. I can't say for certain. But I'm going into this with the expectation that Small One will have a slight advantage.
I think this is a matchup that Kuki Kirara will have an advantage over. Both are more slow setup-y decks, but the thing is, Sortrew's deck is heavily skill reliant, and you can slow that down with Curse the Undercurrent, and unlike a deck like Double Dragon Magic, you cannot avoid that by normal attacking, because so much of your pressure, so much of your damage does come in from abusing Wolf's Gravestone, especially on Sayu. So you are going to be forced to spend that extra dice, you're going to be forced to spend it more frequently as well, so Small One should have a slight edge with the power of the Curse the Undercurrent, but it could very well change because double dipping into the Wolf's Gravestone with Sayu is just so powerful. You get a free +2 damage every time you skill because she is a repair skill and she will attack twice.
And we know from past experience that the Kuki Kirara deck does have a tendency to play on pretty low HP values because Kirara and Kuki both want to take a little bit of time to set up their abilities. Therefore, there are definitely gaps in the armor that Sortreew can take advantage of.
And a fact that isn't really talked about too much because this matchup isn't seen very often is that Herald only has 6 max HP, which means he is always within lethal range of a Wolf's Gravestone. He will always be taking that +2 damage no matter what. And the other characters as well, despite the little bit of healing they have on their skills, will be very easily chunked down by Chongyun, right? He has a 3 damage skill. It's very easily able to lower them below that 3 HP threshold despite the shield of Kirara. Here it is once more, though, Small One's Kuki Kirara list in case we have forgotten.
The Small One was able to get quite a lot of their tools out pretty early in the previous game, already having Emblem, Adeptus, I haven't lost yet at certain points, in order to set up for the potential one-shot burst. But against Lyra Armory, their damage was a little bit too consistent and too spread out, which meant that even though they had the tools, they didn't have the freedom to use them.
Yeah, Kukikura is very much a setup deck like we discussed a lot of the time. It is very heavily focused on outvaluing your opponent, out-healing them, and dealing damage to them at the same time to slowly whittle them down, and then finish them off with a big Adeptus burst from either Kuki or Kirara, dealing like 7, 9, 11 potential damage over to the opponent, just one-shotting them instantly before they have a chance to react. But against a deck like Thievery Army, they didn't have enough time to stack to that point. They didn't have enough time to chip down their opponent, and didn't have time to build up towards those bursts until it was too late.
They will have a little bit more time to be able to do so against Herald Sayu Chongyun. But will need to face the risk themselves of dealing with that Wolf's Gravestone. And both teams do have a Herald they can play around with, a character that is notoriously good at eating these very high damage single target bursts.
Here it is as well. Sortrew's the Grinder Dark Horses Abyss Herald Sayu Chongyun deck, running a very standard list of what we've seen from other players. The double Wolf's Gravestone, the double Sayu Talent as well to just draw through that deck that much faster. Double Lumenstone, double Golden House for all of the discount shenanigans, and of course the Gilda Dreams plus Liar Song.
Also, that one singular copy of a Golden Troop that we saw played on Chongyun yesterday, actually, that allowed them to discount his skill later on in the match. Both decks going to be very flexible and have aggressive options, but will take just a little bit to get off the ground because they do rely a little bit on setting up these skills.
Both decks like to play slow, which means they are often playing from behind. They're going to be taking a beating very early on in the rounds 1 and 2. And then round 3 is, well, they're going to pull themselves back with the advantage they've generated. Especially with a card like Treasure, being able to heal yourself up and generate dice after thinning your deck is just so absurdly powerful. It'd just be which one of these two decks can use their dice better. Small, the Underdog's Kirara deck with their burst spam capability to slowly and systematically one-shot Sortrew's characters one by one. Or will it be Sortreew with that Wolf's Gravestone, double dipping with it with Sayu's Repair skill that will eventually overwhelm Small One's healing?
Let's jump into game number 3 to find out which of these players gets to move on in the upper bracket. And we can see that Sortreew has actually elected to keep their Wolf's Gravestone very early on here, which I think is a good play since we've seen so many times of players not being able to pull it out when they needed it.
Typically, you would like to keep Wolf's Gravestone in the deck for a little bit longer until you can find your discounts, right? The Rhythm of the Great Dream, as well as the Golden House to play it for a lot cheaper, but when this card is the core of your deck, throwing it away and not drawing it when you need it it feels so bad. So you're just keeping it in the back pocket. If they have an opportunity to play it early, they will, but if not, at least they have it.
Both players going to be starting with Lumenstone in hand as well, so pretty solid setups here. Small One's dice are a little bit unfortunate because they don't have the 3 Electro they need to start off skilling on Kuki. Sortreew should have enough to spend on ramping after a Herald skill if they decide to go for that.
The Small One could very easily fix that dice though with the Lumenstone they currently have in hand. Lumenstone, play 3 cards, and boom, suddenly give an Omni dice. We can skill on Kuki once again. If we do that, though, we will not be able to skill swap skill over onto Kirara. It will all depend on what Small One wants to do with their first turn.
Do you just go for your typical line here against this matchup? Like, do you want to go like Cookie skill into Kirara skill?
I think if you do that, you run the... No, because Kuki will absorb both hits no matter what. I think with the current hand, we really don't have anything better. The Emblemless Edward Fate you can pre-play, but you kind of run the risk of playing on the wrong character, and when you do want that extra damage for the burst, it's just not there. It is treated kind of like a second Adeptus more often than not, so pre-playing it doesn't feel the best. Sortreew going to pre-play the Emblemless Edward Fate over onto the side, as well as the Wolf's Gravestone. Generating the Omni dice because that from the Lumenstone and Wolf's skill and Herald. Great sequencing of cards there, finding just the right combination of both equip Sayu as well as skill on Herald.
That is actually peak efficiency. Being able to get damage out and Wolf's Gravestone equipped on round 1 is unprecedented and will immediately place a good amount of pressure onto Small One side of the board, even though the game has only just begun. Looking at their hand, the emblem is a little bit early. They do want to continue setting up here, but the lower their health gets, the more dangerous it will become now that the Wolf's Gravestone has already been played.
Oh, topping the Lieber Harbor Wharf is actually very, very nice. It lets us skill on Kuki as well as pass off the last 2 dice for that war. Gonna pull us a lot of cards as this game goes on.
Let's see. All right, we're going to see the follow-up attack from Herald here. Small one should probably play the Leo Harbor Wharf, as you pointed out, and look to get that turn priority so that they can at least start things off next turn. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. And now that Kirara is the only character left outside of the Wolf's Gravestone health threshold.
Kuki could very easily heal that up later, though, with the treasures and whatnot. And unlike a deck like Lieber Armory, the low health doesn't mean that much, as she can, she doesn't take off-field damage, right? We do have swirls, but they kind of come infrequently, and you won't be dealing as much damage off-field as you would with Shenhe's swirls.
True. There's still definitely openings to play around here. I think that you do still go for the typical line of switching over to Kirara, because it's unlikely that Sortreew will want to stay on Herald a lot longer after this. And unless there is a quick swap in hand from Sortreew, which they're unlikely to use even if they have. Yeah, I think you still go with the typical line here if you're small one.
I think if you are smart one, you do go for Kirara. We're going to apply the Electro to Herald. We're not going to get the Pocket Quicken because Kirara's skill isn't up yet, but that's perfectly fine. As long as we're applying Aura, everything is good. And Kirara will also generate her a shield as well to preserve a little bit of that HP. At Sortreew, if that does happen, really does want to skill on Herald again just to apply that Hydro and keep up the Elemental Aura. Unfortunately, they cringed on dice very heavily.
Ooh, yeah, I just noticed that as well. I was looking at small one side of the board for a little bit. Their dice are pretty good. Sortreew are the exact opposite here. They can potentially tune one card to go for a Sayu skill, but Chongyun and Herald really don't have anything to play with. I think the ideal usage would be to set up for ramp here, since Sortreew does have Liban in hand, along with Timaeus to potentially spend those Pyro dice. But it does mean slowing things down a little bit when they already got such a great round one.
Yeah, playing the Timaeus, we can play the Golden Trip and the Liban as well in order to activate that Lumen Stone. It'll help us alleviate a little bit of our dice problems, and after that, we only need to tune a 1 in order to skill, and then we can preserve the last 3 dice and feed it over onto Liban for next round.
Yeah, it doesn't allow Sortreew to be quite as aggressive and as I think they hope to do, but they're able to preserve some dice into the next round at the very least, and keeping that dice economy going is going to be important, because, again, putting pressure onto small one is very important for Sortreew to achieve, so that they're not able to play for the typical Kuki Kirara strat of building up that Adeptus burst.
Yeah, Small One's deck does play slowly, but has a lot of sustain, so you want to keep up the pressure. You want to keep chipping them down and make sure they're never above your breakpoint ranges. And more importantly here, you need to apply that Hydro for Sayu to swirl.
Yeah. You would ideally want to get elemental application onto and as many characters as possible, but the dice are just not kind right now. They have countdown to tune the rest, but it would mean spending half of their dice count. And then after that, they wouldn't be able to switch.
I think the plan here for Sortreew was always just going to be skilling and then passing through over to Liban. If we play the countdown, we can skill without tuning anything. It'll refill our hand as well. The thing is, though, it will not give us the dice next round.
And the dice next round are going to be pretty important, because round 3 is oftentimes going to be a pop-off round for a lot of these decks here. Oh, they do decide to play the countdown, actually.
I think that there, a lot of the cards in your hand are very high value. You really do want to play them as opposed to tuning them. And we also just got to gild it, right? It will give us 2 dice as well, because Timaeus will discount it for free. And this way, we don't need to tune our cards, and we still get that free gilded as well.
Ooh, setting up the treasure pretty early on here from Sortreew. They're definitely cooking something. This means that they're not going to be able to pass on any dice into the next round here from Aliven, even using the strategize fully. Alright, so Sortreew definitely slowing things down a little bit here.
I think that treasure is fine. I just don't know how much I like it. Our deck is very, very full. I don't think we thinned it out enough in order to draw into them consistently, or draw into our. Or like maybe there's some good cards in there we haven't drawn out yet. I mean, with only one gilded though, and Timaeus already at 3 stacks, it's still acceptable because we do still get that +2 dice from the gilded instantly. We have the second Timaeus as well. No, our other guild is already on side, so we can't pull up anything else. But it will give us a Heart of Cavalrina or something like that in order to get an Omni Dice from the Boar Princess. So I think this is a still okay play. I just think I would have preferred it instead if we gave the dice over onto the Libin.
I agree. I feel like giving the dice to Liven would have set up next round a little bit more comfortably, though I guess they will be able to play Gilded for free next round anyway, so it kinda makes up for it. Another option would have been to like tune some stuff to scale on Herald, but we already mentioned that like the cards in hand are pretty high value, so it's not really worth doing that, even if it could potentially set up a swirl later on, because this deck doesn't play around swirl quite as heavily as Lear Armory.
It might also be because Sortreew is feeling a little bit behind on the setup, right? They feel like they need to play treasure now in order to just have it in the deck. You can also draw a lot more treasures just from the innate draw from things like the Gilded Dreams. The Lumenstone will draw you some more cards as well. So technically, if you can draw 2 treasures next round, it will give you more dice than just the Libin. And it also progresses your setup, right, to try to go for the combo turn a little bit earlier, because Sortreew is feeling that they've fallen a little bit behind. They haven't been able to scale as much on Herald as they would like.
So the choice to invest a little bit to try and match the economy on small one side of the board. Small one not gonna fall behind as well. Actually plays their own treasure. So both players going to have treasure cards in the deck that they need to be wary about going forward. Oh, even the Mausoleum coming out here from small one. Not too sure if that's going to strike very easily. This is also a deck that doesn't do a lot of card draw.
Doesn't have a ton of it, but Sayu Talent, right, is going to draw you a lot. Gilded Dreams is going to draw you a lot if you do skill twice. So Sortreew can activate the Mausoleum fairly easily. It'll all depend on whether or not they decide to swap Sayu now or stay on Herald and Ramp just a little bit longer. Their hand is getting pretty full. They have a lot of high value cards in there. I think this is probably a turn you go on Sayu. You just really want to apply an aura first.
Yeah, I think applying the aura here is fine, because it's very unlikely that small one will want to forcefully take down the revive on Herald, so maybe having 2 energy to get that burst prepared just in case the talent doesn't show up in time is okay, since you also set up the aura for the swirl. Second Wolf's Gravestone actually gonna be pulled out here. So if Sortreew wants to, they can actually get Chongyun set up very soon after this too.
Really nice play here for small one. It's just the skill again on Kirara. Her little skill stack up to 2. It won't refresh the shield, but with already broken from Sortreew, you can go absorb that second hit of Hydro over onto her and force Sortreew to either go onto side a little bit earlier than they intended and avoid the swirls, or maybe hop onto Chongyun as well and spend more dice.
Sortreew does have quick swap though. Small one, an option would be to switch over to Herald if they really want to avoid the potential swirls. It's not too uncommon for you to go over to the Herald to get Hydro set up once both Cookie and Kirara have already skilled here. And Sortreew isn't applying that much pressure just yet, so taking their time could be a valid strat.
I mean, small one could very easily just let this Herald punch over in Kirara, and she won't take that much damage. She does have a shield generated for herself. And it's not like you're wasting damage either, as she will regenerate a second one of her statuses. I'm not entirely sure what the name is. It's probably some type of cat pun.
Hold on, I can actually look that up right now. Kirara's, it is the Urgent Neko Parcel status.
Never mind, it's not a cat pun.
It does have the word cat in it, though.
True.
Close enough.
Close enough.
Kirara is in an okay spot. It depends on whether or not small one does want to refresh that. I do personally feel like it can be a little bit awkward when you use the skill, because like only one instance does feel kind of bad. But they decide to go for the normal attack instead. So Kirara does actually have burst ready.
Won't onto the Herald, though, I think that this is a bit of a waste. I mean, Herald does have Electro, so you can get a Quicken off of that, but you can also get a Quicken if you swap off. No reason to pop it on the Herald, because it's not like it's going to die. He will have that revive still. And yeah, choosing instead of swap over onto Kuki Shinobu, the Dendro Summon will activate that revive. No cursing the Undercurrent currently for Sortreew, so no reducing the cost of the skills, but this does allow Sortreew to go over onto the Sayu. Unfortunately, though, the healing from both Kuki's own skill as well as Kiara's Parcel did bring her above the 6 HP breakpoint, so we are not going to be able to double dip with the Wolf's Gravestone just yet.
Losing a Herald Revive before you have Curse on the Undercurrent ready, and when the enemy team has been able to heal up to a fairly healthy status, is not actually good. You want this character to have a little bit more of a presence on the battlefield for a little bit longer. So I do worry about whether or not Sortreew did end up staying on him a little bit too long, but they have plenty of dice left to play with this round. So going over to Sayu would not be a bad idea.
I think if you are Sortreew, you really would like to swap over onto Sayu right now. Get the swirls going, get the damage stacking up. The thing is, though, do you invest that fast swap or not? Because if you do not, Small One could very easily swap to their own Herald as well and deny you the swirl once again. So, but if you invest that fast, you will not have it for later. You will not be able to snap freeze a target from Small One to deny them for bursting, especially a character like Kirara with burst already prepared.
Yeah, Quick Swap is such a valuable piece of utility that it is one of the base cards that has persisted all this time for a reason. Sortreew has to be very wary about when they decide to use this, because as you pointed out, Sylvie, there is always going to be the risk of that Kirara or Kuki burst later down the line. And while you have Chongyun as another carry, you don't want to have Sayu put too low too quickly. They do decide to use it. So I expect we'll see Sayu take the field. Unless they decide to go Chongyun, it is going to be Sayu.
It'll be a fast swap over as well. Question here, though, is do you invest that talent? If you do, very high probability that second Mausoleum of King Deshret activates as well. And we're going to fill our hand even more with Forbidden Knowledge. We are equipping the second Shadow of the Sand King, Gilded Dreams. Do we invest the talent or not? Because if it does, that second Mausoleum will activate. And if we draw any more, we're going to start double stacking our deck with Forbidden Knowledge, which could be very, very dangerous. And Sortreew does not care.
Yeah, looks like they will just do it regardless here. Ends up drawing the Forbidden Knowledge from earlier already, yeah. Ooh, but the Herald talent does pop out here. That could be pretty good timing since Small One is only left on 4 dice here. But yeah, look at that. Lots of Forbidden Knowledge being generated. And if Sortreew continues attacking as well, it could continue.
Oh, just ends their turn? I don't know if they intended to do that. You could have at least normal attacked again on Kuki or something. May have actually just ran out of time.
Oh, it would be pretty devastating if they ended up ending the turn from running out of time, but I think that is probably what happened. There was no reason to end their turn there. Considering this also disables them from being able to play I Haven't Lost Yet, that could cost them quite heavily.
Minor issue here for Sortreew. I am fairly certain at least half their deck is Forbidden Knowledge. So they will never be able to get another piece of useful utility for the rest of the game. What they have in hand is what they're going to get. Unless they get absurdly lucky.
I feel like what they have in hand is already plenty, though. They have the second Wolf's Gravestone, they have a Gamblers and a Rhythm. And we can see there's Sayu gonna be able to take advantage of that Wolf's Gravestone damage. Instantly pops the revive on the Herald, and Small One still can't do anything to respawn because they ended their turn. And Sortreew is just generating more dice. They equip the Gamblers, they get another action's worth of dice. They don't even care about the Forbidden Knowledge at this point.
I think that's the game right now, though. With Wolf's Gravestone equipped, the first hit. Oh, it doesn't even need it. Yeah, no, Sayu just wins with a normal attack.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Small One ran out of time. Did they misclick? I'm not too sure. They definitely still could have done something there. But with that, it means that Sortreew has been able to mount the reversal here and come out on top in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, Small One did there. I don't know if they misclicked, they ran out of time, or what happened, but they should have swap stalled more, right? You are staring down a Sayu with Wolf's Gravestone, a very likely to have Gambler's Hand at that point in time as well. There's so much damage being stacked onto you. I don't know why we just ended.
It just seemed like a massive blunder. And it's not the first time as well. It feels like we've been seeing a good number of blunders this week in particular. So really showing the players that even though the level of competition has gone up quite a bit, it also means that it costs a lot more time to think about things, and players still need to make sure that they are on top of the ball so that that doesn't happen, because that does not feel good.
On the other side, though, Sortreew took a little bit of a gamble of their own, stacked their entire deck full of Forbidden Knowledges, but also drew a lot of cards in return. And I think they top decked a Lara Song for that as well, so they're able to get enough dice to do that follow-up skill onto Sayu. I think if it wasn't for that Lara Song, they may not have had the dice to finish off the game.
Potentially not, but yeah, we already pointed out that they probably have enough cards in their hand to just close out the game, even with all the Forbidden Knowledge pressure here, since that Gambler is all they really needed to make sure they're able to chain kill into kill into kill. And with the end of that match, that means that we can have a look at the updated brackets, where we will see Sortreew facing off against Enkoe in their next match in the winner's second round.
But that does mean that Small One drops into the lower bracket, facing off against Frost.
Now, lower bracket, always a very scary place to be. Small One played very well in game number 1, but it seemed like Sortreew was able to regain their momentum going forward and close out the series in their favor. No worries though, ladies and gentlemen, we still got one more match before the end of week 3, day 2, and I believe that is going to be between TareHero and Alkanist.
Yes, both players already dropped to lower bracket as well, but lower bracket does not mean you've lost. You still have that one life to play for. Yes, it is that much more dangerous and stressful, because if you mess up this opportunity, that is it. You do not have a second life like in the upper bracket, but we've seen players overcome this time and time again, especially in Zagi from Group B, going into the lower bracket in round 1 and still managing to qualify through a miraculous run.
A lower bracket run is really difficult to achieve no matter what game you are in. So it's really impressive that we were able to see that coming out of Chikuwa and out of Inzaghi. And it shows that any player has the potential to be able to do that as well, as long as they keep their wits about them. And that's why I do always like these double bracket formats. It gives you just a little more opportunity.
Yeah, and like if there's a player you really want to cheer for, see more of course, if they do lose, they still have at least one more showing to show the crowd what they're made of. And speaking of showing the crowd, I gotta say, I'm rather disappointed in the Kuki Kirara deck. It has not been performing well. I know it has its strong suits, right? It has that advantage over against Double Dragon. You can one-shot the new Valette, but from what I've seen here in the Prince Cup Pacific, it is rather underwhelming.
I have seen some pretty good Kuki Kirara deck plays so far, so maybe you just haven't gotten the games where it was able to pop off. It's popped off once or twice, and as you pointed out, it does have good matchups and bad matchups, but it does definitely feel like the bad matchups are affecting it a lot more than you'd usually expect.
I think, like, at least looking at what decks are popular right now, I do not think it can compete, right? We have Double Dragon matchup, Double Dragon Magic, yes, it can one-shot new Valette, but you can play around that by swap stalling, and Double Dragon Magic has more dice than you because of things like Ashta Talent and Gilded Dreams, right, where it's not quite as reliant on magic, and against more aggressive decks, as we saw with Lever Armor, it kind of gets overwhelmed, and against other decks that equip Wolf's Gravestone, you kind of get out-damaged, right? So it just, I feel like it's falling behind in every regard, except for that big burst damage, which is the one advantage it has, but I haven't seen that come up yet.
I can definitely see where you're coming from. I also do feel like the setup from it can be a little bit slow because of having the skill on 2 different characters before you can really do damage, but I digress. We can leave this discussion for a little bit later when we come back for match 5, because we are going to jump into a short break. If you guys need to grab any snacks or anything, now is the time, because we will see you guys right after this. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again. You're currently watching the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We're currently about to enter our final match of the day here, and the final match of week 3 as well. So hopefully we'll get even more exciting stuff. My name's Staffa, together with Sumi.
Hello, we're back once again, and before we do hop on to our next match, as exciting that it is going to be, I have some news about why Small 1 ended early. So during our break, I've consulted with some experts, aka pro players, and it happened because the Mausoleum animation. This is a very little known interaction, but after you do a skill, the timer immediately passes onto the opponent. And because Sortreew was so low on time from the last one, because how long they were thinking, the Mausoleum animation actually ran down their timer to 0 and forced them to end early.
Really?
Yes, so this is actually an interaction that we figured out this patch. Players actually have... So what players did at some point is figured out that as soon as you skill, the timer instantly passes over, and whatever animation happens during your opponent's time. And what they've been able to figure out with this is if you stack a lot of animations, you're able to completely end the round. There was a very cool video on Bilibili where a player used like Farina plus like Macarons or whatever, plus Whale and plus a bunch of healing and stuff to run down the timer from the dice roll phase all the way to the second opponent's turn.
Real? Okay. Now that's just next level entirely. I didn't even know that was a possibility. I feel like I have to watch that back just to see exactly what that means, because I feel like I can't quite even comprehend it just yet. But props to Sumi for finding that out, and of course to all the players as well who were able to figure out something like that, because I definitely would not be paying something like that attention.
Yeah, so that was like a very little known interaction. I was told of this earlier, actually, all the way back in Prince Cup Atlantic, but I forgot about it because it's just something that I didn't think would matter. I didn't have it in the back of my mind. And here it is, like on stage right now, impacting a game at a very critical game 3.
I really gotta watch it back now just to see exactly what happened there, but that's good to know. It means that players actually have a little bit more to be afraid of when it comes to cards like Mausoleum.
Yeah,
I hope this is not something that happens often.
The Mausoleum had the potential to win Sortreew the game if it went to the next round, because like Small 1 was never drawing another useful card after that. Funnily enough, though, it actually is what lost in the game because the animations took too long.
Man, okay, well, forbidden knowledge comes in many different forms, and we are getting to see that here. But yeah, it's an unfortunate situation that happened that shows that even the tiniest interactions have to be considered when you are competing at a level such as this. So hopefully we don't get to see stuff like that going into the next game, because as funny as it may be, yeah, I'm not too sure about how viable it is as a strat.
Yeah, I think like as a strategy, it kind of gives the bug abuse section, but like it's kind of it's funny that it did happen. We hope that it won't happen again, because of course it is kind of uncompetitive if players are forced to end their turn early because of such an interaction.
Yeah, I highly doubt it was done intentionally as well. So it's just something that happened, right? And it took this long to happen as well. So, Rick, without further ado, let's have a look at the current state of the bracket. With Sortreew being able to win the previous matchup we watched, they move on to the winner's second round, facing off against Enkoe. Small 1 having to face Frost as their next opponent, and the next match we're going to watch being the very first of the loser's first round.
It will be TareHero versus Alkanist, both players already falling into the loser's bracket. We'll have to see what they're gonna bring for us here in the lower bracket. Maybe they bring something off meta, you know? I know this is their last chance, so bring something weird and wacky could backfire horrendously. But on the other hand, this is your last chance. Maybe bring something wild and wacky that your opponent doesn't expect. Could be what gives you the edge in order to continue onwards.
I mean, I personally wouldn't mind. I always like it when players are willing to bring something a little wacky, a little weird, a little bit funny to the game board. And it's always gonna be the most interesting games overall. So let's go ahead and jump on into deck selection to see if anything strange has cut through the cracks. And ooh, first match actually gonna be a Kuki Kirara mirror match.
Yeah, and TareHero not banning Conwell, instead going for Lever Armory. I think this actually does make sense, though. Lever Armory has proven time and time again that it absolutely demolishes Double Dragon Magic, and it also did really, really well into Kikikirawa, as we just saw in the matchup between Smallwood and Sortreew. So banning that out is a very, very smart choice, but that does mean Alkanist's Conwell is unbanned. This is the deck that has like a 70-80% plus ban rate at this point in time. Very, very strong. I mean, players believe this to be the best deck in the meta right now, so leaving that unbanned could be a huge, huge problem.
But it's also a deck that's not without its weaknesses. It has actually had a pretty low success rate against decks like Double Dragon thus far, which TareHero did end up bringing as their second deck here, not banned. So maybe the choice of letting Conwell through is because they are confident that they will have ways of dealing with it.
That could very well be the case, or on the other hand, they just believe the matchup of the Lever Army deck to just be so horrendous that they'd rather go up against the Conwell. I think with TareHero's decks, the Conwell may not be as big as a threat as we assumed, because they do have the Herald and they do have the Cryo Cube in order to deal with Serpent's big burst damage, which is one of the major threats of that deck.
Yeah, we already have witnessed players going for these specific strategies against Conwell. Again, I'm gonna call it the most obvious example being Z Criblet all the way back in Group A, purposefully letting Conwell through so that they could win against it with both Double Dragon and Furiesley at the time, just focusing on controlling the board. So we'll see if that happens here as we have a look at TareHero's deck.
Yeah, TareHero's deck looking very standard for the most part, also running the Sumeru package with the double War Vanarana as well as the double King Deshret's Mausoleum, and no Liben because they are running the Wharf, doesn't need the extra draw because of that, and also replacing one Herald talent for a Gilded Dreams. This will give them some little more like active pressure, as you don't need to play the treasure to heal yourself with those in order to get the extra dice from Veteran's Visage. It'll be some instant application of dice in order to pressure their opponent more. Whether or not that's worth the consistency of having two Herald talents, we'll let fate decide that.
It is a little bit more of a high roll style because, yes, people would usually bring double Herald talents so that they're able to draw it more consistently, which we do see on Alkanist's side. But oftentimes, if you've already played the first Herald talent, the second one is just kind of useless in a way. So if they're lucky, this can pay off.
Yeah, very unlikely to get that second application of the Herald talent. Here we can see Alkanist bringing two Herald talents, as we just discussed earlier, but also going a little bit high rolly, going for only one Timaeus. Often you don't really need to search for two artifacts, so I think this does make sense, but only running one means you're less likely to draw into them as well, which could be an issue. They are supplementing it with two Libens, though, and I think taking out one Boar Princess as a consequence of that.
Some interesting variations here that could definitely affect the ramp potential. Alkanist having two Libens means that they could potentially bring a lot of dice into the next round, but it also means that they would be leaving dice unused at the end of rounds that could potentially be going into an attack or skill. So I'm interested to see how these two different variations will end up interacting.
I think one of the reasons that TareHero didn't bring Liben is because of the anti-synergy with Vanarana. We all know that Liben needs 3 dice in order to activate, but if you play Vanarana in front of Liben, Vanarana will take the dice first, which means you need to pass on more dice in order to activate both. So that could be one of the reasons TareHero decided not to bring over any Libens at all because of that anti-synergy.
Yeah, but we do see that even despite this, Alkanist did bring Vanarana along with 2 Libens, so they're very confident about their ability to potentially ramp here. And who knows, a good amount of ramp could make the difference considering it is a mirror matchup. So let's see what happens as we jump into our final best of 3 series of the day. TareHero on the top of the screen, Alkanist on the bottom.
Was a very, very nice start here. Liben, double Warp, as well as the Veteran's Visage. That's a lot of ramp to have very, very early on. And a lot of draw as well, which is more critical during the early rounds. A deck like this, like the Kukikirara deck, likes to have a lot of setup to prepare your deck for Magic in order to have that big combo turn where you just spam burst after burst after burst after burst. And having this much draw this early lets you get to that point a lot easier.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, although Alkanist did manage to get a Lumen Stone, they unfortunately drew both Herald talents in their opening hand. And that's not usually what you want happening. So already the issue we mentioned about having two of these cards are rearing itself a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the two Hero Talents could be good if you're able to refresh it, right? You are able to play it twice, and it will refresh the Curse of the Undercurrent, but that is kind of dependent on your opponent first getting your Herald knocked down to the right, which is fairly common, and then they also need to skill twice with the Curse of the Undercurrent in order to activate both without your Herald dying in order for you to reapply it. And Herald typically in this deck is the first to go. He is your big meat shield because of Revive, and after he gets taken out, 4 HP is not a lot to work with.
Yeah, we've basically never seen the Herald talent being played a second time. And I think like the one time we've seen it was because the player had already won the game and they're just playing cards at that point. So it's very unlikely that you will usually get that set up. Both players going to be going for their typical openers. TareHero does have turn priority. So if they're able to play their cards, they should be able to go first next round as well.
Playing the Lyra Harbor Wharf as well. That's going to draw them a lot of cards throughout the course of the game. They have a second one in hand as well if they do want to play it. Very unlikely to. Players do not like playing Double Wharf, as it is going to very easily overflow with your hand with cards, which does lead to situations where you're either forced to play more cards than you would want, making it so you cannot skill, or overdrawing cards, which is very, very bad when so much of your deck is high value.
We have seen a good amount of overdrawing cards, especially when the season first started. I think players have gotten a lot better at making sure that they don't overdraw here, since nowadays it's a lot more common to have a full hand, and so it's easier to keep track of that just through muscle memory. Alkanist, knowing that they're not going to be able to get turn priority, did decide to go for some play on the Herald instead. Not sure if that's going to pay off.
Slugging back to Kuki as well. Alright. Curious.
Trying to figure out what would be the purpose of that play. Like, yes, they apply Electro to TareHero's Cookie, but then they just switch back to their own.
It's because of the Veteran's Visage. We had one dice to spare, so we could have just ended on Hero, which would have been perfectly fine. We swapped back to Kuki because we're expecting TareHero to swap off into Kirara, which will attack our Kuki again with the Sanctifying Ring, which will give us one dice to work with, which will then immediately let us heal Kuki by one by swapping off and getting the draw from the Veteran's Visage as well. So a little bit of min-maxing here early on from Alkanist.
Okay.
And speaking of min-maxing, if you want to min-max the quality of our stream, the QR code is going to pop on the left very soon in between TareHero and Alkanist's little profiles, and it will lead you to a form to submit your feedback. If you want us to improve the stream, or if you want to see anything on the stream, be sure to write it there. And, oh, nope, still gotta wait for the socials to pop up first. Oh, it's almost there, I promise.
It'll get there soon enough. Like, I think you guys have already seen it more than enough times. There it is. Right there. Just scan it right now. Like, this is the time, the game just started. Not too much has happened just yet. This is a great chance to leave us some feedback, because it is going to directly feed back into you guys.
That's a nice pun.
Yeah, thank you.
It currently is Alkanist's turn, though. As we expect, TareHero did swap into the Kirara. Alkanist going to Herald instead. This is a very different line. I think this does make sense, because we are expecting TareHero to stay on Kirara, and we already have two characters applied with Electro, so we can start getting some either Electro charge, which is very, very nice, and we're also going to start applying some Hydro Aura.
Perhaps indeed. Alkanist also knows that he is playing around the Herald talent in hand, so leaving him exposed feels better, since if he does get taken out, it would just play into what Alkanist wants to happen. So we do see the Electro Charge proc. I feel like it has been a very long time since we have seen an Electro Charge proc.
Yeah, no, like, Electro plus Hydro isn't a very popular combination anymore. I mean, it used to be all over the place, right? Ocean was everywhere, and Ocean paired so well with Fischl. It was, like, the premier reaction. Nowadays, though, with Summon meta falling off, with Ocean receiving a big hit to her viability, not as viable as before, but still, we do see it occasionally.
Yeah. I still remember back in the day when Electro Charge was so viable that decks ending with EC was just a genre by itself, right? You had Agent EC and Nahida EC. It was just all over the place.
Well, it was mainly because the Electro and Hydro summons were just so much like better than the other summons as characters, right? Because like Fischl was the best character in the game. Oz was so busted for the time, and Ocean had so much like Hydro. It paired very very well with Oz, and of course, and the other element characters like Yao Yao and like Xiangling just couldn't really compare to them, which is why EC was so prevalent. Oh, and Mona as well. Mona was really good. Mona's always been really good.
And Mona's still very good. Still one of the top pick cards just from usage rate up until this point. So some things change, some things never change. But what is going to change is how this game is going. Because TareHero has been able to set up a good amount here. They've already refreshed Kirara's skill even and set up for the potential burst. Meanwhile, Alkanist was able to get those electro charge procs out, but not nearly as much energy on their side to play with. Not to mention Kirara hasn't even skilled once.
Yeah, you're right. No Dendro application currently on the side of TareHero, or on the characters of TareHero more specifically. It does have a little bit of Hydro in there, which is going to be quite nice. We're going to get more Electro Charges in the future, maybe even Blooms. Bloom's not very common in this deck because you kind of just overflow on Hydro app most of the time, and Kuki, a skill, does take priority over Kirara because you did cast it first, so Blooms are quite uncommon. But if you do manage to get it off, though, it is very, very nice, as it will make your swaps do even more damage.
I remember actually seeing it happen once. I think it was actually yesterday. And that Bloom Core actually provided just enough damage to go through a breakpoint to one-shot a new Valette. So it's not something you see often, but can definitely help a lot since it basically adds damage similarly to Emblem on big burst damage.
That is true. I typically do activate it on Kuki's skill, though, mainly because it is just there more frequently. And you need to swap to either Kuki or Kirara to utilize their burst. But yeah, I mean, it could be very, very huge, as you said, in the big burst damage to one-shot a character. Although in a matchup like this, I don't think that is as relevant.
Yeah, in this matchup, since there's no real main carry that you will be able to point out, like New Valette, for example. Just doing consistent damage is going to be a little bit more valuable overall. And if you're able to snipe a character, then that's good, but it's not going to be really your aim a lot of the time. We'll see, though, as we have a look here. We're going to be jumping into another round. Reroll. Is the dice going to be looking good here?
Oh, a lot of Dendro.
Alkanist gonna have a pretty solid setup here. They've finally been able to skill on Kirara. We'll see whether they decide to go for the refresh the same way that TareHero did. Whereas, speaking of TareHero, they actually decided to keep a lot of Hydro dice instead. So, looks like they're intending to play on Herald this round.
Yeah, not really a reason to swap back to Kuki. Her skill still has 2 usages, so won't need to refresh that anytime soon. No Hydro application currently applied as well, and we don't want to skill on Kirara because, well, 1, we already have full energy, and 2, our burst is, our Neko packages are already at 2 stacks, so will not generate any more. It would be a waste of dice to skill again. So is swapping over to Herald as expected. Apply that Electro, apply the Dendro, Pocket Quicken now activated. And we also now have the opportunity to apply Hydro over on the side of Alkanist as well.
TareHero going to pull out a treasure very early on. They only just played it a moment ago. So the healing is going to start kicking in a little bit. Not too sure how thick their deck is looking right now. But it should feel pretty good for them to go for it at this stage. Alkanist has the procs necessary to play with, but is still less set up overall compared to TareHero.
I think TareHero has a lot more stuff to work with. I mean, Lumenstone, Double to May is going to discount the artifacts so much more. Currently, though, Alkanist is a little bit ahead in terms of damage, but that could very well change with just how much dice TareHero still has to work with, not to mention the magic currently stacked in their deck. And I think this really comes off the fact that TareHero had the Wharf early, right? They were able to draw through a lot more of their decks. They were able to find these very key cards before Alkanist, and I think this is what's going to let him take the lead.
We've seen plenty of mirror matches in the past, and while it may seem like it's difficult to decide what factors go into winning out mirror matches, there are indeed a lot of attributes that can come into play, like how lucky your dice rolls can be, whether you're able to draw the utility that you need earlier than your opponent, and even just going first or second can have a pretty big impact. But since TareHero, we can see they are going to be drawing some forbidden knowledge here. I don't think they generated too many early on, so it shouldn't be more than what they already have in their hand. I do kind of wonder though, right? We already pointed out that these decks don't really have a primary carry that you're looking to snipe with an Adeptus Burst. But if you could choose, who would it be that you just like want to remove straight away?
Kuki.
100%?
100% Kuki. Okay,
I see.
if you had the chance to one-shot a character, it would 100% be Kuki. On the caveat that is before she has used talent.
Okay.
The talent is so annoying, especially in a mirror matchup like this where the damage comes slowly. The talent has that much more value because you can tank a hit and then swap off, and then next turn, right? You come back on, tank a hit, swap off, come back, tank a hit, swap off, rinse and repeat, and it's going to let you get so much value over the course of the game. If you could snipe a character, it would be Kuki.
I can see where I'm coming from. Yeah, if you're able to prevent the opponent's Cookie from being able to use talent before, like when she's sniped off, then it just removes a lot of stress dealing with it later on in the game. So yeah, but compared to other decks, still not quite a priority as you would see, which does make this matchup a little bit more difficult to predict, in my opinion, compared to matchups we've seen before.
Yeah, I think this matchup, if you're our Alkanist or TareHero, I don't think you should be playing to snipe Kuki, because it is very easy to swap salt on this deck. You can stay on Kirara for a very, very long time. You can just generate those stacks. I think what we should be doing is try to cycle our burst, because that's the most amount of damage we can get in a single action. And especially for Kirara, her burst gives you extra Dendro application on top of that, so you can get more reactions off of that as well, which is even more damage, which will let us outvalue our opponent's healing in the long run.
That is true. Yeah, in a deck matchup like this specifically, dealing more consistent damage, even including bursts, will be more valuable than just straight up trying to snipe someone. Unless like the opportunity is just like golden and right in front of you, right? So both players just gonna be exchanging blows for now. And while TareHero does still have the slightly better setup, it is not obvious enough that like the game is just for sure theirs, right? Like it can still go either way at this stage.
Right now, it is very, very much even. TareHero could swap off Herald here, or they can just stay on Herald and tank the second part of Alkanist Herald attack and activate their revive. They don't have talent, so doing that this early might become a bit of an issue, as he can get sniped off before he bursts. Look at Alkanist are going to tune quite a lot of their hand Norta skill here. Bring Herald down to 1 HP, the breakpoint's barely not working out to instantly activate that revive. Whether TareHero would like to respond with their own skill or swap off onto Kirara, because I don't think you want to swap to Kuki, remains to be seen.
A swap onto Kirara and then burst would do enough to break the revive on the Herald, but since Alkanist's Herald already has a talent equipped, it does make it a little bit more hesitant to go for that, but personally, I think it's the best way to really just impact the board.
Yeah, it's going to finally swap over to Kirara. The burst, as you said, will activate the revive. It'll also apply the cat bombs over onto Herald. I forgot the exact names of those too. So many names nowadays. I can't remember them all.
It was cat grass cardamom. I actually do remember this one.
Thank you. You can be my encyclopedia. I can know the interactions, and then you can know the names.
Oh, good. Yes, I just have them all written down right here.
That's smart. I should probably have that open on a separate page. But yeah. Burst coming down from Kirara. Herald Burst does get activated. That will mean TareHero's skills will be more expensive from now on. On the other side, though, Alkanist now has to worry about Dendro application every time they play 2 cards.
It can be very useful, because nowadays, players just play so many cards every round. That's why rounds last so much longer than they used to. So it's very easy to get those grass cardamoms to proc. And that easy Dendro application is going to help a lot, because both Herald and Cookie can react with it. And if you get a Bloom Core out, then all of a sudden you have a free extra piece of damage.
That's true. Not to mention the damage, also the extra instance of Aura as well, right? You can get more Blooms, more Quickens. I know Electro Charge because it's Dendro, but you get to outvalue your opponent so much because of it. Unfortunately, though, it will not do the extra damage from your own catalyzing field, because your characters need to be the ones doing the damage.
Yep. So now, with there's so many statuses on TareHero's side that I even forgot for a moment whether they had Curse of the Undercurrent applied, but they do. It's just in those triple dots right there. Means they're not gonna be able to play anything else this round, so it looks like the play is gonna be Vanarana to save the dice for next round.
I mean, only has one treasure in hand. I mean, your skill right now costs 4, which is very, very expensive. I don't think you particularly want to skill again on Kirara anyways. We'll just heal her up to 8 HP, most likely to avoid a breakpoint of some kind.
Actually, it wouldn't really break a breakpoint either, because
I guess just carry 2 dice over?
yeah, it is probably just mainly to carry 2 dice
Oh,
over.
overdraw. It's because of overdraw.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's the carry 2 dice over and to prevent overdraw, because it doesn't break a breakpoint, because Kirara Burst with Adeptus plus Bloom would do 8 damage. So yeah, it's mainly for the overdraw and the dice preservation. TareHero unfortunately ends up drawing another Forbidden Knowledge, so already 3 of those in hand. It's starting to get to the point where they are a bit annoying to have over there.
You know, I just had a thought. So, you know how Kirara's Catamons do not trigger Quicken?
Yes.
And you know how Klee and Scorpion also generate a similar status? Does that mean those won't trigger Bloom, or is it different?
Ah.
I'm fairly certain it shouldn't trigger Bloom, but it can always be a possibility because they are technically different statuses. I don't know if Bloom specifies that it must be your character doing damage, like Pyro Res, or as long as like it takes Pyro or Electro damage, like with something like Dendro Res, where it doesn't really matter as long as they do a Dendro reaction.
This is the type of question that you're only going to be able to figure out through testing. I definitely do not have enough sample space for this one.
If you do know the answer, make sure to write it in the message, send it in the stream chat. I'll take a look at this later.
You can also scan the QR code and put it in the feedback. Yeah, that way, while you're giving us the rest of the feedback. Yeah.
Yeah, just like put it in the I don't know, the assorted random things section. They usually have one in there, I think. The others section, that's what it's usually called.
Yep. Hero's actually gonna take a lot here just from that
That's so much.
Because of the catalyzing field.
No Quicken reset though, because she had Hydro Ore on her.
Yeah, that could be a bit unfortunate because due to how long it actually takes to get Quicken set up on this deck, having a skill on both Cookie and Kirara, you typically want to try and do your best to continue self-feeding into itself there. So the fact that it didn't means that there's no more Quicken stacks that Alkanist will need to worry about. Though having 2 characters on 3 HP does feel rough.
Yeah, Cookie does have a lecture on her, and I mean, as I said earlier, right? Look how far ahead TareHero is because they were able to draw much more of the resources. They have a second treasure now stacked in there, and I mean, look at the HPs of characters of Alkanist. Alkanist has been doing very little other than just skilling and swapping around because they haven't had the opportunity to get the setup. Their cards is just all gas and no fuel. No, gas is fuel.
Gas is a form of fuel.
All gas, but no car. There we go. You have like, you can take yourself to wherever you want to go. Unfortunately, you do not have the vehicle in which to do it.
Yeah, instead you have to carry the gas around with you on your bicycle or something, and then it just doesn't. It's just kind of what's the point at that point, you know?
Yeah, like only a single Lumen Stone to work with, right? We're not going to be able to cycle through our deck with just that. I mean, we do still have some veterans equipped, but it's going to be very, very hard to cycle into our deck to find our treasures with just that.
I know you didn't mean to do it, but you said cycle twice in that sentence. After. It's just like, yeah, that's all I'm focusing on right now. Kirara's gonna get taken out here. Yeah, TareHero in a really comfortable spot. I kind of wonder if Alkanist leaving Kirara in such a position was really a good idea.
The thing is, I don't think Alkanist is much more of a choice, right? Because Kuki has Electro on her. She would have given big damage to reactions. Hero's on 3 HP. Like, anymore, you're not going to be able to benefit from him any longer. And so, like, Kirara was your only save choice. But, I mean, TareHero, with the fast one, being able to go onto Herald, and also skill with, like, the Dendro application. Herald's initial skill, unlike Sayu, does 2 damage. And with the Bloom reaction, does barely enough to take her out. That's before Burst, too! TareHero denies Alkanist Kirara burst.
Yes, that is a very big issue because Kirara was literally sitting on that burst for so long. I get that Alkanist doesn't want to use it on Herald because he's literally on 1 HP and he has a revive. But he just ends up not using it at all. Like, I don't see that being worth it.
I think that is a very, very big misplay. TareHero was more than happy to burst on Herald, like to proc the revive, right? Yes, you would prefer going Kirara or Kuki, but just getting the damage down is much more important than saving for that one specific character. Because this deck generates a lot of dice through swapping through magic that if you do not take your opportunities when you have them, you might not have the chance to, as we see it happen right now to Alkanist.
Kirara is not a character you can afford to lose so early on, right? Now there's no more Dendro application on Alkanist's side. They do have one Dendro core to work with, but after that, there's just basically nothing left, and we know that this deck relies on those reactions quite heavily to actually dish out consistent DPS. So TareHero is gonna have an even easier time going forward.
First side, this deck is basically just doing 2 damage normal attacks turn after turn after turn. The damage comes out very, very slowly, so if you cannot constantly proc these reactions, you're effectively just doing nothing for a turn. And the bursts do a lot of damage, but you need 2 energy to build towards that.
Alkanist unfortunately doesn't even have the I haven't lost yet to be able to maybe fully charge up Cookie's energy here. Though I suppose he doesn't really need it because he wouldn't want to use it on Herald anyway. He probably just wants to attack. But that would mean proccing the Curse of the Undercurrent.
Normal attack here is good, I guess, to proc the revive. Another thing you can do is skill and to swap over onto Herald, but that has its risks of its own. TareHero always has enough here to do another action no matter what, and yeah, we'll just choose normal attack. Skilling on Kuki, the only reason you would skill on Kuki and swapping over to Herald is if, like, TareHero would run out of dice, you do not have to worry about them bursting or something like that, and reapplying the Curse of the Undercurrent. But now, TareHero can take their advantage even further. Apply another instance of Hydro. I mean, with the Herald's revive, the bonus Hydro damage as well is going to make it hurt quite a lot as well. And also reset the Curse of the Undercurrent to put them in a very commanding position.
Alkanist is going to go for the quick swap into his own Herald here. He could definitely refresh the Curse. I don't think Herald does quite enough damage to lethal here.
It does.
It does. It's exactly enough damage, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if you want to lethal there. Because now TareHero has a free switch to another character, and 3 HP is... Actually, no, not quite within range, because both these character skills do no damage, so...
Well, the thing is, though, we have Ivan Lassia right now. We can go over onto Kuki and Burst, and also trigger our give us our revive passive as well. Not to mention that, I mean, Alkanist's own Kuki is only at 4 HP. The bonus damage from our revive from the Kuki talent plus the Sapwood Blade could be enough to finish the game right then and there. Of course, because Alkanist Burst, it does reset the count on the Curse of the Undercurrent from 1 to 2, so there'll be another instance of dice increase that TareHero will have to work with.
And even with the initial dice increase, actually that extra stack actually made a big difference here, because if they only had 1 stack, they had 7 dice, they could have done 4 and 3 to get 2 skills out. But now with 2 stacks, they don't have enough dice to actually do 2, unless they play the I haven't lost yet.
Another thing TareHero can do here is to Sapwood Blade into normal attack. Yes, you do have to worry about Alkanist having Ivan Lassia into Adeptus Burst, but I think you're more than happy to trade Kirara for Kuki.
Yeah, I agree. Like, especially with Kuki having 1 energy already, if you switch to Kuki with I haven't lost yet, she just wins the game on the spot, especially if you know Alkanist has already spent his burst.
And here is where we're going to see the Bloom Core matter once again. If Alkanist decides to burst here, without that Bloom Core, Kirara would actually live, putting Alkanist in a very terrible position. But now, because of that Bloom Core, because of the Quick Instinct, because of the Electric Charge, I think it should be doing just barely enough to kill the Kirara here. The problem comes in what happens after that, because of our lack of draw, we so far do not have Kuki talent, which means that if we burst it, we do not get the revive, which may allow TareHero enough time, or have enough damage to finish us off.
Yeah, Alkanist desperately needed Cookie talent here, but honestly, even if they had it, I don't feel like they'd be able to win because they kind of need to burst on both characters to actually dish out enough damage to threaten lethal.
I mean, the thing is, if they had Kuki Town, they wouldn't lose on the spot because TareHero's I haven't lost yet. Oh, the egg being
But they
played.
do
Okay, this
have
could change things.
Egg onto Herald
Okay,
to
I mean,
buy some time.
Kirata normals again, and we're back to square one. This does mean, though, TareHero will not have enough dice for I haven't lost yet burst, thankfully. This does buy Alkanist a little bit more time to work with. I don't think this play matters, though, as TareHero is just so much further ahead, right? Still has a Lumen Stone to work with, has treasure in the deck as well. We haven't even drawn the majority of it. And also the I haven't lost yet as well if Alkanist decides to burst, which right now they do not have the dice for, which means this Kirata is going to live for another turn, and that Sapwood Blade is going to generate so much more value.
Yeah, I mean the egg does allow them to waste TareHero's remaining dice and also end the round first to get turn priority at the start of next round. So it does have an impact actually. But the situation remains the same because they don't have talent. Like if they're able to draw talent with this delayed round, then that could be good, right? Stove God comes out. TareHero, unfortunately, not able to get his cookie talent either. So both cookies are unfortunately talentless currently.
Does that heal above breakpoint? Let me see. Cookie Burst is 4 base, plus 1 from Quicken, that's 5, plus 1 from Electrocharge, that's 6, and then plus 2 from Blue Core, which is 8. No, Kirata should still die here unless we can find another treasure. Oh, and we do!
They do find another treasure.
Wait, that means we get Kirata Burst.
I mean, Kirara would still die as long as Alkanist plays like Emblem or
Adeptus, true. But that's a lot of investment, right? That's like if we play Emblem and or Adeptus, that should mean we can't get another action off after that. No, we can get one more action off after that, but it won't be enough to kill the TareHero's Kuki.
I feel like even if you didn't have to spend Adeptus or Emblem, you're still not gonna do enough damage to take down TareHero's Cookie.
That's true. But like that does mean that if Alkanist wants to kill his Kirana and deny the burst, they're spending that much more dice.
Yes.
And that matters quite a bit. Especially considering that Kirata burst does 6 damage, right? Kuki talent only heals for 2, putting Kuki on 6 HP, which means that without Adeptus, without Emblem, Kirata instantly pops the Kuki revive, and like, we no longer have to deal with that. TareHero just one normal attack is enough to take her out. So we do need to commit the Emblem here if we want to keep our revive, and not even drawing the Kuki talent.
I mean, he did pull double treasure, so that does pull Kuki out of the Kirara burst range, but I'm pretty sure that the play is still to use, like, Emblem to, like, take out Kirara here. Like, there's no reason to allow her to burst once.
Yeah, we do need to do it. Kirata burst right now does do 6 damage, so even with both the treasure, it is not enough. We need to somehow fish for either more treasures to live at least one more attack, or ideally find our talent.
The more concerning issue is for Alkanist to survive TareHero's Cookie Burst, because once Kirara dies, then you go I haven't lost yet into Adeptus Burst on Cookie instead, and that would do 7-8 damage with the catalyzing field. So you need at least another 5 HP to survive that?
Well, I mean, assuming you burst on Kuki, it's going to do 9 damage. If you on Kirata, it will do 9 damage. If you do not burst on Kirata because she gets one shot by Emblem Burst on the side of Alkanist, it will do 10 damage. So no matter what, this Kuki is going to die one way or another if we do not find that talent.
At this point, you just play the treasures to activate Lumenstone and hope you pull out talent, basically.
I mean, we really do not have a better option here.
All right.
I think... that's I haven't lost yet. There it is!
There it is! Okay, with the final Lumenstone proc, Alkanist pulls out the talent. So they are able to survive another hit. Another treasure as well is going to be pretty nice.
Do we Emblem here? We need the Emblem if we want to deny Kirara Burst.
You gotta deny Kirara Burst.
I think if we do not deny Kirara Burst, we lose on the spot.
Yes, I agree. You gotta one-shot Kirara here. If you don't, you're just throwing now that you've pulled out the talent.
I think with this talent, Alkanist might actually have the opportunity to win.
I think so, yeah.
TareHero has 9 dice and a Lumenstone still to work with double Liar Song as well. But like, look at the quality of their dice. A lot of Pyro, some Geo. I mean, we have some Omni to work with, but keep in mind we still have 2 stacks of Curse the Endercrimp because Alkanist reset it earlier. I don't think TareHero has enough dice to win this turn. They need minimum 3 actions to kill Kuki with that revive, and I don't know if they have it in the tank.
Yeah, there's a chance, actually. Alkanist really needed the Cookie talent, and they pulled it out. So now the opportunity is open. You emblem Cookie talent burst here to take out Kirara. Ooh, Sapwood. Oh, wait, Sapwood actually is enough, I think. You don't need emblem if you have Sapwood, I think.
Haven't done the math for this, but we'll need to see. I think it is actually enough. It should do 9 damage here.
Yeah.
It does exactly 9.
Oh.
And that means we get a key Veteran Visage on Kuki for extra dice generation as well. TareHero needs to. We need minimum 2 actions. Assuming we could one-shot Kuki here, we need 2 actions. I think as long as we emblem or play the Adeptus, our burst should do 9 damage, which will instantly pop the revive. And after that, a normal attack is all it would take.
Yes. Kuki. Yeah, they have a Dendro Core. So I haven't lost yet. Into Kuki, Adeptus Burst would do exactly 9 damage. Pops the revive. Alkanist just whacks back once. Is definitely not going to do enough to like take out 8 health. And then TareHero just finishes with a basic attack. TareHero should still win this.
TareHero should win this, and that's off the back of the I haven't lost yet. Thankfully, they did have it because they just drew through so much of the deck. They are only running 1 copy of that card. Once again, like the ramp advantage, being able to search through a deck that much easier, coming into play again. Winning TareHero the game off the back that I haven't lost yet.
And
but they do need to play Adeptus first.
And that's why we're seeing so much like mid-range, right? We're seeing so much Lumenstone, Strategize, Lear Harbor Wharf. Having more access to the utility in your deck just wins games for you. And now TareHero has 14 dice to work with as well. Like, they have more than enough actions to be able to finish this off.
Well, they're going to cycle through even more of this.
I don't think it's necessary, but hey, why not?
Liar, yeah, we're gonna get an extra dice to work with. We can another treasure. Okay, we can liar back the Veteran's Visage and play the treasure. That's gonna put us on 16 dice. 1-6. That is the dice cap in JTCG, if you were wondering. You cannot hold more than 16 dice at a time.
Ooh, he puts the emblem. Okay.
I mean, Timaeus still discounts our Veteran's Visage for later. Oh, look at that.
Exactly 9 damage. Procs the revive. Alkanist does not have any way to get burst back up. So they know that they can't do anything here. Just gonna proc that normal attack. And TareHero will be able to close things out. But man, it felt like that game took a while.
It most certainly did. It looked a little bit dicey at the end of TareHero. Alkanist did have a chance to win after they top decked that Kuki talent through because they were finally able to get some draw on there, managed to cycle their cards very, very well to trigger that double Lumenstone. But at the end of the day, TareHero managed to find enough dice to do enough damage to take out the Kuki Shinobu of Alkanist before he was able to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I feel like if Alkanist had drawn just a little bit better early on, and if they didn't make the mistake of allowing Kirara to get taken out there, they had a very good chance of being able to make the comeback here. Like, if you got the Kirara burst out, that would have made up for a lot of the health difference that we ended the game with. So, yeah, like, TareHero got pretty lucky with the ramp and all the card draw that he needed early on. But if not for a couple of small things here and there, it still could have been a very close fight.
And I think that really comes off the back of the draw advantage, right? TareHero had such a better start, having double Wharf, letting them once again find the cards they needed first. And because they found the cards they needed, they were able to have much more flexible plays. We saw them swapping around their characters a lot more and finding these angles that Alkanist just didn't have access to.
And when you're able to find the angles your opponent doesn't have access to, that usually gives you enough freedom and space to decide how you want to dictate the tempo of the game. Even more so important when you are in a mirror match situation, because you are always going to have access to very similar resources overall.
I mean, your decks are so similar. It's just whoever does the better plays. And when you have more card draw, when you have more things in your hand, the better play is just that much easier to find, or at the very least, that much easier to execute.
And good execution lends itself to clean victories, and that is how we see TareHero being able to come out on top in game number 1. For those of you who may just be joining us now, this is a loser's bracket match. So, if TareHero is able to win in game number 2 as well, it will mean Alkanist's elimination from the Prince Cup.
This is Alkanist's last chance. They have one more opportunity to bring the series back, and if they fail to do so, that is their tournament run over.
Definitely not a fate that Alkanist wants to encounter. We've already seen a lot of matches go into a full best-of-3 series recently here in the Prince Cup, so who knows? We could see a similar situation here if Alkanist is able to pick themselves back up, and hopefully they're able to do so, because we want to make sure that all of these players get their chance to shine before they lose their chance at moving on to the next stage.
We really do want Alkanist to pick it back up, but after a loss like that, you gotta be wondering how they must be feeling. It's not just about what we see on screen, it's the mental battle between the players as well. After losing such a close mirror match, right, just finding that talent a bit too late, maybe spending a bit too many resources to get to that point. I mean, Alkanist must be feeling the pressure, and they must be feeling a little bit of tilt as well, and they'll need to recover from that to play cleanly.
Yeah, but we have seen it happen before with players that have actually made bigger blunders than this as well. Like literally yesterday, we had a player in a, I can't remember which player it was. It was Graphite. Yes, Graphite was in a clearly winning position in a when piloting a double dragon deck. They had a 100% winning position, but then they made one risky mistake of putting Nuvolet ahead. He got one shot and then he lost the game. And then after that, he was still able to claw himself back up and win once he had dropped down to the lower bracket. So I don't think anything is still possible, right? These players have some degree of experience on this stage, so we cannot count them out at any point.
No, they've been playing in the scene for a long time. They have a lot of experience. They have a lot of different ways to untilt themselves, unwind themselves before the next match. It'll all depend on whether or not Alkanist can pull this off as well, and hopefully as well find a better matchup for themselves, because TareHero won with Guki Kirara. They are no longer able to play it. They are forced onto their second deck now.
We're gonna revisit the decks pretty soon to remember again what that second deck is going to be, because I can't quite recall on account of how long that game 1 ended up being. These mirror matches are always really tense. That's why I personally, whenever I end up in a mirror match situation, I just dread it. I just take one look at the opposite side of the board and I don't want to be here.
Yeah, mirror matches are stressful like that. You're playing the exact same decks, right? You have the exact same trick, so there's very little you can do against your opponent that they don't also have, and it kind of depends a little bit on who rolls better.
It's not a situation you want to be in, where your victory can sometimes depend a bit on the RNG of it all, but it is a factor of the game, and being able to play around that well is the mark of a good player as well. So I don't think we can attribute it completely to that. It definitely plays a role, but these players have already shown to us that consistency can still emerge from a slightly luck-based situation.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you roll bad, you always gotta find a way to play around, and that's why players build the decks the way that they do. It's to be able to get themselves as much potential power as possible, but they also have fallback options, right? We saw them bring the Vanarana, the Libans, the Lumenstones as well, which they can play when their dice are bad, the situation isn't favorable, to hopefully make their next turn that much stronger.
I'm excited to see what is going to be happening next as well. The players are going to be getting ready with their next decks, because for those of you who don't know, this is going to be the final match of the day as well. So once we're able to figure out the results of this, it will conclude week 3 of the regular season. So if these... And this is a very important timing in the tournament as well, right? Because it means that all of the matches after this will have a 1 week gap in between. And a 1 week gap makes a big difference in terms of how much these players are able to prepare and reset.
Yeah, and like a 1 week gap is a huge meta shift, right? Just looking at the difference between Group A week 1 and 2, Genshin all over the place. Like week 2 has sharply fallen off. We can also see the difference between like in Group B as well. I mean, Amado was all the way from Group A, brought the Lever Armory deck against Double Dragon, won. We didn't see the deck for a long time. In come Group B week 3, and suddenly it's all over the place.
It's always fun to see this because you get to witness tournament metas developing, and then you get to see anti-metas developing based on those tournament metas, and it just becomes so much more fun. You get to see so much more variety of decks and so on. But we're gonna give the players just a little bit more time to get ready, and then we're going to jump into a quick break. So don't go anywhere, guys. When we come back, we will be able to witness the conclusion of the match between TareHero and Alkanist. We'll see you guys
soon.
there. The time has come to conclude the games for Week 3 here at the Prince Cup 2024 regular season for the Pacific region. We're halfway through the final match of the day, and it's time to see whether or not these players will be able to keep themselves in the competition. My name is Stafa, and once again, we have Sumi on the desk.
Yeah, it's great to be back finally. We just finished game 1 with TareHero and Alkanist, with Alkanist unfortunately falling short, not being able to dig through their deck deep enough to find their value cards to overcome their deficit early on.
And hopefully they've been able to take advantage of the little bit of a break we've had here in order to reset, relax, and go into game number 2 with renewed vigor. Because as we know, these are best of 3 series. So it's still very possible for Alkanist to turn this around if TareHero isn't paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the decks they have remaining, like Alkanist is... like, they have very strong decks. TareHero did not ban the Conwhale of Alkanist. Like, that is what players believe to be the most powerful deck in the meta currently at their disposal. And TareHero no longer able to play Kuki Kirata. Their options are a little bit more limited in that regard. Forced to play, I believe their second deck was Double Dragon Magic, so still a very strong deck. But like not having that second option, this could allow Alkanist to finally come back now with that more favorable matchup.
We know that Double Dragon is a very powerful deck archetype, one of the most seen in the tournament so far, right behind Conwhale, but it has also historically run into trouble when facing up against the Kuki Kirara deck, because just one unexpected Adeptus Burst can remove the ability of the dragon himself from closing out the game.
Here are the decks once again. TareHero going on to Double Dragon Magic as we kind of expected, because they did win with Kuki Kirata, so no longer to play that. Surprisingly enough, though, Alkanist is staying with Kuki Kirata, believing that this matchup is favorable and believing that they're able to snipe off Nuvola with a big Adeptus Burst before TareHero has the chance to react.
I have definitely noticed over the years that when it comes to TCG players, especially in the Conquest format, they have a tendency to prefer staying on the same deck, sometimes even the weaker deck, because they know that's probably going to be the one that's more difficult to win games with. And then once they're able to get a win under the belt, the other deck is just easier to come out on top with. So I would assume that the same mindset is what Alkanist is going in with here, leaving the Conwhale for later.
I mean, they do have to win with both decks eventually. First off, like, here's TareHero's Double Dragon Magic deck. This is one we have seen plenty of times, although this list is very different from what you would expect. No Liban being running 2 parametrics, taking away 1 countdown to the show in exchange for that, and also running 2 Wharfs, while also not running the Mausoleum of King Destroy, which is what this card is typically paired up with. This does mean, though, that TareHero is sacrificing the Liban, as we mentioned earlier, but as well as 1 extra Golden House and that countdown. So a very different list being run, and I think one that's potentially a bit more on the high rolly side.
It's more high rolly and probably requires slightly more aggressive gameplay as well, since if you're running double parametric, you really want to take advantage of that by consistently attacking and pressuring your opponent into doing the same. We'll see whether this does pay off for them, because the cards that they remove are very safe ways of ramping up, and Liban especially is a very popular card for just getting rid of dice that you can't use at the end of a round. So without that, if TareHero doesn't roll well, he just doesn't have any way of dealing with it.
Yeah, and here is Alkanist version Kuki Kirata once again running the very standard list, running the Sumeru package in there as well to deny their opponent, and those Wharfs is oh so useful for filling off your hand and drawing through your deck, running the Lumen Stone as well as we see in many decks nowadays.
And with the double Mausoleum as well, that can have a lot of value against a deck like Double Dragon, which will typically draw through its cards quite quickly and potentially disable TareHero from being able to play the way that he wants.
The one thing that what could potentially be a problem for Alkanist is that one Timaeus. It'll make searching through the deck for artifacts that much more difficult, as he is less likely to be found. And if you do find him, you don't have a second copy in there as well to go search out that second one. But when you're running as many draw cards as Alkanist, that may not be an issue. Wharf draws you so much. You just need to find it.
Yeah, and they've got double Liven, double Lumen Stone as per usual as well, just to top up on that. So they shouldn't have too much worry here. And this, again, is a matchup that we've already mentioned is a little bit favored towards Alkanist's deck here. If Kuki or Kirara are able to get set up in a place where they can snipe down Nuvolette with an Adeptus Burst, then it just completely disables TareHero from doing anything else.
On the flip side, though, if TareHero is able to avoid that Adeptus Burst, if there's a swap cell Alkanist out of dice and out of options, or maybe if they just freeze the characters that can burst when they have it, this will allow Nuvolette to come on, especially equipped with Tulas, could very easily just sweep Alkanist.
Well, we'll see whether the sweep does happen or whether or not Alkanist will follow the trend of the players we've been seeing so far and bring it back to a game number 3. Let's jump back onto the desk here. Ladies and gentlemen, we got TareHero on the top half of the screen, Alkanist on the bottom half. And right before we get into things, there will be a QR code popping up on the left side of the screen very soon, which you can scan to give us feedback about how the tournament has been going for all of you guys so far, and if there's anything that we can look to improve to make your viewing experience better going forward.
Yeah, and we are going to start the match off very soon. Looks like Alkanist's opening hand is less than ideal, but at least better than what they had last time. They do have the Libens there. Unfortunately, Warp and Lumenstone not there. Liben will give you a little initial boost to your draw, but only lasts one turn. So Alkanist really does need to find their other draw options soon. Otherwise, they're going to face a very similar problem to round 1. TareHero, on the other hand, does not have that issue. Lieber Harbor Warp already in hand. May have been a Lumenstone in there as well. I couldn't quite catch it. And going for the standard cube start line as well. Oh, that's not the best, though.
Ooh. Those are really not the best dice. That is more set up for an Azdaha opening, not a cube opening. If he can tune one dice, then he can work with it. And he does have Azdaha Talon. So if TareHero wants to switch the lineup a little bit, go to Azdaha, play Talon, then he will be able to. Not sure if it's what he wants to do, though.
Swapping Ashta, swapping back, and then skill on cube is just so inefficient. It takes so long.
Yeah.
Alkanist dice are actually so terrible, too.
Well,
my
never
God.
mind. He can do anything he wants.
Even still, though, I don't think TareHero should go for the Ashta swap line. I mean, Ashta talent is very good for generating dice, but you typically want to do it when you want to pass the turn and force your opponent to spend dice as well. That way you can further your own dice advantage while forcing them to spend theirs. Just increasing the dice gap between you two, which buys time for Nuvolette to come in, and also gives him dice to combo off of as well.
Ooh, Strategize did pull Tule Tula. Like, that's really early to pull Tule Tula. So, TareHero could even choose to use this dice to equip him straight away if he wants to. Alkanist, I cannot believe that he actually has 6 different elemental dice here that he can feed into both Libens. No repeats at all, so... We thought that having double Liben in hand early on might not be the best, but turns out it is just the best way of getting rid of this stuff right now. Especially if TareHero ends up not attacking, then we are just basically resetting to 0, and Alkanist will have 12 dice next round.
I mean, when you roll this atrociously, yeah, no, those double Libens come in clutch. TareHero here kind of has a decision to do. Do they perhaps play the Wharf and their second Timaeus, or would they rather equip the Tule Tulas? I mean, Tule Tula is a very big investment. Like, that's a lot of dice. 3 dice is quite big. You do have the Golden House to discount it a little bit, but you need to pull through your deck more before you find that. And equipping Tule Tulas early on Nuvolette is a huge boon. Instead, we'll just choose the Tune 1 and skill on the cube.
Now, we already saw that TareHero's deck here, his version of the Double Dragon, wants to lean towards slightly more aggressive play because it doesn't run cards like Liben, instead having double parametric and so on. So I think he is prioritizing just straight up dishing out more damage as soon as possible to try and prevent Alkanist from being able to play too comfortably.
Oh, and the seed box that they drew from their strategize into the Wharf lets them play that as well. They're going to have their draw going. Like they have the energy stack on the cube going in order to charge that burst. TareHero has a lot of stuff going for them. The thing is, though, they talk about this a lot. Against Kuki Kirara, there isn't a target you really care to take out or snipe, which means freeze is a little bit less valuable.
Yeah. But that is one additional factor that makes it so that Kuki Kirara has a pretty okay matchup into this. And like we already mentioned, Alkanist has 12 dice to play with. 4 of those are Hydro as well, so a really nice dice roll for them to work with this round. TareHero, unfortunately, still being greatly loved by Geo dice more than anything. But they do have both Azaha talents now this turn, so there is a chance that Azaha gets to see some play now that Cryo Cube has already skilled once in the previous round.
Oh, Alkanist playing Luminstone as well as the talent and skilling as well. Like looking at TareHero's dice, if there is a chance to go Ajda, now is the time. I mean, you're gonna get an absorption as well from skill. You're gonna activate the Herald's Revive, perhaps a little bit earlier than you intended. But I think like taking Herald down already, popping the Revive is going to make your plays later on so much more flexible. Because Herald is a lot of this Kuki Kirara deck's early pressure. He is the one that's applying a lot of aura, and his skill actually does damage when you press the button, and it doesn't need you to swap off to another character.
Yep. And because Alkan is committed to the skill, there is going to be that follow-up attack, so no way for them to switch off to another character to prevent all of this from happening. So yeah, TareHero should just skill here. And then if they want to, they can delay the round with the talents later. You gotta punish the Herald in this particular situation.
Playing the Boar as well, replacing the Heart of Cabrina after it got that draw, giving TareHero even more dice to work with. We just might see TareHero go off on Aja this round. I mean, we have double talent, we just got an absorption. We're getting an extra draw from Gilded as well because we did do that crystallized reaction. Honestly, we can just rush out an Ajda burst, and what will Alkanist do about it?
He just got a parametric as well. He can play that for 1 cost. And it would get him even more dice this round, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Alkanist finally swapping over onto Kuki. This is going to let her eat a cryo skill over from Ajda and also generate his burst. I mean, Alkanist cannot stay like on the Herald forever, right? This forces Alkanist to swap off and eat a lot of pressure from TareHero. Saving grace, though, is because they did have an early Herald talent, there is the Curse of the Undercurrent here on TareHero, which mitigates a lot of the pressure they would have otherwise.
That is true. The talent was already played earlier. So TareHero gonna delay things a little bit. This is one of the strengths of the Azaha talent of passing the turn without needing to actually do anything and even generating more dice for you. He's gonna try and run down the clock so that Alkanist has to end their turn, and then he's just free to apply damage.
Yeah, I mean, Alkanist will need to skill at some point. You really do want to play that, get that Kuki Sanctifying Rain down. You are lacking a lot of Electro typically in this deck. So just having that as an option, having that available, getting it stacked up early lets you do so much more damage later on, especially as your chain quickens.
He will decide to go for the Sanctifying Ring here, and allows him to generate 1 more dice through the Veteran's Visage so that he's able to get 1 more action out this round if he chooses to. TareHero still has 9 dice to play with, along with another Azaha talent in hand. It just depends on how long they want to drag this round out, because it is very possible to save the Azaha talent and parametric for a later round where they could pop off harder. But there's also the potential of really punishing Alkanist right off the bat here in round 2.
Yeah, like there's for sure an opportunity for, or like an option for TareHero to just go in. It could be bad for Alkanist. TareHero is going to commit to the line. We'll go for the double Aja talent, getting so much dice. And what does Alkanist do here? We only have 3 dice remaining. If we swap off, we're going to have TareHero another dice because of that absorption. On the other hand, if we stay on Kuki and ramp instead, she's going to be eating a lot of damage, potentially enough to just kill her outright.
Looks like Alkanist is just going to decide to ramp here. They have 1 dice left to play, so they can switch off. Yeah, they're going to go on Kirara here. Unfortunately, does end up giving Electro over to Azaha, but they actually much prefer giving Electro to Azaha compared to cryo since...
Yeah, because Alja generated 2 cryo dice from his talent. That is like 4 dice currently on TareHero's side that they can't use. Of course, it can be converted over onto Tula's equip instead, so this is still fine for TareHero. And now they can also swap back over onto Cube as well to generate its burst.
Yeah, so TareHero has plenty of options. They can continue attacking on Aztaha. They can go back to Cube to apply cryo across the board and get the burst out. They can equip Tula. They've got so many dice to work with, and they already know that Alkanist is going to be ending their round after this.
Oh, free
Second seed.
free parametric.
Oh, free
That's a free
parametric.
parametric.
Are they able to get 3 actions out this turn with Undercurrent?
Think so. What if we just go to Nouvelette? Like, that is an option as well. We can equip the Tulas, play the parametric, head over to Nouvelette,
and then immediately start whacking.
And like just skill into normal. We're gonna burn through 1 stack of it. No, it is cube first. All right, we want to apply that cryo, get some piercing damage as well. I think this is just a cube burst rush.
We already know cube burst can be very useful. Allows you to set up the freeze much more easily, since it is one of those abilities where you can decide where the cryo application gets placed.
And cryo onto Kirara is actually fairly important. In this deck, you typically get Kirara burst first, mainly because Kuki's ring has so many uses. You are swapping back to Kirara quite a lot in order to skill and also to reset the Dendro application. So getting cryo application onto her burst is quite big, as you're able to deny her burst more frequently because she typically charges it a lot faster than Kuki.
TareHero does decide to play the freed parametric here, goes for the skill. So now Cube is able to burst, and with 7 dice, TareHero has enough to actually get 2 more actions out. But it would require tuning if he stays on Ice Cube here. I think it might be worth to just equip Tula with the last 3.
I equip Tula is better, because if you were to get that last activation of Parametric, you would need to normal attack on Cube in order to trigger it. And like normal attack on Cube with no piercing damage stack, I forgot what it was called. It just feels really, really bad. And because you still have to curse the undercurrent, 3 dice will only give you enough to normal attack again. And oh no, Alkanist burning a Kavaritas because they didn't play enough cards in the previous round.
Yeah, that does not feel good. Kyrena is just such a good and flexible artifact, because it's free. It gets you a dice draw for a very easy condition. Not a card you usually want to burn. So it is also a card that you can somewhat afford to burn, depending on the situation. Going into this round, Alkanist going to have turn priority. Their dice are actually really nice this turn. On both sides, actually.
Oh, yeah, you are correct. I mean, that's a lot of Dendro exactly where you need it. Electro can be used too to reset the Sanctifying Ring. After Alkanist swaps, they only have 1 stack left, so that's perfectly acceptable. And I mean, with how low Herald is, I don't think you want to go over to him as well.
TareHero is only 1 stack left on Curse on the Undercurrent to deal with too. So with Parametric, they should get a good number of actions out this turn. Alkanist needs to make sure they're not taking too much damage this turn. They need to actually get set up, because their momentum has been slowed down quite heavily by that really unfortunate dice roll in round 1.
I mean, just such a bad dice roll makes you apply Aura so much more slowly than you otherwise would, which means you're lacking a lot of your damage, because like the damage on swap here is big, but you need Aura to do it. I mean, Kuki, Sanctifying Ring, and also Kirara's Neko Parcel only do 1 damage each, so you are reliant on those Auras, reliant on the reactions to truly bring down your opponent's HP. And with how low Herald is, you don't have a chance to swap back onto him, so we do need to take our time to even out the HP here, otherwise we will never have a chance to win.
Yeah. They do have Sapwood. But yeah, Kirara's skill doesn't do damage. That's the unfortunate thing. Sapwood with any other character would actually break the Ice Cube revive here. But we are just going to see Alkanist pop the Kirara skill. And the remaining dice they have does lean towards switching the Cookie, so I would expect that would be their next move.
Question here for TareHero is, do you skill again on Cube, kind of wasting a little bit of Aura? And we're also going to tank the damage as well. Revive won't even proc if we swap. Or do we perhaps go onto Ajdaha right now? And just really make it so TareHero doesn't want to swap to Kuki. Then also don't want to swap to Herald, because Herald would also die.
I do think you just swap to Azdaha. The only unfortunate thing is that TareHero didn't roll any dice for Azdaha to use, like neither Geo nor Electro. So that's probably what's stopping him right now. But Azdaha just threatens like so much. Right? Like Herald will get lethal. If he has full energy, he does enough damage to take out Cookie as well. And if Alkanist decides to stay on Kirara for whatever reason, then he can absorb Cryo again.
Well, I mean, you're saying how we didn't have enough dice for Ajda. Now we do, with that Veterans finally popping the Lumenstone Adjuvant, giving its final stack to give us that Omni dice, and swapping over to Nuvola instead. This could be very, very risky. Thankfully, Alkanist doesn't have anything like a Star Signs or a Calx Arts to instantly Adeptus Burst on Kirara here. But, like, as long as we swap off, he's going to take a very healthy chunk of damage, and we don't... And, oh no, we do actually have enough... Well, you don't have enough dice to skill unless we play Treasure and 2-1, but like the cards in our hand I feel like are too valuable to do that.
I think you could just afford to switch, right? You just switch over to Cookie, you apply like the switch damage. Cookie doesn't have any elemental application on her.
Yeah, I mean, we can't go over to Herald because he just dies to skill. So yeah,
Yep.
We don't want to stun Kirara either. I mean, we could normal attack. Normal attack is okay. If we equip the Sapwood Blade as well, we should be able to do 2 normals. Oh wait, no, we can't. No, dice normal once. Never mind. Swapping over to the Herald. Oh, Kirara does have that shield, so Herald does live. Also the healing as well.
Oh yeah, okay.
Keeps him well out of breakpoint range. Unfortunately, that does trigger the draw as well as the dice generation from the Veteran's Visage of TareHero, giving Nuvolat enough dice to skill into normal attack. And not within very much threat here either, because Herald will get frozen, but he's not within lethal range of... 5 HP, skill here does 4. Not within lethal range, so isn't going to trigger an I haven't lost here into burst. I think TareHero should go for the skill here, generate that Source Water Droplet, triggering the Paramagic Transformer, and yep. I think, if any, this was his turn to go in. We can do one... we have the 2 tools equipped, right? So we can play the Treasure, heal our Nuvola a little bit, and we'll discount normal attack to only 2 dice, which will give us 1 more in order to swap off.
And the only thing TareHero is worried about right now is that I haven't lost yet burst. But they made sure that their breakpoint would not take out Herald there, so that's very nice. Alkanist cannot stay on Herald because he's frozen unless he just ends turn here, but that would be floating a lot of dice. So they do have to switch to someone else, and this will allow TareHero to freeze Kirara as well.
Should just normal attack here if I was TareHero. No reason not to. Kirara will get frozen. She would still live. This deck runs no energy acceleration yet. It's going to play the Treasure as well to discount the normal attack even further.
Yeah, things are fine here. This is going to be a good amount of damage. I wonder if Alkanist wants to switch to Cookie to spread the damage out.
Cookie will take 4 damage here, which is very dangerous, because what TareHero could do after that, though, is just swap over onto Ajdaha, in which case Cookie will just die.
That's true.
It's swapping over onto the 1 HP Herald to tank the big hit from Ajdaha, but still, I think we are very well within threat range. TareHero should just swap over
to
Ajdaha.
I haven't lost yet burst. This is I haven't lost yet verse. Alkanist fed Herald to TareHero. So that he could I haven't lost yet.
We're 1 dice off. Burst here only does 5. We need to equip... No, it doesn't even matter. We need to somehow equip Emblem of Severed Fate, but even then, Nuvolat still lives on 1 HP. We need 1 more dice somehow.
Oh yeah,
I don't think we have it.
That food is not Adeptus. That's not the correct cost.
Well, I mean, even then, we're still 1 dice off.
Yeah. Looks like they will still go for it because they may as well at this point.
Oh, and because Herald died as well, that reapplies the Curse in the Undercurrent. That is another 2 dice increases that TareHero will need to deal with. And no more Source Water Droplets for the normal attack. We're going to have to either end our turn here on Nuvolat, or we're going to swap off to Ajda to try to apply some Cryo over onto Alkanist's side, but then just accept the fact that we are giving up turn priority.
I think even with turn priority, you're not going to get too much done here. I think switching to Azdaha is the correct play. Because now that Cookie doesn't have burst available, Azdaha is not going to be at risk of being taken out. And Azdaha burst right now does 6 damage, 7 with Crystallize once the summon applies.
It is true. That's a lot of damage. TareHero will just play the Lumenstone and end as well. I think there was a slight misplay on the side of TareHero. I think they should have pre-equipped the Gamblers over the Fighting's Visage. They would have also put them on even dice for the normal attack, and it would have dissuaded Alkanist from swapping over onto the Herald. And I think it would have gave you a lot more options to play around with end phase. Because if they swapped over to Kuki, Kuki would have taken a massive, like 4 damage chunk, putting her onto 2 HP right now. And yes, Herald would still be alive, but he's at 1 HP, basically a non-factor. And if they did swap over, would have given TareHero a Gambler's reset in order to do another skill. Although maybe not, as Herald is taken out with the Curse of the Undercurrent. I do not believe TareHero would have had enough dice regardless.
Yeah, it seems unlikely here. Ooh, quick swap on Alkanist could be very useful here. I think if there's any time to have it, now is definitely the time. Ooh, Cookie Talent as well. Oh, Adeptus Burn. That does feel a bit bad, but they do have emblems still, so they can still play around that somewhat. And, well, Herald Talent is pointless, so it's fine to burn that.
The Adeptus is a little bit painful to burn, because it does do more damage than the Emblem Sire. I mean, you can't reuse it, but it does give you that +1 damage to help with breakpoints, and especially with how much Nuvolet can heal. Like, as long as TareHero can get him on field safely, the extra +1 damage may have mattered.
What's an even bigger problem, though, is that they got Cookie Talent, yes, but they're obviously only running one I haven't lost yet, so they have no way of generating energy anymore, so Cookie has to attack twice in order to burst. And she is not going to survive attacking twice, especially since right now she is already within range of being lethal by Aztha Burst.
I mean, Ajna chunks, but unfortunately, TareHero doesn't have Ajna Burst ready. Still 1 energy off despite being at 2 stacks of the absorption. Alkanist will play the Sapwood Blade now, increasing Kuki's normal attack to 3 damage, and this is where we're going to see the Kuki solo really come into its own. Unfortunately, once again, the Alkanist does not have Kuki talent, which means no revive, and also we're going to have a little bit less healing to work with and damage as well, if Kuki was under, I believe it was 6 HP.
Yeah, a tricky spot here for TareHero is that if they had a quick swap, they just quick swap the Nuvolet and freeze Cookie before she can burst, right? Because they don't have quick swap, slow swap would be too risky since he can only go up to 4 health max with the treasure. So you kind of need to stay on Aztha. But if you stay on Aztha, you're giving Alkanist more time to potentially get that burst.
I think Ajna's normal attack into burst is acceptable. Kuki only does 3 damage right now, and then you don't have any extra generation, so fast swap into Kirata burst doesn't really matter. Oh, well, he just drew
the fast swap. He actually did draw the fast swap.
Oh, what a top deck. That is a top deck, alright.
Does he go for it? Do you just go into Nuvolet right now and potentially burst?
No, play the Forbidden Knowledge first in case you draw something. That is a treasure.
Ooh, that's nice.
We're going for it.
Yeah, I think that is the play. Like, if you freeze Cookie, Alkanist just loses any ability to do damage this turn.
I think it's a very smart play as well. The only other threat you need to worry about is Kirata, but she can't burst you, obviously, and normal attack only does 2 damage because we already played the Sapwood Blade. We'll also play an Underwater Treasure as well for even more dice, and also to play around the breakpoints. I'm not entirely sure which breakpoint we're playing around. It's impossible for Kuki to do more than 2 damage, Kirata to do more than 2 damage at the moment. Oh wait, actually, no, we need to heal the 5 HP. No, healing the 5 HP was the correct play. I forgot Kuki still had 1 stack of the Sanctifying Ring plus Quicken. Fast swap into Kirata into normal attack would have done 4 damage, so playing the 2 treasures first to bring Nuvolet into 5 HP was the correct choice. This way he always lives on 1 HP, and skill will bring Kirata down to 0, because with the weapon equipped, 2 base damage is enough to do exactly 3 HP, and with Gamblers in hand as well, this should be game over for Alkanist.
Yeah, I think that top deck quick swap made a big difference. The egg, reviving Herald, will give a pivot here, potentially. And a quick swap into Herald. Wait, does quick swap into Herald kill Nuvolet?
It shouldn't, because Herald doesn't have his passive anymore. No burst either. He will only do 3 damage over onto Nuvolet.
But with the Sanctifying Ring.
Wait, Sanctifying Ring does 2, brings Nuvolet to... It does! Nuvolet dies!
Does, right? Nuvolet dies. With a Friday
fast swap, though.
No, he just used it. He just used the fast swap.
Yeah, no, this works. Nuvolet dies. Ataru should have played that 1 extra treasure heal to 6. I don't know. I guess holding in hand as a surprise, but I think the egg is gonna win the game potentially. It might
They
not be
agreed
enough. It might not be enough because both of all three of Alkanist's characters is within one shot range of Ajdaha, and we do still have gamblers to work with. So even if we do fast swap over onto Herald, it might not be enough still.
Ooh, it's gonna be close though. That's like probably one of the best fried egg plays I have seen so far. Treasure gonna be thrown in. Alkanist wants the proc Lumen Stone.
We need to draw 3 treasures here, otherwise it's not enough. We need to heal Herald up to 4 HP so Ajda can't get an immediate Gambler's Reset. Otherwise, TareHero just has enough dice to win the game regardless. Only drawing 2 here, that is still within the lethal range of Nouvelette, so isn't going to go for that play.
You can pull from Lumen Stone. That's the turn.
The thing is, we already used 1 treasure. It's no longer enough.
Oh yeah, they needed to be on Herald.
We should have played the Boar Princess first. That would have given us 1 extra draw from the Lumen Stone, and then we could have swapped over to Herald safely.
That's unfortunate.
That is a misplay on the sequencing of Alkanist.
Do they have any other ways to draw cards? They can reset veteran. Oh, wait a minute!
But that's what we need. This heals the 4 HP. TareHero cannot do 4 HP in a single attack with no aura. This should allow us to win if we're Alkanist. I think this evens it up.
If Nouvelette is down, TareHero will have a bit of difficulty dishing out damage afterwards. If they had used the 1 extra treasure in hand!
Wait, we didn't play treasure?
They did not play treasure. They're saving it for the other characters, it looks like.
In that case, we go Ajda here, Gambler's normal attack. And then Burst will do 6. I mean, Alkanist has enough treasures to heal out of range. Alkanist has enough treasures to heal out of burst range, but like...
But like, Kirara doesn't do enough direct damage to take out Aztaha. Because she doesn't have a weapon. And they don't have dice. Okay, wait, no. They have treasures. So they have at least 1 more play on Alkanist's side. TareHero gonna heal up Aztaha a bit. You go Gambler's Reset on the Herald. Alkanist basically has to go to Kirara, I think. Heals her above burst range. Regular attack does not take out Aztaha. It can still be somewhat close here.
Okay, so Alkanist here needs to play all of these treasures. Ajda burst right now does 6 damage. We need to play all 3 in order to live. Liar Song as well.
I'm gonna reset the veterans so that they can take advantage of the healing from the treasure.
We need to play at least 1 treasure in skill. That is the minimum amount we need to play in order to live an attack from Ajdaha.
Ooh.
Oh, that fried egg play into Nouvelette was actually so genius.
Yeah. That made a big difference. TareHero would have already won by now if not for that egg play. They're gonna get quite a lot of dice from this. Ooh, more treasure.
Oh, wait, and because Kirara isn't gonna get 1-shot or frozen, that means she can just a normal attack into burst, and that should be the game, I want to say. Because without Ajda burst, I don't think there's a way for TareHero to do enough damage to win.
You gotta try. Oh wait, he has shield. Okay, I was worried for a moment that they didn't treasure enough, but yeah, they get shield from this. So Kirara will survive on 2 HP.
Burst right now does 4 damage.
Yeah, Kirara burst does 4, so Aztaha would be lethal. Ice Cube? Do you switch to Ice Cube to eat it?
No, I don't think you do. I think you burst anyways, and then if Kirara bursts, you go into Cube and skill. Kirara dies, and now it's Cube versus Kuki. The thing is, though, if you do that, Alkanist has the turn priority, will normal attack next turn. You skill, Kuki lives on 1 HP, and then talent, which will proc Cube revive.
Yeah, you're right. I think you burst on Aztaha.
I think you burst, and then if they kill, you swap Cube. If they don't, you skill again on Ajdaha.
What about Alkanist? What should Alkanist do? Do they lethal Azdaha here?
The thing is, if you treasure, you might you need to minimum tune 2. You only need to tune 2 because we high rolled the Dendro.
My god, the high roll. Okay.
Oh, and we play the second. Okay. If
Not
we did
another
not,
Dendro.
if we didn't roll that Dendro, we would have needed to tune our Kuki talent. I think we just lose the game from there potentially. With this though, just a burst is enough to take out Ajdaha.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a Dendro
5
high
damage.
roll right there. Without Kuki talent, TareHero could have probably won. But Alkanist still needs to be. Ooh, but...
And the skill here, yeah, Kirata lives on 1 HP, and I think Alkanist wins this now.
Oh my god.
The thing is, though, TareHero could have kept Ajdaha alive if they did not play Forbidden Knowledge on him earlier. That 1 piercing damage would have kept him up onto 5 HP, in which case he lives on 1.
Oh, you are correct, actually, yeah.
But if they just played the extra treasure to heal Nuvolet onto 6 HP, Egg into Fast Swap Herald skill wouldn't have been enough to kill him.
Yeah, that was greedy.
There was
greed to save the 1 treasure.
There is no reason for them to not play that treasure.
Okay, let's see what happens here. Alkanist doesn't do enough damage with basic attack to take out Cube. We can switch to Kuki to pop Dendro damage, but that still doesn't quite do enough. And Cube still has revive.
Should just be a normal attack first. That way Swap always pops the revive. So we'll do 2 damage into 2 damage,
Yeah.
and Kuki could take it from there. I do not think we swap to Kuki now. That puts us at risk of just dying from the piercing damage instantly. I think this is still heavily favored into Alkanist, although it is fairly close. Of course, TareHero absolutely cringed on dice, so this is always going towards Alkanist. The only way TareHero wins is they somehow manage to skill on Cube minimum of 3 times, and they simply do not have the dice for that.
You are right, yeah, their dice are really bad. On a round that they really need it. Yeah, they need to skill on Kirara to take her out. They might need, but if they play Countdown, I don't know if they have enough treasure left in their deck to make up for the dice difference.
Already played 4 treasures earlier. They have 2 left in the deck, unless they can find another treasure. But if they do, they don't have the cards in hand in order to draw into them. I think no matter which way you look at it, Alkanist should win this. TareHero does not have the dice, doesn't have the HP, and just doesn't have anything left in the tank. Because they had that Nuvolet sniped off by the genius Egg into Fast Swap Herald to play Alkanist did earlier. They just had 1 more HP on Aja. They could have played that second treasure in that last treasure in hand, heal him up to 6 HP, or alternatively play a little bit more conservatively, swaps onto Cube, and then go in onto Nuvolet. I think we did bring Nuvolet in a little bit too early, and we were a little bit too confident in Alkanist not having the resources to kill him.
Yeah, there were definitely some mistakes made here by TareHero. He would have still won too, if not for that egg play from Alkanist. Being able to spot that line was insane. We do see the countdown play. They do get 1 treasure out. Probably not as many as they would have hoped to have. This will give them 2 actions, and also take 2 damage from the Catgrass Cardamom. Oh, the second treasure as well comes out, so that's basically everything they have left. Cube just doesn't do enough. Cube just doesn't do enough damage to take out Kirara.
No, Cube really doesn't. I mean, the burst only does 2 damage. You can't even skill that up with Ajda. And Cube not being able to equip weapon either, not having the follow-up attack to double dip with a Source Water drop with Nuvolet. No self-healing on top of that. Should be a clean sweep now from Alkanist.
Oh man, that feels bad. TareHero had so many opportunities to potentially set themselves up for victory here. Using the extra healing on Nuvolet, not playing Forbidden Knowledge on Azdaha. And Ice Cube just continues eating damage from the Catgrass. Yeah, there's no way, Ice Cube still has revive, yes, but they just Ice Cube is a terrible anchor. They deal like so little damage.
The thing is, Alkanist doesn't have the dice to finish it off this round either, right? No Kuki burst to swap to in burst. Kuki can't. You can swap to Kuki and do a normal attack, which will do enough 3 damage to proc the revive. The thing is, though, you only have 6 dice remaining. You don't actually have the dice to kill Crowd Cube. Now you do. You now have the dice to kill Crowd Cube this round. Because 2 HP, normal attack pops into 2. Playing that Forbidden Knowledge was such a throw. If we didn't play that, we could have at least tried to bring it into next round and then hope our dice
wait.
well
No, I see what they're doing. They're playing Lumen Stone into Treasure into Double Liar Song to get more dice with Gilded.
No, it doesn't matter because normal just kills us. We need to draw one more treasure. Okay, we do draw that treasure that we needed.
Because of Lumen Stone.
Okay. We now have another treasure to work with.
Because they're setting it up for next round. They can play Lear Harbor Wharf at the end of this round. They can draw 2 treasures confirmed. Then Lumen Stone next round gives them more treasure. So Ice Cube can still survive to a certain extent.
I mean, that revive gives you a lot of leeway to work with, but I do not believe it's enough. Normal attack into swap will instantly pop the revive regardless of what we draw into end phase. And Alkanist always has the dice to do that. Alkanist also now has the dice to swap over onto Kuki and just normal attack twice. The first does 3 damage to pop the revive, and the second one will finish off Cube outright.
That is true.
I think playing that Forbidden Knowledge was a misplay. We played the Forbidden Knowledge before we played our Lumen Stone, and it didn't even and it drew us into another Forbidden Knowledge, I believe. So we really did not need to play that card. I think it ruined our breakpoints for this round. Alkanist should just swap over to Kuki, normal treasure into normal attack. That always wins.
But isn't he at the same HP he would be before he played the Forbidden Knowledge too?
No, because we played treasure to even it out. We drew 1 treasure, so we would have been at 5 right now.
No, but he only drew that treasure because of Lumen Stone.
Yeah, but the Lumen Stone was already in hand.
So, okay, basically, he did... I see where you're coming from.
It actually just didn't do anything.
Parametric? For turn priority, okay.
I think if we were playing that parametric, we should have just played it earlier. That way we can get stacks towards it. And yeah, no, the swap instantly pops the revive. And then Kuki has treasure in hand for normal attack, and it's done.
It's done. Mistakes have been made here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going into yet another game tree because Alkanist has secured this back in their own favor here. The beautiful egg play.
It was looking so favored onto TareHero's side, but then Alkanist saw that line, saw the egg to fast swap into Herald, and TareHero getting punished for just not foreseeing that line, swapping onto Nuva a little bit early, but they had the dice to swap saw a little bit more, they had the dice to stay on Ajda just that little bit longer, but going into Nuva a little bit prematurely, and they get punished for it very, very hard.
I think they greeted out. They top decked the quick swap, which was great. Like, quick swap into Nuvalet, freeze Kuki. That's good. Like, no, I have no problem with that play. But I think they greeted by going for another attack on Nuvalet and even using the normal attack as well, so he couldn't control his follow-up, forgetting that it would allow Alkanist to get the kill on Herald, then set up the I haven't lost yet, and then later on bring the egg play back to take advantage of him leaving Nuvalet vulnerable.
But once again, it is that egg that wins the game, right? This 2-cost card that we don't see very often. But a lot of players are taking it out of their decks. We can see why Alkanist decides to keep it in there, and a lot of other players as well. Just, it is that unexpected factor of bring back a character you do not think you need to deal with anymore, and the breakpoint just barely working out in their favor.
And I can't even fully blame TareHero too much because they were very comfortable with leaving Nuvalet in that position because they were against Kuki and Kirara, both characters whose skills do no damage. So Nuvalet would have been fine just above the breakpoints of any normal attack possibility. And then you forget Fried Egg can bring back Herald, who does deal damage with his skill, and will reach that breakpoint.
it's not just the fried egg, right? It's also the damage on swap from Kuki's skill in combination with Quicken, giving it barely enough damage, and also applying the Electro Aura in order to give that Electro Charge. And like without all of these factors combined, TareHero's Nuvolet would have been perfectly fine, but this is where we're at. This is what happened. We cannot change that anymore, and we are here in Game 3. TareHero once again playing the Double Dragon Magic. That is their last deck remaining, and this time Alkanist are bringing back the Conwheel, probably the strongest deck, or what players believe to be the strongest deck in our current format.
Double Dragon versus Conwhale can be a little 50-50 at times, but in general, I feel like Double Dragon is the deck that has the advantage against it, because if you're able to freeze Whale or Serpent properly, then you just outmaneuver them. Like, there's so much more survivability on the Double Dragon deck in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, Nuvolet just does so much damage. Yes, Whale does a lot as well, but you need to scale up to that point, and Nuvolet is able to reach his big numbers a lot faster than Whale because he's reliant on equips, which you can draw into. As we can see, TareHero running the double Wharf. Like, this is going to be very easy to equip Nuvolet, whereas Whale, no matter how much you draw, like, you can only have so bad of a dice roll, and you don't want to tune everything either. Whale is reliant on you tuning a bunch of cards in order to heal up, and I mean, it's just a lot more difficult to justify that when so many of your cards are so valuable.
Absolutely. And we can have a look once again at the deck list here. Starting with TareHero, they're running the double parametric, going for a slightly more aggressive style of the deck here. And I think they played it well early on in the previous game. But there were definitely some piloting mistakes that ended up costing them quite dearly.
Here we can see Alkanist bringing over their Conwhale deck. This is exactly what we expect from a Conwhale deck. I think so we saw a lot of players run this exact same version. The one difference I would like to point out, though, is Alkanist isn't running the double Emblem of Severed Fate, which we saw a lot of players in Group B bring along in order to have 4 Adeptus Temptations to work with, because the Bonecrusher energy blocks from the Serpent and from the Scorpion will discard the highest cost card in your hand, which is typically the Adeptus.
And usually, and having like that double emblem as well means that in case your hand cards are not the best for tuning for the Whale, you can actually tune 1 Adeptus and 2 emblem, and all of those cards are the same cost as well, so they end up activating a similar situation. This is not that deck. They are running the double March as a Hunter instead, the more standard line from what we've seen before.
And the Marechaussee Hunter is such a great combo with Whale, because you can trigger it off. You don't even need to swap them. You don't need to play Treasure or anything. You just need to tune 3 cards to give Whale 2 self-healing per turn.
It's a deck that feeds into itself very well with the discard mechanic, and I do like the design of it a lot because it does feel like everything just works together. But again, it is a deck that has weaknesses, and if you're not able to properly take advantage of its strengths, then you will find that it is sometimes lacking.
Definitely. The strengths of this deck, lots of dice. You have a free Woven every turn with the Bonecrusher Energy Blocks. Weakness, the Bonecrusher Energy Blocks. It will discard the highest cost card in your hand, and you can mitigate that by, having things like the Countdown in your hand, which does cost a lot, so you can get it back for a lower cost. You can draw a lot of cards. You can tune Legend of Vanessa in there as well, which it can also help brick you dice in order to tune more cards for Whale. But it certainly does have a lot of weaknesses. It is very concentrated into Serpent Burst for a lot of its early game pressure, and if you can just soak that up or deny it from coming on field with something like a freeze, this deck can very easily fall behind. But here we go into game 1, TareHero versus Alkanist. Looks like TareHero gets a pretty good start as well. Like, Countdown is always such a nice card to have in your opening hand. It draws you so much and helps you search for your early ramp. And Lyra Harbor Wharf is always great as well. Alkanist is a little bit worse on that regard. Drawing Lumenstone and the Veteran's Visage is nice. You can equip that on Whale instantly in order to start stacking its dice generation from Whale's self HP regen. And Fontaine Research Institute pairs so well in a discard deck like this.
Fontaine Research Institute, literally a card that we never see outside of this deck in particular. So it's always nice to be able to see how niche some of these cards can end up being. But now we get to see the players decide what characters they do want to start on. And TareHero would typically want to start on Ice Cube, but Alkanist does have a couple of options. We've actually seen Conwhale players go for either a Scorpion or Serpent start in the past.
Serpent Star is more popular among the players because you do get that free draw from its skill. You're not really applying any aura, but I mean, this deck does so much base damage, reactions isn't really something it's playing towards.
Yeah, the Serpent Burst can be pretty ridiculous. So far, our highest single strike in the entire tournament has been claimed by Serpent Burst, literally doing 40 damage to a character at one point. So, can be very scary to deal with. But character cards like Ice Cube are a very good way of handling it because they do have that revive. So, they are never going to get lethaled by it.
80 if Inzaghi had one more dice.
Yep. Looking at the dice, actually, not the best for TareHero. They only have enough to skill once on Cube.
Oh, speaking of skill, Alkanist does go for one on Serpent, and oh yeah, no, that dice is not ideal. Typically, though, in Double Dragon, you really are only skilling once on Cube, so it shouldn't make too much of a difference. You also have the countdown to the show to fix that right up anyways, and then you can skill into play your Wharf or play your Timaeus, whatever's more favorable, typically the Wharf. So I think TareHero is perfectly content with their turn 1.
Yeah, I think so as well. That is the importance of having like these support cards and ramp cards to be able to eat up dice that doesn't really go your way because it's going to happen. It is part of the game, so having the proper cards to make sure that you're able to deal with it somewhat is always going to be good. As for Alkanist side, they got 2 dice left over. Plenty of 1-cost cards in their hand they could potentially spend it on, including like the Research Institute, as well as Strategize. Not too sure what the card between them is. It looks like Sealy, I think.
It is Sealy. Sealy is becoming more and more uncommon among players because it is kind of slower than other draw options. I mean, Luminous will instantly draw you 1. Strategize will also instantly draw you 1. Wharf will instantly draw you 1 in the end phase. Typically, Sealy will take 2 turns to activate because you typically only are able to do 2 skills per turn. So it is on the slower end of draw, and players are taking that out as we move more and more towards a faster turn 3 meta.
Ooh, Adeptus very early on means that the possibility for the Serpent Burst definitely exists. Alkanist, they have the dice to maybe play a Veterans here if they want to, or even set up Sealy in advance.
I think it is probably the Veterans equip onto the Whale instead of Sealy Strategize. You want to equip that as early as possible, and it is the like heavier dice investment. Sealy and Strategize both cost 1 respectively, so much more easier to play. So yeah, it does choose to go for the Makashose Hunter. Ooh, gonna burn away the Adeptus. That's not what you like to see. Getting 1 dice, probably to play the Sealy at this point.
Yeah, I agree. Though Strategize is a possibility if they're looking for something specific here. Choosing to burn the Adeptus there means that Serpent Burst is gonna be a little bit harder to reach the typical breakpoint. Because typically 4 energy blocks with Adeptus would just one-shot any character.
And now swapping over onto Scorpion, most likely tank some damage. So the thing about Serpent Burst is that, yes, it does do a lot of damage, but typically you need minimum 6 energy blocks. Because the way Serpent Burst works is it does 2 base damage, and it will double its damage for every 2 blocks you have in hand. So with 0 blocks, it's 2. With 2, it's 4. And with 4 blocks, it is 8 damage, which is typically the one-shot range for most characters. But the thing is, it takes a lot of time to generate the energy blocks. Yeah, Serpent shovels in 6 into your deck randomly, and Scorpion will do 2 in the end phase every single time. But like, it takes time for you to build up enough energy blocks in your deck in order for you to have 4 consistently. And you're also playing energy blocks a lot in order to generate you dice and starting to cycle through your deck for its draw as well.
And that's why I'm a little bit surprised that they would get rid of the Adeptus there, considering that would make up for a little bit of the damage just in case they're not able to draw the energy blocks they're looking for. But Alkanist seems like they're confident enough that they can do so. Their dice are, kind of unfortunate this round. Enough for 1 Scorpion skill, and that's about it. TareHero, they have a Astaha talent, so definitely looking to play on him this round, it looks like.
We could fix our dice a little bit with the Lumen Stone. We can tune a bunch of cards as well for the seal. You can tune away the Libin. No other 2-cost card currently in our hand. We could play the card of Caverina. We can also play the Legend of Vanessa on top of that in order to fix our dice a little bit more. It also generate a last stack for Lumen Stone on top of that. Hopefully drawing us another 2-cost card in which we can tune for Whale.
Yeah. Okay. So we are going to see the Scorpion skill being used here. Shuffles another energy block into the deck. And I can see that Alkanist is gonna take this just a little bit more slowly. They want to build up energy blocks so that they can directly threaten Nuvolet with the Serpent Burst, because that is always going to be the goal of Conwhale in this Double Dragon matchup. He is the main target. And if you're able to get rid of him early enough, the game just becomes a lot easier.
Very importantly as well, Scorpion skill will shuffle 1 energy block at the top 2 cards of your deck. That way you're guaranteed to draw it during the end phase, which helps stack towards that Serpent Burst threat just that much faster.
Yeah, this is why I do quite like the mechanics and design of the Conwhale deck. Like, it just works together really, really well, and that makes it feel very smooth to pilot. But again, still a deck that is definitely has weaknesses they have to play around here, especially with the reliance on those energy blocks to actually be able to dish out pressure and DPS. We've seen players use the energy blocks incorrectly in the past, sometimes even prioritizing going for Scorpion Burst as well to try and apply more Electro. So we'll see what line Alkanist goes for in this game.
Scorpion Burst is typically the more consistent one of the 2 options. It has guaranteed value. It'll do 3 damage and then also apply 1 ambush for every energy block you have in hand, up to 3. So it is like a little bit more consistent on the damage side. You apply a lot more aura for Whale to react, but that's not really the main concern, is that it's going to constantly chip down the HP of your opponent if you cannot snipe them, or if you cannot find an opportunity to snipe them with Serpent, either because it's too low HP to come onto field, or your opponent just not giving you an opportunity to do so and you need to make a play.
Yeah, there can be any number of circumstances where it can become a little bit difficult to execute what you're looking for here. Alkanist is actually building up on that burst for now, going for the normal attack. They're already going to be running quite low on dice here, and we know that TareHero is still sitting on that as the talent, so the possibility of them popping off with damage this turn is certainly high.
Yeah, we can very much skill into skill again if we so desire. That will generate us our burst, or you can play our talent right now, which allows us to skill into burst. More than enough to one-shot Alkanist Scorpion if he decides to stay on, and also more than enough damage to threaten any character Alkanist wants to swap to. If I were TareHero, I would actually try to go for that play right now. Yeah, there we go.
Looks like that's what's happening. 8 dice, plenty to play with here. It's gonna force Alkanist into a situation where they have to do damage control by swap stalling. There's not a lot else they can do, but they're still gonna be eating a lot of damage on a deck that really does not run healing.
And this is one of the downfalls of Conwhale, right? You do have a lot of dice generation with the Bone Crusher energy blocks, but you don't have as much explosive card draw as something like the Double Dragon Magic, because you're not running Gilded Dreams or anything. You're not running the Aja Talent. It just instantly gets you an infusion of dice exactly when you need it, and we can see that being an issue right here. Fonte Research Institute does help us fix it a little bit, as well as the extra dice generated from the Veteran's Visage currently equipped on Whale, because we tuned away a 3-cost card to reset the healing from Whale. Reset the passive from Whale, instantly generating him 1 HP. So we are able to still burst and swap off if we want to. Still, though, the dice difference is rather noticeable.
If Alkanist being able to get up to 5 dice is actually pretty good, but actually decides to go for the Scorpion Burst here. So that's going to be 3 energy blocks used up to apply that Scorpion status on the enemy side here. That does reduce the number of possible dice they can play with here to avoid damage against TareHero's 9.
That is an Omni dice generated as well, which will allow Alkanist to do another action. And this actually puts TareHero in a pretty rough situation. You can't actually Sin Ajda anymore, especially after taking a normal attack. Because keep in mind, Scorpion Ambush does damage every time you do a skill. The Crystallize will mitigate it a little bit. The thing is, though, if we normal attack once again on Scorpion, we can deny Ajdaha from bursting. because TareHero will need to eat the ambush on another character.
Yeah, they can just probably go for another attack on the Scorpion here. Like, it's pretty safe because there would be no reason for Azda to go for another attack. They may be worried about the potential quick swap play, like you swap to another character and then they just take out the Scorpion.
Yeah, will be normal attack, which means TareHero is no longer able to stay on Zajda, or else he's going to fall to the ambush before he's able to have a chance to burst. I think TareHero right now should probably just swap over onto Cube, or actually, no, swap onto Ajda first. No, but he can kind of deny the freeze. No, this is still fine. The best play I see here for TareHero is to swap onto Nuvolet and skill. It will do 2 damage onto Scorpion, also apply a instance of Hydro Aura, leaving it on 3 HP, and then we swap into Cube to burst in order to lethal the Scorpion and also apply Cryo over onto the Whale.
Well, it's not a Nuvolet swap. It's a Cryo Q swap, so I assume he wants to burst here.
Alkanist will just end. Burst here is fine as well. It will still do a fair bit of damage, and we can play it to Timaeus to pass our turn. Ooh.
Cube does end up eating a Thunderbolt Trap, but leaving himself at 1 HP is actually pretty nice, because that means he'll eat an entire action from Alkanist here. Plays the Treasure, actually, instead of Timaeus.
Yeah, gonna shuffle healing into our deck. I think this is fair, because next turn will be turn 3. That means our Stove God will be drawing us 2 cards, help shuffle through our deck even more. And Lear Harbor Wharf is going to do a great job at emptying out what remaining non-treasure cards we still have.
Well, we do see the Serpent Talent finally being drawn here. I think it's a little bit late to draw the Serpent Talent. Usually want that a little bit earlier, but it still will have some value going into round 3. TareHero, unfortunately, in a kind of a tricky situation. Both Azda and Ice Cube are dropping to pretty low HP. Nuvolet's still healthy, but he's not really set up to start doing damage just yet. Especially since he still hasn't pulled out a Tula.
Yeah, Tula is a lot of the power on Nuvolet. We are only running 1 copy, which makes it kind of difficult in order to search out. But once we do get it, Nuvolet is going to start chunking Alkanist. Still, though, even without it, Nuvolet is still a very strong carry, healing himself for 2 HP every time he uses Source Water Droplet, and doing 4 damage per normal attack. So a very, very strong character, even without his weapon.
So now the question comes of what Alkanist wants to do. Ideally, he doesn't want to waste dice taking down the Ice Cube. So an option would be to swap stall and let the Ice Cube take itself out through the Thunderbolt Trap. However, that would mean that one of his characters will need to eat damage from it, which isn't the best feeling, considering that they're not exactly in the healthiest spot either.
Yeah, most certainly not. And will we play a Bonecruncher energy block going to feed Scorpion that last bit of energy if we want to burst again? I don't think we should, because all it will do is just reset the Thunderbolt Trap count to 3. I mean, it might still be okay, because it will also help trigger Fontaine Research Institute, as well as heal Whale. But I think at this point, we kind of do want to save our Bonecruncher energy blocks for the Serpent. 4 in hand right now, which means burst will do 8.
I agree. I think spending 6 Bonecruncher energy blocks on 2 Scorpion bursts is a little bit wasteful. You're already getting a lot of value out of it now. Going for the Serpent Burst is the most efficient manner of using up what he has left, but he needs to make sure that it goes onto Nuvolet, and that is going to be the difficult part here.
Yeah, and I mean, Alkanist with turn priority actually working against him a little bit. We kind of don't want to attack into Cube because, of course, it will just trigger the revive and not much else will happen after that. We kind of don't want to swap to Whale or Serpent either because, I mean, Whale hasn't healed a lot, so it's still only 7 HP. And Serpent is very, very low as well at only 5 HP. We're going to tune away 2 of our Bonecruncher energy blocks to give Whale some health to work with, drawing our Makashose Hunter as well from the Veteran's Visage. A lot of Electro Dice to work with now. Still not looking the best.
Alkanist can probably afford to just normal attack on Scorpion to break Ice Cube here. Because even after it comes back, Scorpion has already done his job, and then it'll take damage from the Thunderbolt Trap on revive instead of taking it before revive.
Leave It to Me played most likely just for extra thinking time. I think if you are going to attack on Scorpion, it should just be with the skill. We have so much Electro Dice to work with. We're expecting Cube to skill as well to trade 1-for-1. And after that, the Electro Dice is kind of wasted. And we're also not going to get the Bone Cruncher Energy Block shuffled into our deck as well. So if we are attacking, I think we should skill on Scorpion.
Yep, looks like it will indeed be the skill on Scorpion here. Ice Cube will revive, and this means that if TareHero decides to skill on Ice Cube now, it will actually end up killing itself, which is a lot more valuable than skilling on Ice Cube, breaking its revive.
Oh, and because those Double Fontaine Research Institutes just activated, look how much dice Alkanist has to work with. 8 dice remaining, that is 8. And those are 8 usable dice as well, as opposed to TareHero. TareHero rolled really, really bad this round. I will play strategize. We're trying to fish for something or another. Drawing a second treasure here. TareHero needs to make a move quite soon. Alkanist has been doing a great job at pressuring TareHero, not giving the chance to ramp, not giving the chance to set up, and also denying that very big Ajna combo turn with the talent play because they were able to just barely find enough dice, thanks to Whale self-healing, thanks to Fontaine Research Institute, in order to prevent him from bursting. Going to treasure now. We need to treasure twice in order not to trigger the ambush. Rolling a Geo this time, so we'll need to still tune. Do we roll a Cryo here? No, we don't. We need to tune 2 cards right now if we want to skill on Cube in order to trade out the Scorpion.
And never lucky with the treasure generation there. Alkanist actually got very lucky previously when it spawned the Dendro. So we will see here. I think you do still need the skill on Cube, because if you don't take out Scorpion here, you are giving it way too much field time, considering its job was done ages ago. And Ice Cube eating the Thunderbolt Trap is probably going to be the best option, because it would lethal Aztaha, and you don't want elemental application on New Valent.
Yeah, I agree with that. As long as we can skill on Cube here, we can go over to Ajna safely and pressure our opponent just a little bit more. Alkanist will be hopefully be running out of dice at that point as well. I think if we are to skill, we should be pre-equipping the Gamblers as well, just get that extra dice generation. And it's okay if Crowd Cube dies after that as well, because we did play the Boar Prince earlier to refund us that dice. We're going to pre-play the Countdown to the Show as well, just to fix our dice a little bit as well. And now playing the Cavalrina, will we play the Gamblers on top of that as well?
Gambler would only get 1 proc if you play it on the Cube. But it still might be worth it.
Gamblers will be effectively +2 dice because the equipment is free, and we also get a skill. And then if they kill Cube, it actually generate us another dice on top of that with the last stack of the Boar Princess. Going to first play the Parametric Transformer, because we're expecting Alkanist to skill again to help us generate that extra stack in order to give us even more dice to work with. I think if you are TareHero, though, you really should be playing the Gamblers.
Yeah, at this point, if you're going for the parametric play, you have to go Gamblers. Because if you don't go Gamblers, you just don't have enough dice left to play 2 actions yourself to activate the parametric. And then it would just activate in the end phase, and you're not able to use those dice. Like you have the Gamblers now.
Yeah, and that's what we do. TareHero was maybe considering just skilling with no Gamblers in order to get the extra draw from the Cavalrina that would have been triggered by the Scorpion ambush. But no, deciding against it, we'll go for more dice, playing the Gamblers over onto Crowd Cube. Question here now, though, is who does Alkanist swap to? If we leave Cube to B, they're going to just keep attacking us over and over again if we decide to swap. If we kill Cube, that's TareHero's signal to go in onto the Nouveau and freeze instead. Swapping over onto the Serpent, I think this does make sense. You really don't want to go onto Whale until you already have him at a massive amount of healing. So going to Scorpion first, we can skill right now to generate us some more cards in our hand. Unless we want a normal attack instead in order to preserve some of our usable dice. No, we'll go for the skill for more card draw. Ooh, Lotus, that's big.
Ooh, Lotus is really big, actually. TareHero just... Actually, they can't afford to go New Valent here, actually. They can go New Valent. They freeze the Serpent. Aztaha doesn't do enough damage to take out the Serpent here.
No, he doesn't, but he will proc the Parametric Transformer and get a Crystallized Shield as well. If we play the Treasure, it will if we play the treasure, Asha will actually live on 1 if Alkanist decides to skill, which will force the Serpent first. Not going to play the treasure just yet. That means Asha is on 2 HP, which means as long as Serpent just normal attacks, even skills or normal attacks here, he will fall.
But if he does, then Serpent falls the new Valette. And
That's true,
TareHero.
But we
The
don't
thing
want to
is-
go over onto Whale either, because it will eat 7 damage, leaving it only on 2 HP. So we do actually need to normal attack here. It's going to tune for the skill. The Bone Cruncher energy blocks will no longer be useful if our Serpent is dead. So we're going to tune all of 3 of those in order to give Whale its healing.
I think this has been very smartly played by TareHero so far, because up until now, almost every circumstance where it has been left a new Valette versus Whale 1v1, new Valette has like won nearly 90% of the time.
Well, I mean,
So-
New Valette's going to make that 98 because there is currently Cryo on Whale.
Yep. And the Cryo Cube Summon on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, won't be able to have the chance to freeze Whale this round. There's just not enough dice for it this time. I'm going to burst over onto the Serpent and say I think Alkanist should have skill just to draw more cards. Would have at least drawn 1 more card, both with 3 animal dice anyways. I think the burst was kind of a waste of 1 potential card that could have changed everything. The Lotus is still going to be really, really massive here. I think New Valette should just skill in order to generate the Source Water Droplet. Our dice aren't the best, so we may be considering a normal attack. But I think no matter what, we need to get rid of this Serpent if possible. Or no, we actually can just ramp. We can just ramp. The summon end phase is going to attack the Serpent. Serpent just burnt the burst. Like it's kind of a non-factor right now. We can just freeze Whale next turn. I am perfectly all right if Tade here decides to ramp here. We play the Timaeus and like play the Cavarina, and next turn we come in, we just perma-freeze the Whale.
I agree. I think getting more ramp for next round is going to be more valuable here, because Serpent will just not do enough damage anymore to threaten New Valette. There is, of course, still a risk. We've seen a lot of situations in the past where New Valette is left out there thinking that, like, okay, New Valette can finish things off, and then he just gets one shot one way or another. But it's likely now, considering the number of dice and cards Alkanist has left in their deck.
Is just going to go for the skill, play it on the safe end. I think this is fine. I mean, Will is still going to get frozen next round. This way, though, we burnt our Timaeus, unfortunately, which means we may not be able to search out our guild, and if we do get it, we may not be able to play it for free. Of course, there is still like Golden House plus Liar Song, so it's still all right.
Yeah, Whale. If Whale skills here, they'll do 4 damage plus 1 from Electro Charge. So only 5 damage here. I don't think Alkanist has any cards in deck to increase that damage somehow. But they can definitely... No, they can't tune more cards. They only have Omni Dice left.
Yeah, Where's coming late. That's not good. Best option here available for Alkanist, I think it's just the Sealy and the Strategize. We're going to see if we can fill our hand even more. There isn't a better option, I think. It'll be just end first, return priority. Ooh, not even playing the Sealy. I think we really should have played that at the very least.
I agree. I think there was no reason to just hold on to that. If they really wanted to, they could have even played like... They already know they're gonna be frozen next round, though, so I guess like it doesn't matter whether they play something now or later.
That is true, but I think like just the dice efficiency. I don't know. It could matter that 1 dice for that 3 draw. It might come up, but yeah. Alkanist intentionally griefing their own dice here so they can heal Whale for as much HP as possible. Going to tune away all the 1-cost pairs first, except for 1 Lotus. That you really do want to keep at least 1 of those. And then going to tune away the 3 0 costs of the the triple Bone Cruncher energy blocks, and then we can also play our 3-cost Mata Shosei Hunter now as well, because we are going to get immediately frozen soon. We will not need the extra dice this round.
They know that the only thing they can do now is to just prepare Whale for a barrage this turn, because they are going to get frozen straight away. If they can survive this turn, then they have a solid chance to come out on top the following, because Whale does do a lot of damage. TareHero needs to finish off Whale this turn, or at least set himself up in a very good position next turn. And we will see if he's able to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Alkanist, but also TareHero doesn't have weapon equip very critically. That's going to make Nuvolet do a lot less damage than he normally would, which could be just barely enough to carry Alkanist through into the next round. A very cool min-max that Alkanist can do is not play the Lotus yet and wait until Nuvolet normal attacks first. That way it preserves a little bit more HP. Just going for the immediate play on the Lotus. This is fine. Both will absorb 2 HP. But I think we should have waited on that Lotus. That way, if TareHero did have weapon and play it, we could have absorbed 1 extra damage and min-maxed it a little bit more.
Look what he just top decked. He just top decked it. Oh my god, he top decked Tula on the turn where he needed to take down Whale. Okay, that could make the difference.
Ooh, Ajna talent a little bit late, unfortunately. Drawing the second seed box late as well. That could have been a free Lumen Stone. There's Parametric. That's really nice as well. We can play that for free thanks to our second seed box. Lever Harbor Wharf, unfortunately, not very useful this round, and neither is the Ajna talent.
The big problem here for TareHero is that they just simply won't have enough dice. Like, they can equip Tula, but then after that, they can get like 1 attack out.
Yeah, and because we tuned away our Timaeus, we unfortunately cannot play Gilded Dreams this round with our Liaison either. It will just be that 1-cost harder Kavrina to work with for draw. I mean, thankfully here, because this is Nuvolet, as long as we're... Oh no, we don't even heal above 6 HP. We need to heal Nuvolet to minimum 7 HP in order to live a Whale skill at the start of next round, and we just don't have that. I'm fairly certain this is Alkanist's win, because we
I think so. TareHero did a very good job of setting up the Nuvolet versus Whale solo, but I think because he was focusing so hard on making sure that that would happen, he wasn't able to get the dice and cards necessary to build up dice ramp for when that happens. Yeah, you can see he's not even going to play the Tula because he knows he can't afford it.
And just Whale's so healthy. Next round's gonna do so much damage as well. We just do not have the dice to heal ourselves with our Source Water droplets. We do get the burst down, we get 2 Source Water droplets, but we just don't have the dice to use them. And that should be the game for Alkanist. I mean, Will's skill right now does 6 damage, and Nuvolet is well within that range.
And Alkanist end the turn first, so they will just get the one-shot Nuvolet here. Whale continuing to prove to us why it is the most banned deck here at the Prince Cup Pacific. 6 damage, Nuvolet is down. Unfortunately, this game is not gonna follow the lore canon. It is going to be Alkanist who comes out on top and eliminates TareHero from the Prince Cup.
Yeah, TareHero did a really great showing, especially in games 1 and 2, but just a slight misplay, a slight miscalculation in that game 2, letting Nuvolet fall early cost him the series, not able to bring it back in game 3.
A really unfortunate situation, but goes to show how you need to keep your mind about you every single time. Even the smallest mistake could cost you everything, and that is exactly what has happened here in our very last match of the day.
That will be TareHero knocked out of the Prince Cup Pacific. That was the end of his run here in the lower bracket. But also congratulations as well to Alkanist for making it through, doing a reverse sweep on top of that through 3 very tough games.
Really tough games. We have had a long day today once again. These players are just getting better and better and better, and the games are getting even closer and more intense as the Prince Cup continues. I'm almost afraid to see what's going to happen in week 4.
Yeah, week 4 is going to be exciting as always. The players will also have that 1 week break you were talking about earlier to rest, recuperate, prepare decks as well, read into their opponent, and just they have so much time to analyze what their opponent will bring and what they can bring to counter that.
Will we see the advent of a brand new anti-meta? Will we get to see new decks and new characters being brought to the fray? We have no idea. We're gonna need to wait until week 4 to be able to see whether that is the case. And we will also need to wait until next week to find out which of these players will be able to promote to the main event through Group C.
Yeah, I mean, here's the result of our bracket for today. We saw we saw a lot of games being played. We saw Small versus Sortreew, as well as not Frost versus Small, TareHero versus Alkanist, as well as and what was our other game? No, we saw Small and Sortreew versus TareHero and Alkanist. That was the only one.
Yes.
But Leah and Koja opened us off with TareHero versus Salty and Chikuwa versus Alkanist, as well as Enkoe versus Frost.
Lots of really exciting matches have happened today, and I feel like it's gonna get even more exciting as the tournament continues as well. We're actually really starting to kick through things as well, right? This is Group C. There's only 4 groups in total, so we are starting to approach the latter half of the competition.
Yeah, and like through the latter half, we can see like how much the players have refined their decks. We see now that they've picked out the decks they believe are the strongest. We're seeing like the emergence of these more consistent decks showing up in the players' list, where before it was a little bit of a mix. Players brought a little bit of this, a little bit of that, but now we are seeing them more or less condense their choices onto 3 or 4 very select decks.
And even after all this time, I still can't believe that Conwhale is on top. Some players have figured it out. The vast majority of the participants still seem to be having difficulty figuring out just what's the best way to get through these consecrated beasts.
And that's why we do see it banned so much. We see the absolute strength of Conway. It did take a little while to scale up into the massive threat we believed it'd be. For a while there, look at TareHero was in the advantage, but like it just has so many tools to turn the game back around. And once you have whale scaling, like once you have the Fontaine Research Institutes down, once you start tuning your entire hand and just start healing whale for 20 plus stacks, you can definitely see why this deck is banned out 62% of the time and counting.
Yeah, it's such a threatening deck as well, because like TareHero did an amazing job of dodging Serpent Burst. Like that's one of the major threats here. He dodged it and the whale just took over from there. So not much more we could say. That is officially the end of week 3, day 2, and of course it means it's the end of week 3 as well of the Prince Cup 2024 Pacific region. Sumi, any last words before we close out?
I mean, it's just so great to see the players come out and play to such a high level of competence. It's just so great to see these games. Thank you to everyone as well for tuning in. We'll see you guys next week.
Bye-bye.